Theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color-coded breakdown.
They don't die like us, they don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce, we revive that trust. They skip intros, we every frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us, nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out in Frums where it's from.
They don't dive like us, they don't vibe like us. They skim the edge, we inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us, nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die like us.
Hey guys, it's Julie B and Scarlet, and we are here to do an ultra late night edition of our From Rewatch. It was just a very busy day, very busy, hectic, stressful day for me, a very painful day for me, but we're forging ahead and doing it because we've got 2 days left until season 4, so there's no time to waste. So we are just going to do this. 3 episodes to break down, and we're going to get through it. And we're going to do it in under 7 hours this time. I swear to God, we're going to do it in under 7 hours. I'm going to say under 6 hours for sure.
Yeah, under 5 hours. Let's go. Let's do this.
Let's see how low we can go with that.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 were 7 hours, both of them, when we did 3 episodes at once, which honestly is really good for me. That's really good. That's being like actually having restraint. Covering 3 episodes of From in 7 hours? Are you kidding me? Our rewatch streams were 5 hours long or 6 hours just for 1 episode before. So I mean, this is progress. But we got to do better tonight because I don't want to. We can't be here until 7:30 in the morning my time, 8:30 Eastern. That's ridiculous. So. Or 6, what would it be? So it would be 7:30 my time. Yeah, it would be 8:30 Eastern if we go 7 hours. No, we're not doing that. No, 7 hours later, someone's listening to this on the replay, like laughing their asses off at, like, oh, you weren't gonna do it. No, I mean it this time. I really mean it.
Well, Jen, the teacher, already said she's probably going to wake up and listen to us. So,
yeah, I'm sure.
You have to get up at 5 a.m.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably going to happen because that'll be, that'll happen because that's 4 a.m. my time, and I'll definitely still be streaming at that point, because it's 12:30 now for me. So, hey Doc, nice to see you. I'm not sure what you guys were talking about in here, because part of it was cut off. So it looks like maybe there was a difference of opinion in here, but I hope it got resolved. It sounds like a little bit of butting heads here. I don't know. YouTube cut off part of the chat, so I can't see some of it. Hey there, Kemba DX. Drama-free zone, please. Julie doesn't need the stress. It's not good for her health.
Already?
Yeah, wow, that was quick. We just got started.
Well, I mean, From really brings out the emotions, but...
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Kim. That's very kind of you to say. And this is someone who's new to us, I think, unless Kim has been listening and only just recently started to chat. I'm not sure, Kim, which it is, but it's always amazing to me how people who are brand new to this community are already like unbelievably empathetic and kind, like they've been here all along. It's amazing. That's the kind of people that this show attracts, that the Frumily attracts. There's just, I don't know what it is about this show that brings together some of the kindest, most compassionate people I've ever met in my life. I get more empathy and compassion from you people than I've gotten from most of my blood relatives. It's really amazing.
I had an idea for a show, Julie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
You should critique Tony's stream where he's critiquing Partland Media, who's critiquing Tony.
Oh.
And we'll just go we'll just go down the rabbit hole there.
Was Tony critiquing Parkland Media? Who was critiquing Tony?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's where the dispute comes from.
I didn't know anything about this. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I had no idea. But I hope they can, I hope it stays civil, because I happen to think both of them are really great guys. They're both really cool, funny, nice guys. So I hope that it doesn't get ugly or anything.
That's what I'm saying. The emotions, Doug and Tony, the emotions.
Right.
Parkland and Tony, the emotions. So much emotions.
I hope it's like the same as Doug and Tony, because that was, it was passionate, but it was, at the end of the day, it was a civil debate, and it was like, no hard feelings. So hopefully it's like that, because they're both great guys. They've both been really cool to me, and so hopefully they play nice. And hey, Doc, nice to see you. I'm not nice. Well, of course you are. Doc is very nice. Yes, you are. You're very nice. Hey, David Agiel, nice to see you.
I was only making a joke about it because it's, it'd be somebody critiquing somebody who critiques something who critiques something.
Right. David doesn't care about a YouTuber's beef. 2 shits given. Yes, let's be above that, Hopefully it's nothing serious. I saw Tony was live earlier, but I was busy. I didn't have a chance to check that one out, so I'm out of the loop on that one. Hey, JT Moore. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get those likes up. Please hit that like button and help people find the stream. And I'm going to be getting off the treadmill in a few minutes, so you're not going to still be hearing all this noise. Just 5 more minutes, and I'll be getting off of this. And I released a video today, so I am going to put that in the chat for anyone who hasn't checked it out yet. It is all of my From Season 4 predictions, and I really knocked myself out on this one. Like I went so crazy on it. I really neglected my pain situation and my health just to get it done and released today, so that it would have 2 days to breathe before the day of the finale. And I'm glad that I got it done, but it took a lot out of me. So in that vein, please give it a view, a like, a comment, and if you can, hype the video, because hyping is your superpower. If you want to support your favorite content creators, if you want to support If you want your hype to be worth as much as possible, if you give it to a small channel, a channel like this one, small channels get the vast majority of the points. I mean, they get way more. What I mean to say is they get way more points per hype, because YouTube gives us a bonus since we don't have that same boost in the algorithm that big channels have. So YouTube helps us out, helps out the little guys. So if you give your hype to a channel like this one hype is worth 2.2k points for me. So you have a massive impact if you do that. And thank you so much to everyone who has hyped the video. It's doing really well so far, and I can't thank everybody enough who've checked it out. And if you haven't, the first 48 hours are the key time to do it. If it does well, YouTube pushes it out to more people after 48 hours. That's how I was told it works. So tomorrow is day 2. So if you haven't checked it out, that's an ideal time to do it. And it's about 32 minutes long, but I promise it's worth it. It's worth it. I worked really hard on it. There's no filler in it. And the only things you'll notice are familiar. I tweaked a couple of my existing theories, and so you'll hear a few things that are familiar, but most of it is brand new stuff, brand new theories. I mean, it runs the gamut from the man in yellow shape-shifting, Sophia, what's going on, is the man in yellow Sophia, to Julie story walking. Who is she going to potentially save or not? What is she going to do with her powers? The bottle faraway tree. What happens if it falls down in the finale? What's going to happen with Jim's body? What's going to happen with the scarecrow monsters? Eloise, is she alive or not? The boy in white's role in all of this. I mean, I covered a lot of ground. So yeah, it's got a lot in there, and I have timestamps in there. Something new I tried, so that hopefully it might pique more people's interest to keep watching, because they might see, oh, there's a topic later in the video that they're interested in, so I'm going to keep watching more than just a few minutes. That's the hope anyway, because most people only watch it for like 11 minutes is my average, I think, but this is 32 minutes long, and it's quite a labor of love. I worked really hard on that, painstakingly hard. So anyway, I'm going to put that link in the chat, and I'm going to pin it to the top. I don't even know how to, I guess I'll, how do I title this? Season 4 theories, top season 4 theories, I guess. My top season 4 theories. That's not what the video is called, but that's a good way to just briefly sum up what it is. And I'll pin that to the top of the chat so that it's easy to find throughout the stream. Let me see. Pin it there. And there we go. It was not easy because we're cramming in. We've been cramming in an entire season to rewatch this week, season 3 in 1 week. And preparing for that, plus making this deep dive video, was challenging, but it had to be done. From is my passion project, and I'm glad I got the video done. So I hope people check it out. And let's see, who else is in the chat here? Incognito. Exactly. Some people here don't think about that. See, this is a creator who is a current active collaborator with this channel who spreads hate against others and is actively smearing others in our community. Are we a family or are we not? Uh-oh. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I'm going to have to get clued in on this, like, off stream, and find out what is happening here, what is going on. But let's continue here saying hi to the folks. Anon is here. Nice to see you. Hey, Dieter. Hope you're doing well. Hey there, Have Cheetah Will View. Welcome. That's a cool name. I haven't seen you before. And to anyone just joining us, please hit the like button and tell YouTube that you're interested in this, and then they'll show this to more people who will find the channel. We reached 2.2k subscribers today, so getting there. Hopefully by the end of season 4, I can reach my goal of 3K subscribers. Let's see. Yeah, this is so true, David. What I do find interesting about how the TV show From acts like an ink blotch, and everyone is projecting their feelings. So listening to people's theories is an insight into their worldview. That is very well said, and I completely agree, David. It is so true. Hey, Recon. Nice to see you. Okay. Just gonna see who else is here. We've got Joyce. Welcome. Hey, Michael. Michael got a credit in my new video, incidentally. So, Michael, hope you don't mind, but I did include one of your theories, something that I built on and took it in a different direction, but the main part of the theory was yours, so you got a credit in the video. It is on what happens if the far right bottle tree falls down. So, yeah, you're credited in there. I never would want to take credit for anyone else's ideas who come into this chat. So anytime, if I get a theory that's built on someone else's theory, I will always, always give credit.
Those poor lost souls.
Yep. Because I think that I think that Michael is right, and like I think that we basically collaborated on this theory together, which is what's so cool about live streams, how we can collaborate on theories. Because I said that when I saw the title, "If a Tree Falls," as the finale, I thought the faraway tree is going to fall. The bottle faraway tree is going to be chopped down, like the boy in white said not to do to Victor. And Michael said that he thinks if that happens, then Tabitha and Jade won't be reincarnated anymore, that this is their last chance.
It's like Endgame. Yeah, I remember those. The Endgame.
So, and I agreed with that. And then, but then I have a different idea on what the outcome would be. I think that the place would still continue to pull in people, and there would be no escape, and no one would ever be able to break the curse without them. So I took it in a bit of a different direction, but I couldn't have come to that theory without that piece that Michael came up with. So thank you, Michael, for inspiring that. And let's see. This has to be the latest starting stream ever. It's not, actually. We've done this before. Probably won't conclude until noon because there are 3 episodes to cover, all-nighter.
Don't curse it.
We've started at 1:30 Eastern before, believe it or not. One time we did that with Doug Hughes joining us too.
Yeah. Is that the one where you're doing it out of the trunk of your car?
Yes. I was laying in the back seat on the way home. We got delayed.
I thought you were kidnapped. I thought I had to call authorities.
I was laying in the back seat on my way home. It was quite an interesting stream. I definitely won't forget that one. Okay, so anyway, Anon, thank you so much. I hope Julie is doing okay. The pain she deals with is heartbreaking. I truly appreciate, once again, your compassion and your empathy. This fandom is just unmatched for that. It really is. And the way people offer it just instantly, as if we've known each other a long time, it's really remarkable. And I noticed this from a lot of people who come into this community. It's like day one, instant kindness and empathy. It blows my mind. Anyway, let's see. I'm just going to scroll through here, try and speed this up and catch up with the chat. I see you guys were chatting away quite a bit. Sorry that I kept you waiting. Let's see. Carl let everyone know I was approaching. Yes. Finally. Let's see. Is this a deep dive review show? This is a deep dive rewatch live discussing from season 3, episodes 7, 8, and 9. Tomorrow night, we're going to dive into the finale and season 4 theories, which I think really go well together. So I think that'll work just fine. We'll do them together. Let's see. All hail Julie, first of her name, defender of the realm, and queen of the From Kingdom. Well, thank you, Carl. I feel so honored. Hey, Jen, the teacher. Nice to see you, Jen. Let's see. Anybody else I missed down here? Oh, wow! This is even before I played the song. Now I'm getting to the part in the chat where I played the song. Oh my goodness! Sorry, guys, I'm way far behind you. Hey, Samuel. Let me catch you up real quick. Hey, Yvonne. Welcome. Thanks, Anon. Yes, I do deserve better from life. Thank you for your empathy, and I'm trying to learn to accept what life has given me, and it's hard. It's hard, but this is the life I was given in terms of the body I'm living in and my physical pain, the constant pain. But I have a lot of blessings in my life too, and it's all thanks to this amazing From community. Literally, like I would be completely lost and alone if I hadn't found this community. I wouldn't have met Carl. I wouldn't have met the best friends I've ever made in my life. I mean, I wouldn't have this channel. I have a lot of things to live for despite being in constant pain. 4.9 hours will hold you to it. I am going to try. I will try to stick to that. Okay, 5 hours tops. So I will try that incognito. Hey, Annie. Julie, you missed Tony's streams. They are relevant to the dispute. Oh, this is a real shame. I don't know. This is very bad timing. I just happened to connect with Parkland Media recently, and Tony's a good friend, and I don't want to be in the middle of some kind of dispute now. Oh dear. I don't know what's going on,
Yeah.
but
I mean, From hasn't even started yet.
And From hasn't even started yet. Oh my goodness. Well, I will reach out to them and find out what's going on off stream and see what's happening. Oh dear. Apparently there's a video smearing Tony and Phil. Oh my goodness. I didn't know anything about this. So I will definitely find out what's going on. Tony's a good friend. That's a shame. Smearing is not okay, if that's what was happening. Critiquing is fine. Smearing is not. I mean, look what Doug did. I mean, Doug had a very vigorous dispute. I mean, not dispute, a very vigorous debate with Tony, and it was, there were no hard feelings. But I guess this was not that kind of thing. So, Parkland blasted Tony. Tony responded and then went off at the end of From live stream. Oh my God, shit. Well, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that that's happening, and I will definitely reach out to Tony and see what's going on. We need a mega panel. That would be cool. I'd love to be on a mega panel sometime. That would be awesome.
This will fly.
Yeah, this will fly.
The drama.
The drama. Truly, your hopes are crushed. It's all right, and I try to stay out of any kind of fray. I don't need any drama in my life, and so I will, I'll always defend my friends though, and Tony's been a good friend. So I'll find out what happened, and we'll see what happens going forward. Hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. Okay. So, all right, almost caught up to you guys now. Hey, Daryl, because season 4 is the penultimate season, expecting a few main character deaths and a lot of answers. Yeah, so we got the official announcement, big news, that From season 5 has already been renewed, and they are already working on it, which is amazing news. And it's also bittersweet because they confirmed it will be the final season. So that will be the end, but it's not unexpected. I figured that would happen. When people have said they hoped for 6 seasons, I thought that's nice. That would be amazing, but that's not going to happen.
That's not what the cave painting told me.
Right. The cave painting seems like it's divided into 5 sections. Like David Agil in the chat has a theory that corresponds to that the cave painting tells a story from left to right, and it's divided into 5 seasons. So it fits really well. Plus, the creators of the show have said in interviews before they were hoping for 5 seasons. So they got what they wanted. That means And they specifically said in the announcement that this means they get to finish the story that they wanted to tell, which is amazing news. That's all we can ask for as fans of this show. That's fantastic. Okay. Brief cameo from Carl here. Anyway, it's the announcement. Yes, the announcement was posted on Instagram, and I will put that up on screen for a second. Just a minute. Hey, Glue Guns and Roses. Nice to see you. Hey, Ledness. Shirley outside says, I saw a video talking about how From is in hell. Is this possible even though the creators said it wasn't purgatory? It's possible because technically, if you want to be technical, purgatory and hell are two different things. But I don't think it's going to be hell, because that would be disingenuous. It's splitting hairs. Oh, it's not purgatory, it's hell. Haha. They're not going to do that to us. I don't think. These creators and these writers are too too genuine and too creative. It's not going to happen, I don't think. Thank you, Michael, for the links to the announcements. I'm going to open that up in a sec. Daryl says, according to John Griffin, this brings our characters closer to the truth than they ever have been before. In fact, it doesn't bring them closer. It brings them the truth. Where did he say that, Daryl? Is that in the press release? I'm going to click on the link that Michael put in the chat. Let me see. MGM announcement. Maybe it's in this press release. That's really cool. Closer to the truth than they've ever been before. Yeah, this is amazing. I don't know where they said that, but I think this season is definitely going to have to give us a lot of answers. Oh, an interview with the creators. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all the links, Michael. Brief interview with the creators on the 5th season. I will save all of those links. So this is awesome. Like I'm overwhelmed with just trying to survive every day with the amount of pain I'm in, and running this channel is extremely difficult on top of it. So I don't have time to do all this research, and you just do it for me, handing me the links and the info. You're always such a great resource, everybody in this chat, and I really appreciate it. And Michael in particular, you are always handy with these links. And like, I'll come to a stream and not be prepared enough because of the amount of pain I'm in, and Michael's like, I got you covered. Here's a link to this. Here's a link to that. It's awesome. I can't thank you enough for that. Like the art stream, there was this mural full of drawings I lost track of, and I couldn't find it anywhere. Michael had it handy. Boom, right there in the chat. It was terrific. Anyway, so let's see. Where is that other link I was going to click on? Brief interview. Got it there. Okay, excellent. I got them all now. We'll take a look at those. Tuck says, I think we'll finally find out if the tree made a sound when it fell in the road. Yeah. If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? That's the quote that title is referencing, the finale quote. But I think it's going to refer to that faraway tree falling down. I think it's going to happen. Julie, you can take all my ideas. A lot of those are far-fetched, though. Oh, thanks, Incognito. That's nice of you. But I'd never steal anybody's ideas without giving credit. It makes sense when you look at how trees are traditionally used in mythology as a conduit for souls and a place to reincarnate. Interesting stuff, David. I can always count on you for that esoteric info there. Let's see. This hour schedule is perfect for me, Julie. I'm glad it's perfect for somebody, Incognito. I know, like, international people, this is great. This is no problem. The middle of the night for me and for people in the U.S. But I'm glad that we've got some awesome international folks who can make it to these when it gets this late. But for season 4, I'm going to have to make myself stream earlier, I'm afraid. Dieter says, end of season 4, we might have a fallen faraway tree. I think it's going to happen. Yes, I think that is going to happen. Michael says, no, not hell, just a pocket dimension created by the magic tree, maybe as a bardo between the life and death of the Ankui children, wherein the quest to save them might play out. Yes, I absolutely.
Simple. It's that simple.
It's that simple. Yeah. Glue Guns and Roses says the only theory I'm more than 20% confident in is Elgin is the same as the Lost Eye Army guy, and the Village Lost Eye guy are all the same guy. Okay. I think that guy, the guy in the village with the lost eye, is Jade in a past life, but we shall see. I think all the people in Jade's visions are him in past lives, but I can understand like the connection because of the missing eye and Elgin for sure. Let's see. I have a few theories that I'm sure of too. Hey Captain, welcome. When is From gonna be released? Saturday night at midnight. Saturday night at midnight is happening, and I'm going to be streaming it in the Discord. So if anybody wants to join, watch our watch parties, the link to the Discord is in the description of the video. If you're not already in there, every week I'll be streaming the new episodes. Then we'll have a nice voice chat about it. And our friend Doug Hughes might just be there. He said he'd like to join our watch parties. Who plays the man in yellow? So that'll be a fun time. Glue Guns says, you don't need to be in the middle. And Tony said, no need to bring you in. Did he actually mention me? Did he say not to put me in the middle? That's nice. I don't want to be in the middle of any debate. I really don't. I don't.
Yeah, let's stay out of this, okay?
Yes, I just want to stay out of it.
I want to be neutral, okay?
Yes, definitely. But if anybody really attacks Tony, and he needed someone to have his back, I would definitely do it. I would. 'Cause he's been there for me. Carl says Julie is the best thing to have happened in my life. She deserves the best. Aw. So sweet. Carl is the best. He is the best thing to have happened in my life. And we would not have connected without this amazing fandom and this amazing show that we're about to dive into a whole new season of. It's amazing what a TV show can do for our lives. And I'm not joking. It started with the TV show, and it was a butterfly effect from that. We would not have met. I would still be alone, and none of this would have happened. So anyway, Tony did 2 live streams tonight about Parkland Media, and KP joined the panel. Phil and Real to defend Tony. Jesus, was it that dramatic? What the hell is going on? Oh my God, the fandom is melting down, and From hasn't even come back yet.
Numbers are praying.
What the hell is happening? Oh my God.
Oh, what's happening?
I put my head down and I just mind my own business, and I make my videos and I do my streams, and I don't even know I don't know anything about this drama.
And I'm just working my job, and I'm just like doing the Daredevil like live on Sci-Fi Vision before this. I don't know nothing either.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, happy birthday, Lori. It was Lori's birthday.
Yeah. I don't know Parkland Media that well. His name is Spade Parkland. I don't know him that well. He recently reacted to one of our streams. I mean, just coincidentally, it just happened recently, and I never had interacted with him before. And I gave him permission to react to one of our streams. Emailed with him. He seemed like a nice guy. That's all I know about him. I don't know anything about this whole fray that's going on. I
mean, I've seen his videos. His videos are pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it, but I hope that they can resolve it peacefully.
Yeah, man.
Tony is a great guy. He doesn't deserve anybody coming for him like that. Glue Gun says, I don't want clips of her being pulled in. I know nobody is bringing it up with bad intentions, but Julie is too kind for all this. I've interacted with her before she ever had her channel. Aw, you're a sweetheart. You are an absolute sweetheart. Thank you. I definitely I don't need any drama. I don't. Jay says, we have to talk about the announcement of the 5th season being the final season. Spin-off speculation. What characters will survive? Will Fromland even exist after the finale? Well, all this time I've been hoping that that Fromland will not exist after the finale because I want a happy ending. I want everyone to go home and no one else to get trapped there. But I want from the franchise to go on. I want spin-offs. So that leaves two options. Either Fromland continues to exist and they don't break the curse, we get a spin-off, or we get a prequel. That could be a way to get a happy ending and still get a prequel show, like Welcome to Derry, you know? I would watch a prequel show. Would you guys watch a prequel show? Let me know in the chat what you think of that. That's what I would like to see.
Smiley in a pilgrim hat, smiley in a pilgrim hat on this preview show.
Yes.
Prequel show, I mean.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'd like to see a prequel show. There's so much lore here. So we get the truth this season. Yes, I think we're going to get lots of truth telling this season. I agree with this, David. I think every time Tabitha and Jade reincarnate, they get closer to the truth and closer to their true selves, which is why I think we will see them as they are now in the first cycle. Yeah. Let's see. I'm a good internet dumpster diver. Do it. Always know where shit. Don't always know where shit is, but usually know how to find it eventually. Well, thanks, Michael. It's a great resource for me. David says, because they are remembering the truth, breaking the cycle, and becoming their true image again. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Let's see. Ledness says, I love the schedule too. Oh, so you like this late night thing? Well, we're going to lose some people then when we move earlier. So some people may not be able to make it, actually. I mean, I don't know. It would be better for my sleep schedule, though, as we're going into warmer months. I don't want to sleep all day anymore. I want to actually be awake. And, so I'm going to have to move the streams earlier soon. So I'm sorry to the folks who like it like this in advance. Last season, I fell asleep watching Julie's live, and when I woke up at 5 a.m., y'all were still going. We've been doing it again lately, Glue Guns. It's happening again. But I'm trying to stop, I swear. I'm trying to quit. Annie has a tech question. Every time I join live watch parties on Discord, the chat runs over the video. How do I see the chat and video at the same time? There is a way to do that. I believe you can, I mean, if you're on a laptop, you can, or a Chromebook, either a laptop or a Chromebook, you should be able to have the video as full screen as it can be while still having the chat to the right. I don't know how it is on a tablet and on a phone. That I don't think that would work. But if you're on a laptop, which I would recommend for Discord watch parties, or a Chromebook, I do Chromebook as well, then that'll work. Like, just if you go full screen, then you should see the chat on the right. So I don't know what you use, Annie, but that should work. Yes, we're so close, Tim. The day after tomorrow, it is coming. Season 4 is coming. I'm still not feeling ready, but we're gonna break down 3 episodes tonight, so we'll be almost there. We'll be almost there. We got to get started in a minute.
Yeah, I was like, you can't stop the from.
You can't.
It's froming.
It's froming. Julie, I crafted some theories these days. I tagged you in the Discord. You'll see it's interesting. I think it is, though. Oh, thanks for giving me that heads up. I'm incognito. I'm sorry. I'm way behind on what's happening in the Discord. You guys have been very active in there, and I love to see it. Thank you so much for using my Discord as much as you guys have been doing. It's awesome. I'm going to try and get in there more now that I'm not cramming in many episodes of a rewatch every week. Ironically, things are going to be a little less hectic for me when the new season starts, believe it or not. So I will definitely go look for your theories in there. And I love to hear from people in there and what you guys are thinking. And if you tag me and there's something you want to discuss you want us to shout out on a live stream that can't really fit well in a live chat, again, I'm more than willing to do that as well. I just need to actually make time to look at the Discord. I promise after this week it'll be easier for me to fit that in. Let's see. If anyone wants the Not Purgatory, Not a Dream interview and timestamp, it's here. There's Michael again with the links. Handy. Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Tam needs Boyd to come out alive. I have a bad feeling Boyd is not, though. Boyd has been portrayed as a Christ figure for this entire series. And what happened to Christ? You know, Christ sacrificed himself for everyone else to save everyone. And Boyd has always been a Christ figure. So sorry to say it, but I don't think Boyd is going to make it out in the end. I think he's going to have to sacrifice himself in the series finale, and he's not going to make it out. That's my prediction. Hey, Lexi, happy time zone. Fromly Feuds. Yeah, I'm doing okay, Lexi. It was a very rough day for me, but I'm doing better now, and I hope you're doing okay. Hey, Chris, drama sells. Their views are about to go up. It's all entertainment. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I know sometimes celebrities have manufactured beef, said rappers too, just to get attention, but I don't know. I doubt it in this case. I bet it's legit. Michael says pretty much it's a real place with real people with real stakes in real situations, not purgatory or hell presumably. So not dream, coma, presumably not game, simulation, matrix, etc. That's great. I forgot about that quote, Michael. Thanks for sharing that. Tam is excited for Sarah this season. Let's see. Okay. Hey, Patricia. Welcome. Julie, watch both replays. Tony handled it well. I will definitely do that. I saw he threw up a live stream without even making a thumbnail earlier, and I thought that was weird. He must have done it in a hurry just because of this issue. So now that it kind of explains that.
What am I being false about, Doc? Let me know, because I am a truthful person.
Right. Teeter says spinoffs are okay, but finish this story, please. Not like Stranger Things. Suddenly that rock. Like, oh no. Yeah, I agree. Spinoff would be great, but we need a great end to this story first. Yes, this too shall pass. We know who the great energy havers are. We'll always support Julie, Carl, and Scarlet and Tony just for being real. Thank you so much, Annie. That means so much. Thank you. But yeah, I'm so hyped for season 4, but bad luck. Daughter returns to school Monday morning. Don't know how I'm going to be normal. Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds like it's going to be hard. Do I abandon the kid and watch From or be a mother? Oh, man. Hey, Chris. Series finale. A young woman comes into town. Her car breaks in the middle of town. Breaks down. Officer Acosta brings her into new police station. Tells her about the monsters, but she doesn't believe it. Oh, so it just continues on. It's not resolved then. I kind of want it to get resolved. Oh, I think the rest are just supporting cast to protect them and help them along in the quest. Just my opinion. Yeah, I agree. I think it's Tabitha and Jade. They are the stars of the quest. And, surprise. They're not, it seems like Boyd is the star of the show, but I think they are the ones on the quest and everyone else are just supporting as well. I agree. I had somebody comment on my video saying that they don't understand why people like me think that Tabitha and Jade are essential and are not going to get killed off because they're at the center of it all. I mean, I really believe that. I don't think they're going to go anywhere until the final season because they are the two Kromenokels on the quest. So, I don't know. That's just what I think. Let's see. I slept the last 2 days away mostly. It gets me through the days faster and passes the time, and I get closer to getting to watch From. Well, I don't like doing that though. It's not great for the mental health to sleep the day away. At least for me anyway. Seems like it's the two parents show now. There are two heroes, as it were, so presumably a bit of plot armor too. You and I think alike, Michael. Absolutely, I agree. Oh, okay. And so Chris goes on with this potential plot for a series finale. She runs away into the woods, sees these two children in the forest, wave to them. They come close and she sees how ghastly they look. It's Julie and Ethan, and they say out loud, and Cooey. Oh no! So Julie and Ethan get sacrificed and they become new Ankui kids. Oh, please no. That would be really depressing. Oh my god. We love you too, Doc. I had to deal with some. I know I had to deal some tough love tonight. Sleep well, everyone, or have a good day. Well, we love you too. Good night, Doc. Yes, Dieter. I'll ignore more of the chat just to get through. And you take care too. You take care too. I don't want to make my pain worse. That's for sure. So I'm gonna get into this breakdown. Hey, welcome, Ram. Don't curse Boyd. He's my hero. He's mine too. I love Boyd. I am always Team Boyd. I just think the writing's on the wall and it looks like they're setting him up to be a martyr in the end, a Christ figure, you know. Tam says, can Boyd pass on the Christ figure stuff onto someone else like he passed the cicadas so someone else can die? I wish. Yes, like David says, Boyd already said himself his days are numbered and the time is ticking faster. I just rewatched that actually. Hey, Doug Hughes, welcome. Wow, you're up late, even later than usual. Nice to see you, our good friend. Evening all. Well, it's not exactly a spinoff series, but I have heard a rumor. Have you now? What rumor is this? It's probably just trolling us. A Christ figure? You mean he's going to end up like Trump? Oh, man. Jay says, you're predicting the same ending for Lost, for From with Boyd as Lost with Jack and The Matrix with Neo. Not a happy ending if Boyd dies. Well, it could be a bittersweet ending. It could be a bittersweet ending if Boyd makes a beautiful heroic sacrifice.
Yeah. He makes a heroic sacrifice. He finds his boat. He falls down on his boat and dies on his boat as it's careening through the brundles and towards the lighthouse.
Yeah.
In a Christ pose.
Yeah.
Maybe on a pony if they have the budget.
Yes. Oh no, not Jade, Daryl. He's my favorite character. I can picture Jade staying behind so Tabitha can leave with her children. I could see that too. I could see it.
Yeah, kind of making up for Christopher and all that. That's kind of interesting.
Glue Gun says, like Martin asked if they only made it to the town is the tip of an iceberg. Like certain things must happen in town before they move to the next level or unlock the new area. Yeah, he said that. He said that.
I was going to say it, Julie.
Go ahead.
It's just the tip of the spear. Not the iceberg.
That's great. Amazing impression. He also said, I used to think the town was the worst part, and you think the monsters did this to me? You know, they're just the tip of the spear. Hey, Vladimir. Vladimir says, I'm thinking the same as you. Jade is seeing his past deaths and maybe seeing reminders from his past selves. Yeah, that's what I've always believed. Ever since I became sold on reincarnation, I believed those are all his past lives. Doug says the rumor is that the mini man in yellow is going to show up as a regular character on South Park. Oh, that I knew it was trolling us. Okay, yeah, I'm used to it at this point. I knew it wasn't going to be something real, a real rumor of a spinoff, but thank you for that, Doug. Always nice to see you, and hopefully when we start earlier, we can have Doug on as a guest again, when it's actually early enough for him to join, and see if we can make that happen soon. Have you seen videos of Geek Academy? Yes, Avon. Geek Academy is really interesting. Very smart guy. Thank you, Vladimir. Hey, B. Nice to see you. Actually, the more I think about it, a From South Park crossover would be brilliant. That does sound like an interesting mix, Doug, actually. It does. So, anyway, let's dive into the rewatch because we have a lot of ground to cover. Let's just get into that, and we will talk more season 4 and beyond tomorrow night because we're going to be back again tomorrow night talking about the season 3 finale and season 4 theories. So for now, let's get into. So we're starting with episode 7. Is it 7? I can't even keep track. Yes, These Fragile Lives. I'll share my screen. And to anyone just joining us, please hit that like button and help people find the stream. And please check out my video, which is pinned at the top of the chat right now. All of my season 4 theories and predictions in one deep dive video. I worked really hard on this one. And if you have any hypes that you want to throw my way this week, instead of hyping this live stream, I would humbly ask that you hype that video instead. It is pinned at the top of the chat. And if you're listening on the replay, I'm going to link it in the description of this video. Once the stream is over, you'll be able to find it there. I'm even going to put it in the comment section. I'm going to put it everywhere because I went through a lot to get this thing done, and I'm proud of it. So please give it a like, a comment if you can, and a hype if you're able to, because hyping is your superpower, especially when you give your hypes to a small channel. We get those extra points from YouTube to help people discover us. I've already picked up 14 new subscribers from this video, and so hopefully we can get that number up even more. And thank you to everybody who's watched it already. So let us continue. We started, so we finished with episode 6 last night, and this one picks right up where we left off. Got 26 likes, awesome start, and so it picks up in the clinic where Fatima has just learned that there's nothing inside of her on the ultrasound. The ultrasound shows nothing. So we thought we were going to see a big old smiley face in the ultrasound when this thing aired.
Yeah, that's right.
It just showed a big fat nothing.
Like a fetus with a big smile. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the memes? There was a meme with the smiley on the ultrasound. That was great.
Yeah.
But it wasn't to be. Just like Jasper was never going to talk. No smiley on the ultrasound. So, Fatima starts really spinning out over this, and Christy's like, if we were anywhere else, I would say that this is a psychosomatic pregnancy. And Fatima say, well, a hysterical pregnancy? She's very upset, feeling like they're not believing her, like saying there is something inside of me. I can feel it. So she freaks out and leaves. She and Ellis leave. Boyd and Christy snipe at each other, and essentially that's the scene. Christy says either she has something growing inside of her that they can't see, or this place has finally gotten to her and made her believe she's pregnant. So it's one or the other, and either option is really bad. Either something is inside of her. They compare it to Boyd's worms, when the worms were under his skin and nobody could see them at first but him. And it's either something horrible like that, or this place has finally broken her mind like Abby. And so, it's amazing she made it out of this season alive. I really didn't expect that to happen. Then we had this hilarious scene. I just love this. This never gets old. Victor's like, I'm not scared. You need to talk. You talk. You need to talk to me.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do a good cop, bad cop with him and Sarah, interrogating Jasper.
Oh my God. It was just, I mean, I felt bad for Victor with his distress, but it was also hilarious.
I wish he would have talked. That's all I'm saying. Even if it was just like Victor's imagination.
Right.
So you can go back.
Like I felt sorry for him as he's obviously triggered and upset, but at the same time, I mean, come on,
It's kind of ridiculous.
We all laughed at the ridiculousness of this.
Yeah.
Couldn't help it. It's just so funny. He's like yelling at this thing apparently all day and night. His father said, "You've been yelling at that all night and all morning. I can hear you downstairs. It's just a doll." it was great. But then I quickly just felt sorry for him, because he's like he's having this started spilling water on myself. He's tugging on this rope. It's a really great performance. He's tugging on this rope and and going on and on saying he needs to talk. He needs to tell me what he said. It looks like an autistic meltdown. Carl.
Yeah. I might have enough time to sing my funeral dirge, Pancakes No More, which I'm saving for when Julie's Chromebook or phone goes out. I could sing it if there's enough time. Here's a little taste. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We're going to have pancakes no more. I mean, a funeral dirge for Kenny's mom.
Nice.
Okay. That's just a taste. I got 2 verses.
Pancakes no more. Oh, poor Chan Chen. So as Victor leaves, once again, Henry is standing next to this picture of the white figure in the dress. And I cannot get this out of my head that this is foreshadowing of something. I know it looks like it's no big deal. It's just a plain looking drawing. But I think that's the whole point. It's something that we could easily overlook. But I feel like they centered this. They made this really noticeable on purpose. And in a previous episode, Henry held it right up to the camera as he was looking at it. So I think it may be foreshadowing that the man in yellow is going to shapeshift into a woman next. So that's one of my predictions that's in my theory video. I swear I'm not going to reveal everything that's in my video or nobody's going to watch it. But that's just one of many predictions in my video that I released today. They just keep making Henry stand next to that thing and look at it. And I don't know. This show is just so full of foreshadowing that I think it may be something. So Victor scoops up Jasper and rushes out of there and says he can't do this here. And meanwhile, Elgin has fashioned this creepy little baby mobile for Fatima. Elgin is such a creep at this point in the season. He's so weird. He says he hopes this will cheer her up. And Tilly, of course, takes interest in it. Surprise, surprise. Tilly's nose is always in Fatima's business too, and this is related to Fatima. Of course, the haunted Polaroid comes popping out. He looks at it, and the scene cuts. And then Fatima is very upset, talking to Mari, who is giving her an IV, and lucky for her, she says the ambulance showed up and they don't have to just use saline in glass bottles anymore. They have actual IV equipment. So I think that was no accident. And this place provides, Fromville provides, it brought an ambulance to town to properly nourish the Smiley pod in her on purpose. And this way, she has enough supplies to keep herself alive, to keep Fatima alive so that she can birth this thing. Because obviously it takes a lot out of this woman. And Marielle says that she knows what it's like to feel violated by this place. Says that there are still times I can feel those bugs crawling around inside me. And I remind myself it's not real. It's just fear, and fear can only break me if I let it, which is a really pervasive theme in this show. Not letting fear break you. That's what this place is all about, trying not to let fear break you. That's what this place is trying to do. But it is real, though. That's the thing. She's telling herself it's not real, but she's in denial. What's happening to her and everyone else, it's all too real. And so we get little glimpses into the fact that Marielle is going through something, but she mostly hides that she has after effects of the cicada coma. Every now and then she'll say something like that, like she felt violated by this place. But she's covering. There's something more going on. She's way too well adjusted, and I think in season 4 we're going to find out more about what she's dealing with. And and Fatima insists that this thing inside her is making her eat garbage. It's not because she's afraid. She can't help it. This is what's happening to her is real. And she basically just snaps at Mari. Mari leaves. And then she snaps at Ellis. And she's understandably frustrated because she feels like people aren't listening to her and assuming she's wrong when this is happening to her body. So I really feel for her, what she's going through here. And she says that the cravings are getting stronger and she's angry all the time. And she's scared because if there's nothing there and the baby isn't real, that means that it's her. And I remember this season, at this time, people were theorizing that maybe she's turning into one of the nightmare creatures. But as it turned out, it's not her. It is this thing inside of her. This place it must have made the ultrasound not work, or the smiley pod is undetectable by ultrasound.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I can figure. Just messing with their heads, making her think she's going crazy and there's nothing in her when there is. It's all part of this psychological warfare. And Donna's feeling guilty for telling Fatima that the baby was a miracle. Yeah.
I like how foggy it is in the shot.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, I like that too. Really beautiful shot. And so he basically gives her the rundown. Either there's something there, like the worms inside that were inside of him, or this place finally got to her. And Donna doesn't have a very good response. She compares it to Abby, and if it's psychological and she's anywhere near the place Abby was in, then they have to figure out a way to bring Fatima back. And this really hits close to home for Boyd, because he does wonder if he should have done things, like what he could have done differently with Abby. And Boyd wants to keep this between them, but Donna basically, she's a hard ass here. She says that that she's got to protect the people of her house. There's a house full of people. She's got to think of everyone, and there are two possibilities. Each one poses a different threat to everyone, and so they've got to consider having Fatima stay elsewhere. It's just pretty harsh, but I mean understandable under the circumstances. Boyd wasn't happy about it though, and he shared it with her because they promised not to keep secrets with each other, but he was not happy with her response. And over at the cabins, there are some red shirts packing up vegetables, and talk about more banging at the cabins the night before. More banging at the cabins, this time through exposition. This is the third scene that one of these incidents is either referenced or shown at the cabins. So they are setting up something in season 4 here. It may not be the Scarecrow monsters that are doing this right now, but they're definitely setting up some big events happening at the cabins. All this setup has got to pay off. I got really frustrated when I heard this. I was like, come on now. And now they're going to talk about it through exposition, more banging, and nothing has happened yet. I really thought something big would happen at the cabins by the end of season 3.
I did too.
But it wasn't to be. And one of the red shirts has an interesting quote saying, "Whatever was banging around last night sure as hell didn't sound like those things back in town." I mean, and they do bang around pretty loudly. It's not just a light knock. When I watched back some of the other scenes, it's, I don't know. I find it hard to believe that it's Eloise doing that. I like that theory, but the way this red shirt is talking, it seems like the show is setting up and that this is an entity. And it's not one of those things back in town. It's another entity. Maybe. But you know what? I'll make a poll. I'll make a poll on this in the chat and see what you guys think is at the cabins making all these noises. Let's see. What's making noise?
What's knocking?
Yeah.
What's knocking?
Scarecrow / ragdoll monsters. I know some people think they look like ragdolls. Some think scarecrows. So I'm putting Scarecrow / ragdoll monsters.
Cabbage people.
Yeah, cabbage people. The Collie Patch kids. Let's see. Eloise. Let's see. I'll throw in the man in yellow and
Future Julie.
Oh, future Julie. That's another.
Story Walking Julie, of course. You gotta have her in there. She just does everything. She does so much in a day.
So, okay. I made the poll. And if you think it's something else, let us know in the chat what you think it is. So I can only make 4 options, unfortunately. And so they're packing up, and then all of a sudden Jade, Tabitha, and Ethan show up to see Jim, which I think was asinine.
Yep.
Jade says it was
totally unnecessary.
Completely and totally unnecessary. Jade says it was his idea, and literally these people were on their way back to town. They could have just waited for Jim to come back, left Ethan with Jim, and then Tabitha and Jade could go on their merry way and check out the red rocks and the totems. Tabitha had nightmares for life about this place, in which she was screaming bloody murder in the daytime at some threat. And what part of that makes her think it's safe to bring her young son here? Is she out of her mind? It makes no sense. And I felt that way on the first watch, too. Ethan says to his dad, "Mom saw this place when she was little, just like Victor's mom." Yeah, screaming bloody murder in nightmares for her whole childhood, practically. I mean, come on. I just don't understand the logic behind this at all. There was no urgency. They could have just waited for Jim to come back. But anyway, let's go to the chat and see what you guys think. So, Scare Dolls Incognito says, Daryl says, "I don't know if the scarecrows were even walking around at this point, so I just guessed Eloise." Michael says, "Collie Patch Kids / dolls." Tabitha is a terrible parent. Yeah, she definitely leaves a lot to be desired, Anon. Ethan has been very helpful. He sure has. I made a whole video about how essential he is to this whole thing, this quest. So, yeah, I completely agree about that. On the when the stream is over, I'm going to list all my most recent videos in the description of this video. I think I forgot this time. But my Ethan video will be linked in there, and all my other recent videos. I think the noise at the village was the scarecrows, and the totem poles contained them. The Cabbage Patch dolls were dug up by the look of it. That's what I think, David. I think, yeah. So David, are you thinking the scarecrows and the Cabbage Patch dolls are two different things? I think they were dug up. I agree on that. Good night to Doc. Doc likes the Carnage Patch Kids. Glugon says, last season I thought it sounded like hooves of a goat on the roof, but I guess I think it sounds like pantyhose baby doll shoes. Hooves of a goat. That's an interesting one. I hadn't heard that. Doug says, I think it's Limu the Emu. That's an original one. Michael says, not really sure what was outside the cabins. Doesn't really make sense for Eloise, Man in Yellow, Julie to be knocking or whatever. Like, sure, they'd be talking to people. I agree, Michael. I think it's most likely to be the scarecrow monsters. I just don't understand why they didn't attack if that's the case. What took them so long to attack? Recon says it's the noise at the cabin is what makes a tree what a tree makes when it falls. Julie, I was mixing the two appellation scarecrow plus rag dolls equals scare dolls or rag crows. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's a good name. It's a good name. Daryl says, so Julie, you say Ethan is essential and say it's not smart for Tabby to bring Ethan. That's a contradiction. Yeah, I think that he can guide them from a safe distance in town. That's all. Give them guidance in town and don't bring them to dangerous areas is all I'm saying. B thinks that it's some kind of poltergeist activity. I wish I could have more than 4 options in a poll. I would have put other as the 4th one. It looks like who's talking French to? So Incognito is speaking French to Doug again. Nice. I love to see it. And B speaks French too. Awesome. That is so cool. It's not a secret language. Let's see. There is someone, I forget how to say what that means in the chat who understands French. It's not a secret language. So I remember some of my French. David says, I would prefer if Man in Yellow transformed into a creature. That would be interesting, yeah. Instead of Sophia, perhaps. Yeah. I think, I don't know. I prefer him turning into a woman or a person. I think that's fascinating. Tana bringing up Abby, Boyd's baggage, yes. The Fukin problem is no one believes the other. Fatima says out loud something was off, but they prefer to ignore the signals. Yes. Incognito, they need to believe each other. Believe each other when weird shit happens. Jasper says, argh. Caption reads, your pancakes are off. Doug says, I think that makes just about, let's see. P says, I don't think there's any need for a mole. I think the mole thing is silly. Definitely not Donna. I agree. And Doug said to that, I think that makes about as much sense as him being Ethan. Here's a radical thought. What if the Man in Yellow is just the fucking Man in Yellow? Well, I thought that too until I saw him looking like he's turning into something else. I mean, what is happening to him if he's not turning into someone or something else? I think he's turning into a person or a thing. Definitely something. Let's see.
It's just bad indigestion.
Yeah. Jasper's lines are just all screaming.
I see goat noise. Sorry, I was away for a sec.
Oh.
I need to fix it.
Hey, Miss J, nice to see you. Ledness, yes, she's been broken. You mean Fatima? Yeah. Carl says the From spinoff should be Jasper and the Mini Man in Yellow run the diner in town. Call it Frummies and Dummies. Nice. I would watch that. I would totally watch that. Hey, Jeff, welcome. The town never talks to Donna because she's the man in yellow. Oh, I've heard that theory. Yeah, that the man in yellow has been Donna secretly. That one's pretty out there for me. But hey, all theories are welcome here. I think it's an interesting idea. Let's see. So, Glucon said in season 4, I want to know why certain people get visions and not others. Why do Sarah, Victor, Elgin, and Boyd have a connection with the town when they aren't Jade or Tabitha? The town never talks to Donna or Christy. It's a good point. I think it's because certain people have traits that entities can exploit and or target. And Sarah has trauma and possibly mental illness, so the voices are able to get to her and influence her. Elgin is gullible and not very bright. He's able to be manipulated, and so things like that. I think, and Boyd he's targeted to be broken because he's the most helpful one in the whole town. He helps everyone survive. So you break him, you break everybody. Anyway, so let's move on. Let's see. Third Shift Lurker says it'd be funny if the man in yellow transforms into Miranda and wears her wedding dress. That would be hilarious. I doubt it's going to happen, but that would be wild. Lexi says, I want to stay, but I really need to start my day. Love to Julie and family. I got to go. Well, we loved having you. Lovely Lexi. Thank you for being here. Let's see. Kukan said it sounded exactly like when goats would jump on the roof of my playhouse. It sounded just like the village footsteps. You had goats on a playhouse? Interesting. Michael says maybe the ancient tower of Holy Scary and Akandi shit was binding the spirits or whatever's using the rag dolls, but breaking the tower unbound them, so now they can attack. The only problem with that is he already unbound them before this scene in this particular episode, and before another scene when they banged at the cabins. So he already took the thing apart in season 3, episode 3. So how come they didn't attack that night when they camped out in there? That's when I expected them to attack, and I was really disappointed that nothing happened.
Maybe the knocking's a pregame show.
Maybe it's like a psychological game, and they're being stalked first.
Yeah.
We know everything here is like a game anyway. So that night, Jade, Kenny, and Christy camped out, and I fully expected something to attack because he had already taken apart the totems. And then in this episode, they said they heard more banging around. I got really frustrated with that. Glugun says a lot of people assume the man in yellow's clothes are on the ground because he transformed into a person, but he could have turned into a spider, a goat, or a cow. Spiders and goats don't wear pants.
Mine do.
True, but why does he have that suitcase? It had clothes in it.
Why doesn't he put the suit back in the suitcase is what I want to know.
Yeah. What are those? I've been seeing a few new pictures of the man in yellow, like standing there with the suitcase and the suit. And what is he? Where are people getting those pictures from? I didn't see those on the MGM Amazon Press site.
I don't know.
So if anyone in the chat knows where those pictures came from, please let me know, because I saw a video came out today with new pictures. Over at the clinic, Julie is being kind of inappropriately flirty with Randall, if you ask me. I can understand why people got the wrong idea and started shipping them, even though he's too old for her, because she's being all cutesy with him and he's just trying to leave and she won't leave him alone. She's like, "Where are you going? You want company?" Like, she's like getting all in his face and being all cutesy and flirty with him. It's weird. She's like, she said, "Oh, so we get high on the bus together, and now you're gonna be all weird towards me? Where are you going? You want some company?" He keeps saying no, and she just pushes herself at him and follows him like a little puppy dog.
Yeah. Well, she did that with Fatima too, and she's like, "What? You're not gonna make out with me?"
Yeah. So it wouldn't be the first time she flirted with someone who's way too old for her.
Poor Julie.
He's like, hormone-filled teenagers, I guess.
Well, it's good she didn't go after that teen monster then.
Yeah. Elgin finds the root cellar. He follows the Polaroid picture down in there with his yellow backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Very yellow. He goes in here, and I don't know why these barrels are in here. These weren't there before. I don't remember ever seeing them before.
They're for apples, Julie.
Of course.
Knowledge.
That delicious knowledge.
It's been consumed.
Oh, yeah, empty. They're empty barrels.
Empty.
So he opens up this, he opens the door, and then he finds this wardrobe, pushes it aside. That's the wardrobe Julie came out of, incidentally, when she got in the faraway tree at Colony House when the massacre was happening. So there's the evil red door behind it. Red denotes evil in this show. And what part of him thinks this is a good idea to go in this creepy ass room all alone? Anyway, Jade is, I guess he's just sketching this totem. He's inspecting it and sketching it. And it looks like this is a little out of order. Hold on. That's later. Then at the diner, so we have basically a rehash of the Jade and Kenny scenes from season 1. And this time it's Acosta with a million questions. Why is the post office a sheriff's station? Why is there a motel sign and a pool but no motel? What kind of psycho built this place? And Kenny offers her some tea and says they've all asked these questions before, like Tan Shen did with Jade. She gave him tea, and and then Kenny talked Jade down when he first got there. So the tradition continues as another newcomer tries to adjust to this insane place. And now, was this later in the episode? I forget. Let me see. Because I think my pictures are slightly out of order, but Elgin, in the secret room of the root cellar, he finds a corpse. So this is one of the unanswered questions we need answers on. Who is this corpse? I think it might be Christopher. We don't know what happened to him. Oh, it could be him. It could be Christopher. Maybe something went wrong and Victor trapped him in there and he just died in there, unable to get out.
The big questions, Julie.
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, this is on the unanswered questions list and underlined.
maybe he tried to kill Victor and Victor managed to trap him in there. Because I think he definitely wanted to sacrifice Victor and Eloise.
Mm-hmm.
So Elgin gets this room. He starts to set this room up for Fatima. There's a mattress and like this is all. This looks really old, and it's definitely been used before. I'm sure someone else killed a monster and it had to get reborn before.
Yeah, and chuck the body in there in the corner for decoration.
Mm-hmm.
Ugh.
Yep. It's creepy. Let's see. Where did I leave off here? So I think I don't know. I think I'm a little out of order here. That's later in the episode. And then this is Boyd versus Acosta. Let me see. Something happened to my pictures from this episode. I think I'm missing a bunch. There's Julie and Randall. Yeah, there's a bunch missing. That's all right. I'll just go through the notes for the ones that are missing. So, in that scene where Jade was inspecting the totem, Ethan was talking to him at the same time. Let me see. Where is it? So Ethan was talking to him at the same time, saying, "This place is creepy. Who do you think lived out here? What do you think happened to them?" Ethan always has really pertinent questions. They should listen to this kid. He knows what he's talking about. He knows what kind of questions they should be asking. Question, what happened to the people who lived out there? And Jade warns him to be careful because there are bear traps. Maybe the bear traps were for the scarecrow monsters back in the day. And Jim talks to Tabitha. They revisit the stones. I'm not sure if I have pictures of that anymore, but when they revisit the stones, Jim tells Tabitha, given everything that's happened, there might be a part of you that wants so badly for all of this to make sense. And she says that this wasn't just a random nightmare. This was a dream she had over and over again for months, and every night she'd wake up screaming. She's like, so when I tell you the totems here are the ones I saw in my dream, you want me to just give up trying? And so Jim is resistant at first. He thought he had this place figured out, and he almost got Donna killed. And he's like, Sarah heard voices, and you tried to murder our kid. And Tabitha points out that stuff is different. Those things happened once people got there. She had these dreams when she was a kid. And she said, I know you're scared. I'm scared too, but these things are happening to me in one way or another. I need to know. Well, knowledge comes at a cost, as she would later find out. She says she needs to know, and Jim agrees. He says that he's going to support her. And ultimately, he pays with his life for that. Jim really got a raw deal, if you ask me. He finally stepped up and said he was going to support her and back her on her quest, and this is what he gets for it. She needed to know the answers, and she got them, and Jim is the one who had to pay. It really sucks. And Julie tells Randall that her mom is convinced that the creepy kids she's been seeing need her help. And so she fills him in a little bit on that. And Randall tells her that he's been looking for chaga mushrooms that grow in cold weather. And Christy and Mari want him to find them on a holistic foraging trip.
Yeah.
So maybe he'll find more than just that. Maybe he'll find, like Michael has suggested, Michael has theorized that they're gonna find some psychedelic mushrooms, and maybe Jade will trip on them, Jade and or Tabitha, and get visions of their past lives. I think that would be an interesting story arc.
I do agree.
And when Julie tells Randall she never learned how to drive, he decides to teach her. So let's see. And then so Kenny has a longer talk with Acosta, and it's basically again the same thing he did with Jade. He tells her that people are different when you first get here. You think you're going to be the one who figures this out and gets to go home. That these other people have given up. And he says it's normal, but given some time, it'll pass. She's like, well, that's not how I'm built. Throwing your hands up and just saying, I tried. And he's like, let me guess, you're not the type to accept the world as it is. That's what Jade said. It's season 1, throwback. But he says, every question you're asking has been asked before. Every theory someone else has had before. And at some point, you either adapt or you lose your mind. So there's that adapt or die thing. Adapt or break theme again. As he had told Jade, you're going to lose your mind, if you don't just accept the way things are. But Kenny's wrong, because look what Jade and Tabitha are doing. They're finding out things that no one has found out before. They're coming up with theories no one has had before. They solved the bottle tree mystery, what the bottles meant and the numbers in the tree, and they figured out they had been reincarnated. So Kenny's actually wrong, and that kind of mentality, that complacency is not the way that they can actually have a chance at getting home. I guess this is the argument for just surviving and not actually trying to get out. It's accepting. It's just basically giving up hope. It's accepting that you're stuck there and just, make the best life you can. That's basically what Kenny is arguing for. And I disagree. I don't think that is the right way forward. So, he gives her a little more of the rundown of the place and the talismans and how Boyd found them. And she's like, oh, so that's why he acts like the god king of the world. The guy's a dick. And she said that she'll carry the weight of what she did, killing somebody, for the rest of her life. And yet she's still mad that Boyd took her gun after. And she doesn't want fresh clothes, tea, or his adapt or die philosophy. She's not planning on getting comfortable here. She's going to get out of here. And so that's why she's going to continue to walk around in her uniform, even though her uniform and badge mean nothing here. And I love how the jukebox then turns on and plays that. I don't know what the title of the song is, but it goes, ooh, child, things are going to get easier.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, child, things are going to get easier. Yeah, I can't remember the title of that.
That was hilarious. I had forgotten that moment, actually, until I rewatched it.
Look it up.
That was perfect for that moment. That was the evil entity just trolling her. It was so funny. So from there,
it's the 5 stair steps. Take that into mind. The 5 stair steps. Ooh, child.
That's the name of the group?
Yeah, 5 stair steps.
Oh, okay. Never heard of them. Anyway, that was just so funny. Like, it's kind of like the monsters saying, like, the way the monsters troll them outside the buildings, like, everything okay in there? And like acting like they care, and this jukebox saying things are going to get easier. I think that's the evil entity trolling them. That's what I think. I think sometimes the good, like a good entity, or maybe the spirits of the dead, control the jukebox and play a song for a good reason. But I think in a lot of cases, it's the evil entity messing with them. Like, celebrate, good times, come on. That was definitely that.
Yeah.
Poor Kenny. I love that they're still doing the haunted jukebox thing. And in this season, I feel like they used it more for comedy, for dark comedy, than in the others. From Celebration to then this one. Anyway, Bacta comes in because she's going to take over the diner. And at some point in the episode, I'm not sure if I have a picture of it, but Victor just briefly appears at Sarah's house and asks if he can go in her basement, saying, I need him to tell me a secret, referring to Jasper. Just another day in the life of Loopy Victor. And then Randall teaches Julie to drive. Let's see, where is that? And yeah, I'm not sure when that happens with Fatima, actually. I think that's later in the episode. These are all jumbled up. So Randall teaches Julie to drive. And this is supposed to be for emergencies, but he's kind of all about living for today now because he doesn't think there's any way out of this place. So he's just like, fuck it. He's going to teach her to drive.
Yeah, might as well.
Mm-hmm. And so, let's see. So they're having a good time driving around. And then he starts to see the cicadas. And he denies that anything's wrong at first, but then he's like, you don't see them? The fucking bugs. And he pulls over, jumps out of the car. It's like rolling around like a maniac. And she can't see them, of course. And then when they leave, he just runs off and won't tell her what's wrong. And let's see what else. So then there's this scene, going a little out of order, but it doesn't really matter in this episode. So Boyd shows up and finds Acosta ransacking his home. The sheriff's station is his home. She's invaded it, and she's just, digging through his stuff looking for her gun. And then she demands her gun back from him. Well, that takes a lot of nerve after killing someone, and now she's just, burglarizing his place and looking through his stuff. He tells her she shot someone until she proves she can handle it, she can't have it back. She says she's a real cop, unlike him, and doesn't have to prove shit to him. Well, her badge doesn't mean anything here. She needs to learn that this is not Camden, Maine. So he says, this place is my business. I'm the one who makes sure people stay safe. I am the one who keeps people alive. And you're damn right. I am always Team Boyd. He is absolutely that. And she's like, you've been doing a pretty shit job of it lately. Wow. You just got here. You don't even know what you're talking about. And you're completely in over your head. He tells her to get the fuck out. And then after she gets in his face like this, he's like, all right, you want the gun? And he empties the bullets, hands her the gun. And he's like, there you go. And she leaves. He says, next time you come in here without my permission, you and me are going to have a problem. I liked that scene. I found her, really out of line, but I liked the way he handled it. And I think he was out of line in the way he talked to her in their last interaction. And this time she was out of line. I'm trying to be open-minded about this. And I know Acosta is not a popular character at all, but, she's not always in the wrong. But in this case, I think she was. Oh, this is the picture I was looking for earlier, where Tabitha was telling Jim about her recurring nightmares at this place where she just took her little boy.
Yep, good parenting.
Great parenting, Tabitha. Now, I wonder what happened at these stones. Again, red denotes evil in this show, and there are 3 red painted stones. And there's just something really creepy about it. I think something really bad must be associated with these stones. And, this is the site of her nightmare where something was attacking her in the daytime as a child. And I think that was a nightmare that was actually a memory from when she grew up in this place in the origin story as a child. So before, before she was ever reincarnated, the first life that she had. That's what I think. And over at Colony House, Tilly is
Hello? Can you hear me, people? Or am I the one whose audio has gone out? Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead. Eggs around her head. And we will
Whose
have
head?
pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more.
What
We
kind of
will
pancake?
have pancakes no more. Becca, please help me find the
Scarlet.
recipe. Then we will have pancakes once more. I want to finish my
Scarlet,
song.
can you hear me?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah.
Did we lose Julie?
Yeah, we lost Julie.
I can hear her talking in the other room.
You're going to find her. You got to find Julie.
All right, hold on.
You got to go find her.
Please hold. Please hold. We appreciate your patience in these troubling times.
Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead, eggs around her head. We will have pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Back to help me, please find the recipe. Then we can have pancakes once more. Everybody! Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more.
Here. Talk as me for a minute.
We'll have
Sorry about
pancakes
that.
once again.
Sorry about that. My internet cut out. So I'm now speaking as Carl for a minute. I think it's coming back though. Let me see if I can get it back. How long has this been? What was I talking about when it cut out?
I wasn't sure what you were saying, and then I heard Scarlet singing, so I was like, wait a minute, what's happening? Because I could hear you talking over here.
Yeah.
Scarlet was singing, so I was like,
yeah,
doesn't match.
I was literally just talking to nobody. I thought I was.
Yep, you were talking to nobody, Julie.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, there's some echo now.
Whoa.
Echoing. All right. We're back. I don't know
Pancakes
where
no
I
more.
was.
Pancakes no more.
I don't
Where
know
is everybody? Pancakes no more.
I don't know where I was.
Kenny's mom is dead. Egg plate around her head. Then there is no pancakes no more. Pancakes no
It's
more.
up there.
Pancakes
Scarlet?
no more. We won't
Can
have
she not hear me?
pancakes no more.
Scarlet?
Better help me, please find the
Hello?
recipe so we can have pancakes once more.
Guys in the
So
chat, can
we
you hear
can
me?
have pancakes once more.
Because Scarlet doesn't seem to be able to hear me. Okay. All right. I'm muting her because I don't know what's going on. Technical
My mic has
difficulty.
been muted for some reason.
Scarlet, can you hear me?
We will have 2 minutes of silence for Kenny's mom.
What's going on? Technical difficulty.
Oops. Yeah, I saw that. Hold on. Let me turn the volume down. Alright. So you need to have that so you can see what's going on.
So I don't know what's going on, but I don't know why Scarlet can't hear me. Maybe I'm muting Scarlet. I'm muting you because you can't hear me and I'm trying to talk. I'll go out and come back in. Maybe it's me. Hold on.
Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We can have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead. I'm not talking over now. Eggplant around her head.
Scarlet, can you hear me now?
He should be able to hear you.
Wait, let me unmute. Okay, I don't know if she can still hear me, but okay. This was a really fun comedy of errors, but I hope Scarlet can hear me now. And it's like that I couldn't hear her. Yeah, Scarlet, I don't think Scarlet can see the chat on her device. Yeah. I'll just highlight the comments. So, okay. So,
Well, she needs to turn my mic on so I can actually hear because I can't hear her.
yeah, Scarlet, I don't know what to do for her because I think she still can't hear me. I'll write in the main chat. I was writing in the private chat, but she didn't see that. Okay. All right, we got to get back into the breakdown. Let me get my images back up again. Okay. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this comedy of errors. Sorry about that. Sorry, Scarlet. I don't know if you can hear me, but okay, she's gonna go out and come back in again. So, okay, let's move on. So Fatima is having a really rough time of it, and she has this really freaky scene where
Looks like her she's having technical difficulties too, huh?
yeah, her ribs do this freaky thing where they go in like that. The smiley pod inside her is like eating her alive.
That's called being thin. I've never known that.
Yeah, me neither. I think it's because it's craving blood. It wants blood, and that's why it's doing this to her.
What the wilderness?
Scarlet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes. No, we're back.
Success.
Wait, is that Scarlet?
Yes.
And she can hear us?
Yes.
Amazing.
Yes. God, don't you love our technical difficulties? It's always fun.
Usually on my end.
It's usually like I can't hear you, but this time you couldn't hear me. Anyway, sorry about that. I was muting you because I didn't know what else to do, and I was trying to write to you in the chat. Anyway, so Tilly walks in on this. Once again, Tilly trying to help. And that contributed to the mole theories, Tilly popping in when this weird thing happens to Fatima. Anyway, so I think we're almost to the end of this episode. This one is actually a pretty easy one to get through. This one, it's not one of to be honest, it's not one of the strongest episodes of this season. I think it's probably, if anything, the weakest, to be perfectly honest. It's a great show and a great season, but this may have been the weakest episode. And then there's this scene. Where is this scene? There was a scene at the clinic where Ellis was trying to steal antipsychotic meds for Fatima because he thinks she's going crazy like Abby, and he's terrified that something is going to happen to her, and he's going to have to like shoot her the way Boyd had to shoot Abby. I can't find the image right now, but there, yeah, oh yeah, here it is. And then outside the clinic, Boyd confronts him, and Ellis is terrified. Like, what am I supposed to do? I saw what happened with your fucking worms, and I saw what happened to Mom. Which fucking nightmare am I supposed to be afraid of? You know, she's fucking falling apart, and I don't know what to do. I can't do anything to help her. And then he hugs his dad, and he's like, please, I don't know how to help her. Please, I don't want this to happen, Dad. Ellis just is not made of the same stuff as Boyd, to be honest. He's I think his emotional growth is kind of stunted by this place and what happened to his mom, and so he's emotionally not on the same level as his dad. He's not as emotionally mature, and he's basically begging his dad to like not let this happen to Fatima, and as if there's something he can do, something magic that Boyd can do to make it stop, but he can't, you know. And then of course there's a scene at the ruins here where Julie finds Randall in the woods after he ran off from the cicada episode, and they see it and they're like, what the hell is that? She says that, and then he says, I don't know. She asks what happened to him, and he says he'll tell her on the way back. He just wants to get the hell out of here. Look at his face. And she says, do you feel that? He's like, Julie, we should go. She tries to go closer, and he stops her, and she's again like, do you feel that? And he says, I don't feel shit. It's gotta be dark soon. We've got to get the van back to Colony House. Let's go, please. So he said, please. He said, let's go, please. It takes a lot for Randall to be polite. He is really scared. This dude is scared. So you know things are bad when Randall is polite. So what is this dread that he has about the ruins? What is this? What is going on? I think there is something waiting for him there. I think that he is going to probably meet a terrible fate related to those ruins, related to story walking, and that's why he feels this dread. Think about it. Why are they writing it this way? It has to pay off somehow. Something bad has to happen to him related to this spot, related to potentially story walking there. I just don't see why else they would set it up like this. But let me go over to the chat because I've been kind of blowing through this episode quickly for the sake of time and see what you guys have been saying before we just discuss the very last scene and move on to the next one. Hey, Michael. Nice to see you. Clue Gun says they changed their mind about Victor before the show aired. Smiley was only gone half a season. I'm not sure they had time to read fan fiction and write scripts on feedback. Yeah, I don't think that they, change everything based on fan fiction and stuff like that and what the fans want. They seem like they have a pretty good plan. Tilly is a sweetheart. Yes, indeed, Tilly is a sweetheart. Gotta love Tilly. She's just a nosy, helpful old lady in the end. Not a mole, after all. Thank you, Smiley, for shivving Tilly with the garden shears. Yeah, thanks, Smiley. Poor Tilly. Oh my god. Poor Tilly. She really got a bad rap. Anon thinks Tilly is creepy. Hey, Brandon. Nice to see you. Hey, Jen. Nice to see you, too. I thought Fatima was going to turn into Kimono Woman. I know a lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did. Tam Keen says, Smiley Pod sounds so cute for something so horrifying. Yes, that is for sure. Her ribs were twerking. Daryl said, Julie, you were about to talk about the Ellis and Tilly scene just before you cut out. Thank you. Okay, so let me try and discuss whatever it was that I was blabbing about that you guys couldn't hear. Ellis was talking to Tilly, and she said that she's always there if he wants to talk, and he's so scared that something's going to happen to her. He tells Tilly that there was nothing on the ultrasound, and Tilly says that she's not, she used to be scared of dying. Like, he asked her if she was scared, and she says she's not scared anymore. She thinks that death is just the beginning of a grand adventure, or maybe the middle, but definitely not the end. And it was a nice little back and forth. Hold on a second, I lost my phone. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it was. I thought it was nice. It was very kind of her. A bit nosy the way she keeps pushing into their business like this, but I think she means well. And she tells Ellis, you haven't lost her. She's still here. Enjoy every moment and don't grieve the living before they're gone. That's really good advice. Really good advice. She said that's what she told her family when she got her diagnosis of cancer. And I know people were making theories that maybe Tilly is going to come back somehow, because she said death is not the end. It could be that she comes back as a ghost entity. You never know with this place. And I wonder if there's anything else I was blabbering about that you guys couldn't hear. Because I've been kind of jumping around. Let's see. I was talking about this, but I think, you guys heard that. Tabitha and Jim at the Red Stones. And Randall giving Julie driving lessons. We went over that. And yeah, I guess we hit all the important points. So from there's just the last scene where Fatima is in the greenhouse and she's in a lot of pain. This thing inside her is craving blood, and it's making her angry, and it's hurting her. And then Tilly comes in saying, I'm going to help you. Everything's going to be okay. I'm going to help you, and getting way too close to her. And then Fatima is like, leave me alone. And Tilly doesn't listen. And then next thing you know, Fatima turns and just, bam, stabs her with garden shears. Shocked the hell out of me. I never expected that to happen. My God. Fatima looked just as shocked as I was. She definitely was not in control of her own actions. That was the smiley pod that forced her to do it. And there's no other way. She definitely was not in control. And Tilly collapses, and oh my God, I felt bad for her. I really did. And, Tilly was still reassuring her even as she died. She died still reassuring Fatima. Still not even concerned for herself, not scared of dying. And it was eerie and foreboding how she was talking about death not being the end in the same episode where she dies. It's kind of creepy.
I wonder why she was so obsessed with Fatima.
Yeah.
You know that other scene where she was at Elgin and she didn't care about Nikki, she cared about Fatima, and it was really weird.
Yeah, it was, because Nikki's the one who had just gotten shot, and she was thinking about Fatima. But I think she was brought there to be a pawn, to be a patsy, because she's a helpful, nosy old lady who's not afraid of dying. And she was brought there right at the same time as Elgin, who was also brought there to usher in the new Smiley Pod. I think this was planned out several moves in advance, like a chess game. She was brought there to be in Fatima's orbit, trying to be helpful, getting in the middle of things, ultimately for this to happen. so that Fatima would be in trouble and isolated by, you know, having been forced to murder somebody. This makes her isolated enough that Elgin was able to get her alone and kidnap her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have really been able to manage it. But he was able to kidnap her because he got to pretend that he was hiding her away on behalf of Ellis. And so I really feel like this was all an orchestrated, like, four-dimensional chess game by the evil entity, planning several moves ahead. That's what I think. Tilly knows what they'll do to Fatima. Yeah, she's worried for her, even as she's dying. Yes, Anon. Tilly tells Fatima to run. She said, "You need to run." Yeah, I almost forgot to say that. She meant from Elgin. I think so too. I think so too. She did tarot cards. She was able to sense the future. Maybe she saw something in her tarot cards. Who knows? But yeah, I think that's a great point, Anon. She meant from Elgin. That was good advice she had as she was dying. Hey, Debbie, but Bebby, that's the same question I had for her. So Glue Gun says they 100% changed stuff, but they changed Victor before anyone saw the show. What are you talking? The stuff they won't admit. I don't follow the fan Reddit or forums. So Incognito was saying something about that. Yeah, I don't follow that either, the Reddit and stuff. But yeah, they definitely do change stuff along the way sometimes. They call it happy accidents as they, change things sometimes. Hit the like button from me. Thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate the support. The answers are all the same. It's how they get to those answers that they figure out along the way. Agreed, Daryl. Exactly. Like a road trip, and they have the major stops planned out and the destination, but then they take some detours and have happy accidents along the way. Yes, Debbie, writers are totally allowed to change their stories anyway. That's how writing evolves and grows. Absolutely. Yeah, so like Glue Gun said, they were going to kill off Victor in season 1, but they fell in love with him, so they kept him. Right, exactly. Samuel said some people said they brought back Smiley because of fan theories, and I just don't think that's the case either. Yeah, I've heard that too, and I don't think that was ever confirmed by anyone, as far as I know. I don't know. I think they were always going to bring him back because he's immortal. The monsters are immortal. I think that was always going to be part of the story. So I think that was part of the plan. And like Daryl said, they were always going to kill a monster. They just didn't know it was going to be Smiley. Right. That's what I've heard. Anyway, let's see. Anything else before I move on? I'm just kind of scrolling through really quick to see what I missed while we were going through the breakdown. Julia's returned from story walking. Jen is still on a long road trip. This is what I walked into. Yeah, you walked in on an entertaining moment, Jen. Okay. Let's see. Just kind of scrolling through, seeing if I missed anything important. Okay. And that's about as far as it'll let me go back. So Blue Gun said, I really thought Bacta would have a bigger role or have the knowledge needed to solve a puzzle in season 3. Yeah, they really put her on the back burner. Maybe in season 4 they'll give her a little more to do. But we need an answer to the whole nursery rhyme thing. How her grandma knew the nursery rhyme for the cicada thing. But anyway, let's move on to the next episode.
Wow, we had a great time.
Yeah, not bad. 2 episodes. I mean, 2 hours. 2 hours, 1 episode, and 2 more to go. So let's get into episode 8, a very pivotal one. in the season. This is where things really start ramping up, heading toward the finale. This is more with the show, the show getting back fully on its game, if you ask me. Let's see. So, well, I just turned battery saver off on my phone when it should be on. Okay. So, these pictures are a bit out of order. Let me just get to where I want to be. So, at the so this episode, this is the big story walking reveal, and Victor's big memory reveal, where he realizes it was the boy in white talking to Christopher, not Jasper. The episode starts with Fatima and Boyd fleeing. He's getting her out of town, hiding her in the shack in the woods, and she tells him that she felt this rage come over her when Tilly came in. It was like this thing inside me. It was like I was there, but I wasn't. I felt my hand on the shears and I couldn't stop. I didn't want to do it. She couldn't control herself. She was not responsible for what she did at all, if you ask me. Boyd tells her they'll figure out a way forward and says, "You are my family and we're going to find a way to deal with it." So basically, after what happened to Abby, he'll do anything for his remaining family, including her, including his daughter-in-law. Now that's a real father-in-law. That's how it should be. But he'll go a little too far. Even he'll sacrifice his morals now if that's what it takes, and lie to everybody because this place took his wife from him, and he's consumed by guilt over that. So he's not gonna let this place take Fatima away from his son. And so, I mean, this is kind of part of breaking Boyd's character, his moral compass. How far is he willing to go to cover up what Fatima did? I'm not saying she should go in the box or anything, but lying to everybody, I don't know if that's really the answer either. It's tricky. It's. I don't think she's responsible for what she did. I don't think she's dangerous anymore either. Once she's birthed this thing, I don't think there's going to be any danger at all. Whereas Sarah, God knows if Sarah might ever just randomly kill someone again. She might. But this is a different situation. So he puts up a talisman, gives her some rotten vegetables, and tells her they're going to have to let someone find Tilly's body. So that's, again, kind of compromising his moral compass. That's kind of messed up thing to do. Just leave her body there for somebody to find. But again, he'll do anything for his family at this point. And Fatima feels horrible. And this is terrible seeing her like this. She was a beacon of hope for Colony House. And I think she was targeted for that reason by the evil entity and because of her connection to Boyd to help break him as a part of that campaign to break him. And the Matthews make their way home from the village where they spent the night. Ethan goes up to his room, kind of having a little emo moment again. Jade goes back to the bar and hears an intruder, gets a little anxious, holds up a bottle as if it's going to be some kind of effective weapon, and finds Henry there, who apparently spent the night in his place.
Oh, with Donna?
I think it was just him alone, but who knows? Maybe with Donna.
There are some rumors that Donna and Henry had a one-night stand somewhere in this where they got drunk that one night.
Oh, yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
Maybe they did. So, Henry is he's a bit of an alcoholic. He's already drinking again, unfortunately. Obviously, he's become an alcoholic in the absence of his missing family. He asks if Jade is making any progress, and starts drinking. Like, do you mind if I have a pick me up? That's a bad sign. Day drinking. Then a red shirt goes in the greenhouse and finds Tilly's body and comes running out for help. As Marielle makes her way up there, and Elgin hears what's going on, and the haunted Polaroid takes a picture. And then over at the clinic, Julie tells Randall she's going home. She spent the night there, not with Randall. She spent the night somewhere else in the clinic because she didn't want to be home by herself with her family away. It was creeping her out. And she tells Randall, we should go back to that place, whatever it is. We should go back and check it out, meaning the ruins. And he says, well, typically when a place makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, it's enough for me to stay away. So again, what is this dread that he's feeling about these ruins? This has to pay off into something. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this. Maybe because they don't care about Randall. I don't know, but this is definitely setting up something. This is like, I feel like it's a Chekhov's gun at this point. Randall's dread. And Julie says, we both felt it though. What if it can, I don't know, help with whatever's happening? He's like, and what if it makes it worse? Look, there is nothing here that wants to help us, okay? Nothing. So stay the fuck away from that place. He's wrong. He is wrong about that. I don't believe him. I trust Ethan. Yes, I trust the little 10-year-old kid or however old he is over this guy. Because Ethan understands this place on a deep level. He understands quests. And in season 1, he said one of the questions they should write on the wall is, who here is trying to help? He believes that some entity there is trying to help them. And I believe that's the boy in white entity. Randall is just cynical. Randall is consumed by dread and fear now. So he's jaded. Like, he's not a trustworthy person. This is the same guy who thought this whole place was rigged and none of it was real. The bodies were fake. The monsters were fake. Animatronics. Donna was in on it. And I know some of you believe Donna is in on it, but I mean, he believed all that other stuff that we know is wrong. So he's wrong about this too. Now, I do think he has a bit more insight into the place because he was in the cicada coma now. So after being in that, he does have insight about the fact that there are fates worse than death here. There are things worse than dying, he said. And he's right about that. Martin with the worms. There are definitely things worse than dying here, but that doesn't mean he's right about everything. And I don't believe that there's nothing here trying to help them. However, I think his dread about the ruins is definitely setting up something bad happening to him. That's one of my predictions. That's in my theory video I put out today. It involves Randall and what is going to happen to him, what his fate will be. So I won't, for once, I'll try not to spoil everything I say in my video during the live. And I'll just say, check out the video for more. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Later, of course, not right now. We want you to stay here. But over at Colony House, Boyd tells Ellis if anyone asks, he and Fatima were with him last night. And Ellis suggests that they just tell the truth and that it wasn't Fatima's fault. But Boyd says there's no explaining this away. Ellis is afraid they're going to put Fatima in the box, and Boyd says he's not going to let that happen. And then Kenny comes to Boyd and says they found something and brings him to Tilly's body. Acosta's inspecting the scene like she's still on duty as a cop. Kenny says they haven't heard of any witnesses, and Acosta asks, she basically says the monsters don't use gardening shears, right? Boyd confirms that they don't. So she says they should talk to everyone in the house, and Boyd agrees. And he'll take Ellis to walk the road, look for any new arrivals they don't know about. That's bullshit. He knows there are no new arrivals. But he's going to send Kenny to help interview people with Acosta. Despite not being his deputy anymore, Kenny agrees to help. Kenny is still his deputy. Let's be real. It's just he's pretending that he's not. Kenny's still backing Boyd up. He never stopped watching his six. He's all talk. Kenny is such a good guy. And Acosta has a temporary peace with Boyd, saying, "Hey, Boyd, we good? sheriff, we good? And he's like, yeah, let's find out who did this. So he agrees to work together with her. Well, that's going to be short-lived. They're not going to be getting along in season 4, as we can already see from the trailer. Donna comes in and says that it maybe this was Sarah who did it, and they need to talk to her because others are going to be asking too. She says hiding every night from those things, that's one thing. But this is something that people are going to have to blame someone for. And it's going to be Sarah, whether she did it or not. It's a good point. Should we be worried about Sarah, the mob with pitchforks coming for her in season 4? There's not much talk about that, but we should be thinking about that.
Yeah, it could become a witch hunt.
Yeah, it definitely could.
Because Sarah would just take it. Sarah would just be like, sacrifice herself for that, because that's the way she feels about herself.
Oh, she totally would. She'd say, well, I deserve it anyway. I am guilty of murder, so I deserve this. She probably would just accept it. Brandon says, any job in Fromville is permanent. Where can you go? There are no job fairs. That's true. It wasn't Sarah. Yeah, Daryl is going to have to be on the edge of his seat worrying for his poor Sarah coming up, I'm afraid. She could definitely be in trouble. People are going to be pointing fingers at her. Sorry, I'm in a lot of pain. I'm having trouble talking, right? Brandon says, Randall is coming to grips to the reality of this town. I think so, Brandon. This woke him up. The cicada coma, ironically, the coma woke him up. He until the moment he was captured and put in that cicada coma, he believed all of this was fake. And I think that's why the entity targeted him, to prove to him that it's, sorry about the noise, to prove to him that it's all too real and to take this shit seriously. I think that's why he was chosen. So Tam says, I already hear a bit of yearning in Jade's voice in the trailer when talking to Tabitha. The vibes have changed since their revelation, at least on Jade's end. Tabitha is more complicated. Interesting, Tam. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a while before they can get into a relationship with Tabitha and her grief. Debbie wants Donna and Boyd to smash. Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I can
They
see
probably
that.
already have, though. That's the thing.
I can see that. That would be an interesting couple. Hey, Heather TV, welcome. Let's see. Jade was originally supposed to be a brilliant quantum physics prodigy. Really? Let's see. Elgin is no different than Tilly. Remember, people see and hear entities. We don't know because the people don't communicate. Right, Brandon. Yeah, they do. They do. There's a lot we don't know because they don't communicate. Maybe Elgin losing an eye will get people to stop keeping secrets. Yeah, perhaps. I mean, he said that the truth, one way or another, the truth always comes out.
Just like your eyeball.
It's just like your eyeball, right? Yeah, so I think that a lot of secrets are going to come out in season 4. Possibly from the monster spilling tea to Jade. I could see that happening.
Hello? Is anyone here?
I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Samuel says, immediately after Smiley's death, Fatima announces her impossible pregnancy and Mari has dreams of him coming back. That idea was wacky. Yeah. It was always going to happen, indeed. Like, I think he was always going to be brought back. That makes sense, Samuel. So why would Why would this be something they added later? Fatima got pregnant immediately, and Mari had dreams of him coming back. It was foreshadowing. So, yeah, I could see that. Let's see. What in the world? Klukun said the big twist is baby is Bacta last name. Bacta comes out of her corner to do a ballet dance that summons the monsters. Thousands of baby spiders then eat the monsters. The end. What the hell? That would be wild. Thousands of spiders. I know Scarlet would be a fan of that.
Yay!
I think you'd be on board with that. Anyway. Tam, I also love Jade and Henry's dynamic. Yes. Scarlett said I want to ship Donna and Henry. Someone said something about thousands of tiny spiders. I forget, but we have a lot of spider theories in the show. In the fandom, I mean. Okay. Ethan is Mr. Rogers. Look for the helpers. Yeah, Anon. Yeah, he's looking for the helpers, indeed. He sees that there's some entity there that's trying to help them. Okay. Yes, I also love that Kenny is still doing deputy things for Boyd Daryl. Kenny's Chinese name means deputy. Fu Han is destined to be nothing more. Absolutely, Debbie. I love how you bring that up. I always forget about that, and that's so fitting, his name. Jade is yearning for Toby, not Tabby. Oh, man. I know. I used to wonder that myself, if Jade and Toby were actually in a relationship.
There's been rumors.
There have been rumors.
There have been theories.
Yep.
That they shared more than a company.
Yes, they did. Maybe they did. Heather says they could blame Elgin for Tilly's murder. They could. That would be terrible, though. That would be terrible. Daryl thinks my sweet Sarah will sacrifice herself in the final season. She is my hero. Yes, I definitely think she's going to wind up sacrificing herself to save others, like Glugun says. I can totally see that. That will complete Sarah's redemption arc. Hey, Mike Light. No, the writer said Smiley's rebirth wasn't planned from season 1. They said they added it later. Yeah, I don't think it was planned from season 1, but I think it was planned from the time he died in season 2, because Fatima got pregnant right away, and there was foreshadowing he was going to come back with that dream. But yeah, not since season 1. But they did plan that they were going to kill a monster eventually. They just didn't know which one. And I think they knew the monsters were immortal. That was planned. That's part of the mythos and the lore of this place. That these these people were turned into immortal shape-shifting monsters because they sacrificed their kids. So that part I believe was planned in the beginning. Jay says, how did Jade live in France until he was 12, but yet he was friends with Toby? Yes, I don't know this either. I don't understand this either. Since he was in the 4th grade. Jade nor Toby have a French accent. Sus. Yes.
I feel like Jade was held back because of the language thing.
Yeah, maybe.
And I'm only saying that because I work at an elementary school where there's several kids that come only learning like Russian or something, and they're held back a couple years, 1 or 2 years to catch up.
Okay.
So
maybe he was held back.
It makes sense to me because I teach.
Okay. Yeah, because otherwise the ages don't line up at all. A 12-year-old would be in like 7th grade, like 6th or no. Yeah, I think 7th grade. You would be 12 or 11 turning 12. Anyway.
6.
Because like I turned 14 in 7th grade, and then wait, no. What am I saying? I turned 14 in 9th grade. I turned 12 in 7th grade. So I don't know. the ages and the grades don't line up. But yeah, like you said, Scarlet, it could work that way.
Yeah, or it could be there was a delay, you know, because he was moving from one country to another as
Right.
well. I mean, because you have to get tested and all this stuff to go into school. It takes time.
Mm-hmm. And good morning / night to you too, Brandon. I chat on the next live. Be safe, be blessed, and just know you're always loved. Oh, that's what a beautiful statement. Good night, Brandon. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. Very kind, compassionate person. So, anyway, so let's see. Yeah, like B said, Jade could have lost his French accent in English. Some people lose their accents, others don't. The lack of
Yeah.
an accent isn't that sus. So,
Yeah, especially as a kid.
as a kid, definitely. You know, I don't know where my water is.
Nerd. I just
You
prepping it for you.
Oh, thank you. So, from there, so Tabitha and Jim. No, I think there. Oops, there's an echo here.
Yeah, hold on.
Just a sec.
Go and get in there. I'll turn it off.
Okay. So let me get back to my notes. So Jim tells Tabitha that this place has her convinced she has to fix something she can never do. And he tells her that he ripped the phone off the wall because a voice called saying its name was Thomas. And something here knows things about us, he says, and it knows which buttons to push. Well, that's for sure. Jim is figuring things out more. So it definitely knows which buttons to push, but that doesn't mean that this place is all just one big mind fuck. That's what some people think, and sometimes they question and wonder if this place is just one big mind fuck and none of it means anything. But that's not the case at all. That's probably what the evil entity wants them to think. Just don't take anything seriously. Don't take any of the visions seriously, because it's all just a mind fuck to screw with their heads, and it doesn't matter. There's no meaning. There's no point. That is not true. It's like Ghost Tom telling Jade that the bottles in the tree don't mean anything. Oh, it's probably just something somebody put there because they thought it meant something. And, here you are grasping at straws, thinking this was a part of the original design. He was trying to convince Jade that didn't matter. That once again, this place is just a mind fuck. And his visions are just a mind fuck. That's what Ghost Tom was trying to get Jade to believe. And that's why I think he was part of the entity, the evil entity sending him that vision. And now here's Jim, this place is getting to him. Things like that creepy faux Thomas voice, they're meant to engage in this psychological warfare on people, to make them doubt their sanity and think that nothing matters here, nothing is real, it's all just nonsense, it's all just there to fuck with them, and they shouldn't take it seriously. But Tabitha knows better now, and so she's trying to convince Jim of that what she's going through is legit. It's not just a mind fuck, it's real. And then I don't have a picture of this moment, but Sarah shows up and she says sorry. She knows she shouldn't be there, but Victor's in her basement and says he only wants to talk to Tabitha, and she wouldn't have come if it wasn't important. So obviously they don't want her anywhere near them ever since she tried to murder their son. But in this case, things have progressed to a point where Tabitha's willing to go with Sarah for the sake of Victor anyway, which is good. That's a good thing. Like, they need to be able to work with Sarah. Despite everything she's done, she she is a helpful force at this point. She's a resource for this place, and they need her. So yeah. Oh, I do have a picture of that. Never mind. There it is. There she is at the door. And over at the clinic, Elgin runs into Randall, and he says he was looking for a band-aid for his foot, which is, of course, a crock of lies. Randall accuses him of looking for drugs, but he treats him decently for a change. He apologizes for being so hard on him on the bus, says that Elgin was right. They should have turned around. Because Elgin was freaking out that day, saying, "You got to turn around," And Elgin says sorry for throwing up on him. And so it's nice. Randall is going through some growth, and he's changed a lot. That cicada coma really completely altered his mindset on everything. And so it's nice to see him going through a redemption arc and feeling remorse for the way that he's treated people. And then once he's out of sight, of course, Elgin steals equipment to draw his own blood and feed it to Fatima. Lovely. So as one character goes on a redemption arc, another one descends into, becoming a monster, really. That's what this place is trying to do, to helpful people turn them into monsters. So, Jim asks Julie to hang with Ethan for a bit and takes off in a hurry, blowing her off pretty much. And Julie finds Ethan in his room, basically in a fetal position, upset about something. And he says, "I'm fine," but clearly he's not. So Ethan is still kind of going through a bit of an emo phase. It's not as bad as when his mom was presumed dead. He's doing better than that, but he's going through a lot of emotional ups and downs in this season, I've noticed. As he's maturing and he's getting more realistic, less idealistic, he's scared about this quest that he's on, and he's recognizing how risky it is, how the stakes are real, and people die there for real. This isn't one of his make-believe stories, as Victor said. But I think we can still trust Ethan. He's the writer's mouthpiece for how this place works, how the quest works. He just has his moments where he gets triggered and hopeless at times, but then he snaps out of it. And when the chips are down and he's asked for input by Julie, for example, he basically like narrates how things work, like the story walking threshold that they're about to go to. And I'll get to that point when we get to that scene. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, Ethan's also 9. We've got even though he's a foot taller, he's still 9.
Oh, right.
Even though it's been 2 months in the show.
Yeah, he's grown a lot, but he's...
Think of Ethan as 9 still.
Yeah, let's not forget, he's still a 9-year-old little boy. Just, ignore
in an 18-year-old's body.
Yeah, don't believe your own eyes, what they're seeing. Don't believe your eyes and ears as his voice changes to some bassy thing in the new season. It's going to be like...
he grows facial hair.
Yeah. Hey, Football Affinity. Welcome. You don't have pictures of Sarah? No. Well, it turned out I did, Daryl, so you're welcome. Oh, Martin is here. Hey, Martin. We're making good time tonight. We're 2.5 hours in and already a good way through the second episode out of 3. We're doing good. Debbie says, "I love it. Boyd means yellow. Donna means lady, head of the household. Bhakta means devotee. Sarah means perseverance. Ethan means enduring. Victor means final girl. JK, it means winner or conqueror." Yes, that's right. Oh, I like that. I didn't know some of those. I only knew about Boyd, obviously Victor. That's interesting. Ethan means enduring. I like that. Yeah, those are all really fitting. Yeah, very cool, Debbie. Jade might be able to put the kids' souls to rest this time. Yes, Samuel, I think that they will. And I think that's probably what they need to do rather than going back in time and actually stopping the sacrifice. I don't think that that's possible, in my opinion. Um, anyway, to anyone just joining us, please hit the like button. It tells YouTube to show this to more people and helps me gain new subscribers. And if you haven't already, please check out my new video that's pinned at the top of the chat. Save for later, of course, and don't want you to leave us now, but it is all of my theories and predictions for season 4, all bundled together in one big deep dive. And so from there, let's continue. So over at the bar, Henry tells Jade that his wife had visions of this place and he thought she was crazy, but he should have listened to her. And he asks what makes Jade think he'll be the one to figure this out, because lots of smart people must have tried. And Jade's basically like, well, not as smart as me, of course. Yes, Jade, you're the smartest person who ever lived. We all know that. Jim comes in and blasts Jade. Tabitha's going through a lot right now. She doesn't need you filling her head with ideas about how somehow she's his chosen savior, responsible for getting everybody home. Yeah, I hated that line, and I loved that Jade called it out, saying filling her head with ideas. What is she, 9? She came here.
She's Ethan's age.
Yeah. She came here. She saw the drawings. She recognized and then he's like, wait, I don't need to explain this to you. Yeah, he's absolutely right. This is ridiculous.
It reminds you of Victorian stuff, like, you shouldn't let women read or else they'll just get weird ideas.
Exactly, yeah. Like, it's very sexist, very infantilizing of Jim. So I wasn't a fan of that line. And Jade, so then Jim says to him, you are a lonely, selfish, narcissistic asshole. And if you want to unalive yourself, and gotta watch out with YouTube using that other word, the other phrase, trying to figure this out, go ahead, but I have a family, I have people to protect. And Jade is, giving it right back to him, like, oh, I'm sick of your blah, 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 your bullshit. You want to talk about your family? Of the two of us, I am the only one doing a goddamn thing to help them. Yeah, that's about right. Jade's the only one who's doing anything that's actually going to, in the long run, help them. Jim is trying, so that's not really fair. I mean, Jim is trying, but Jade is the one on the right track. That's the difference. And he's like, you see this? It helps people. And he points to what he's working on with the bottle trees and the numbers that he's trying to, decode. And Jim says, no, this shows us that you're the smartest fucking prick in the room. I love Jade's response to that. He's like, so what? If it gets us home, who gives a shit? Tabitha's a fucking grown-up. You want to talk about what she's doing? Talk to her. That was great. That's right. Jim needs to go talk to her if he has a problem with what she's doing, because yes, Jade admitted that it was his idea to go out and bring Tabitha to the totems, but she chose to go. I was on Tabitha. Anyway, stills of arguments are always kind of funny. Jade in mid-yell and getting in each other's faces. And then he takes off. And Henry is just sitting here sipping his booze, like, well, that was productive. I love how this is Tabitha's 3 husbands all under the same roof right here, incidentally.
The only time.
Yep. Tabitha's three hubbies all together. I think this might have been the only time they were all together like this. The
The
one
only
and
time for
only.
the only time for the sitcom to happen.
Yeah, it was a short-lived sitcom. It's already over. Jim is gone. And over at the shack, Fatima's still distraught about killing Tilly. Ellis, he reassures her and says, I don't care if we have to take this talisman and go live in the woods. He basically, what he's doing, he's refusing to do what Boyd did to Abby, even if it means he winds up dead. That's how I interpreted what he's doing. He knows that she could snap and kill him too. He knows, but he doesn't care. He cannot live with the same kind of decision Boyd had to make when Boyd shot Abby to stop her from shooting their son. He won't. I don't think he'd even kill Fatima in self defense. He would just let her murder him. Like, that's how much he loves her. That's how much he cannot bear to ever hurt her, even if this monster inside her takes over her. So, yeah, that's love. I'll say that. You could say it's also stupidity, but uh, he's also a bit naive because he seems to think somehow she can defeat this. She says, you are stronger than this. We are stronger than this. Like, their love can somehow overpower what's happening to her. But that's just not realistic. And he brought her a change of clothes, and then he leaves. He leaves her with this scarf of his, which I guess a bunch of people in the fandom were theorizing about, and it turned out to be a nothing burger. He had this red scarf, this red handkerchief that he left there. Anyway, then the kimono lady pops up in a nice jump scare moment really quick. She appears to her and scares the shit out of her, and then disappears just as quickly and leaves her all alone. So, oh, I almost just closed the thing. Oh, I almost closed my whole phone.
That would have been tragic, man.
Yeah, that would have been bad. So let's go over to the chat for a minute. Let's see. Jim wasn't being sexist. He just doesn't want Tabitha to go down the wrong path like he did in season 2. Okay, Daryl. Well, agree to disagree. Foreshadowing that he will try to fill Ethan's head with ideas. Could be Martin. I think Jade is definitely going to be like a father figure to Ethan, like a stepfather. He's already acting like one. Yeah, what is she, 9 years old? Those were great lines, right, Tam? Michael says jade means stone of a side. It is a type of stone, isn't it? It's a precious stone, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Incognito, I think it'll be a mixed ending. I don't think it'll be like just pure happy or sad. I think some people will get out and others will die in the process, but I think they'll probably defeat the evil entity in the end. I think that would be the most satisfying ending, and no more people will ever get trapped in this place. But yeah, what do you guys think though? Happy ending or not? And I mean, I hate sad endings, so I really hope it's not going to be depressing or ambiguous. I hate ambiguous endings. Tabby and her sweet husband, and her 3 husbands. Oh, yes. It's very cute. It's very soapy. Scarlet, you said in the chat, I don't expect a happy ending, but I want one. I have a feeling they might not make it out of Fromville. Oh no.
I don't want to get dark, but it's just a
Oh
feeling.
yeah.
I don't
I
want them to because I feel like that's just like morose.
right. Um Tabby says Jim means supplanter, so they told us from the beginning that he was a replacement husband. No way, Debbie. Oh man, that's really fitting. That is really fitting. Debbie said she's going to finish rewatching season 3 today after her premiere. So today, her video is going to premiere part 3 of her From Art series. Debbie, make sure you drop the link here so we can share it with people. Check out Debbie's channel. She posts beautiful art videos, and she's been doing a From Art series. And this will be the latest one just in time before the new season premieres. So check out our lovely friend Debbie's artwork. She is a beautiful, inspiring soul creating this stuff and persevering through a lot. Definitely inspiring to me. Sorry, I don't know why I sound so congested. I don't have a cold or anything, but I'm laying down now, and this
Yeah.
happens to me.
You know,
Sometimes.
like Jen on the Daredevil dive sounded pretty congested too. I don't know if it's just going around.
Yeah, I think, well, it's allergy season. I'm starting to have
Yeah.
some spring allergies. Let's see. Glue Gun says, who has the best life in From? I say 99% of Colony House. Some of these mofos may not want to leave. Yeah, honestly, like, it's kind of like paradise, isn't it? It's kind of like, at least it was. It's not so much anymore, but they had endless summer. They didn't have any bills to pay. Everything was free. All that free love up there, partying, smoking weed, drinking, sleeping around. Now that's not my idea of a good life. I wouldn't want to be doing all those things, but I I mean, I think a bunch of them were happy like that, and
Mhm.
it's a weird little strange dark utopia they kind of had for a while.
Mhm. They did some volleyball, swam in the Brundles, ate a lot of apples. It
Yeah.
was a good life.
Yeah, as long as they
Wait, I
followed the
think Donna
rules.
said that, wasn't she? Didn't she say that we tried to make a paradise out of this,
Ye
as much as we could?
Yeah.
About a little something.
She said there was joy in that house in spite of
Mhm.
all the horror. Like, they came together and made something beautiful. They made a beautiful family. So it's a shame they lost that because people started pursuing too much knowledge. That's why. So it's like Paradise Lost. That's what we're seeing here. What they had, what they're showing us with all these biblical undertones, they had what was like a twisted Garden of Eden, a twisted dark paradise where it was endless summer and free food, all the food you could eat. Very simple, no frills, no technology, but just a simple life where everybody was living in harmony, and then they partook of the forbidden fruit. They pursued knowledge, they sought answers, and the endless summer ended. They it got cold, the food dried up, the crops got poisoned, and half of them got wiped out completely by a storm. It was Paradise Lost, and that's why we kept seeing before that all those apples everywhere, symbolic of the forbidden fruit, and the tapestry with Ellis and Fatima portrayed as Adam and Eve, and several other pieces of artwork in his room looking like Adam and Eve. But yeah, they lost that because of what they were doing, building the radio tower. Boyd and Sarah looking out in the woods for an escape. So it's not so good anymore. Like, life isn't so good there. It's changed. So Glue Gun says free love, free water, free weed, murders free of charge. Here's Debbie's link right here. She says, here's my From Mixed Media Art and Music Videos playlist. I truly appreciate your support and feedback. Awesome. Well, right there is her playlist. Definitely check that out. And she'll be premiering her newest video, I believe, today. Correct me if I'm wrong, Debbie. I think that's coming out today, you said. Jay says, I think that the jukebox is a callback to the Sopranos ending like season 1 finale. Song plays as bus pulls up and fades to black. The ending may be ambiguous. I could see it, maybe. Maybe. I hope not. I hate ambiguous endings, but I could imagine that. And MG Michael says, if in this case all this has happened before, but we finally ended the cycle of suffering, and now we'll try to move forward in enlightenment and progress toward eventual perfection. Yeah, interesting. Oh, awesome, Michael. Thank you for subscribing and supporting Debbie. Charles says Tabby may as well sleep with Henry and Jade in her latest reincarnated form. Oh man, I guess technically she's soulmates with Jade, and Henry was her husband in a previous life, so why not? Martin wants that boat and happy ending, but these are brutal. A lot of people are going to get got. Gotta agree. Debbie is premiering her new video at noon Central. Phantasmagorical. What a name. About the dreams and illusions and from. Love it. Love the name, Debbie. It's awesome. And Michael, yeah, I thought that must have been out of context. Let me see if I can find. Michael said, my hope is that Jade and Tabby take the enlightened path and redeem their former friends, townsfolk, and take the Buddhist approach of the bodhisattva, or people who remain behind on earth, to act as spiritual guides for others, perhaps guiding their former neighbors along their own kind of samara, karmic cycles of growth and enlightenment. Kind of more like a more comprehensible version of the BSG's reboot ending. If I was writing things, that's how I'd probably write it. Well, that would be nice. Yeah, that's interesting. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind an ending like that. And so that's why he was saying all this has happened before, but we finally ended the cycle of suffering, and now we'll try to move forward in enlightenment and progress toward eventual perfection. Right, because that's what happens with reincarnation. You're trying to eventually learn enough that you could end the cycle of suffering and just reach enlightenment. So, you're welcome, Debbie. You are so welcome. Is the red on her dress a part of the design or just blood splatter? I believe that's part of the design, Jay, on the kimono lady, I believe. Hey there, welcome, Fill Her Up. That's a cute name. I like it. Welcome. Hyped for the new season. So we are too. And we're going to be covering the new season twice a week. Mondays, we'll be doing live streams, deep diving into the episodes. Thursdays, it'll be a theory and prediction stream, looking forward, looking ahead. And on that stream, I'll try to have some content creator guests sometimes, and also do call-ins where you can join the panel and share theories and ideas if you would like. And that's going to be around 10 p.m. Eastern, Mondays and Thursdays. And on Saturdays, we're going to be streaming the episodes in my Discord every single week at midnight when they drop. I'll be streaming them with a watch party starting Saturday night. So can't wait. And if you're not in the Discord and you want to join, the link to the Discord is not in the description at the moment. Let me go get it. Normally, it would be in the description of this video, but I think I forgot to put it there. So I'm going to grab it. I'll put it in the chat. And if you're listening on the replay, it will be in the description of the video. So you can join the Discord. Please hit the like button and help people find the stream. Help me grow the channel. That like button really does make a difference. And check out my new video with all my predictions on season 4. All of them broken down into one deep dive. It's pinned at the top of the chat right now. And please consider hyping it, because the hype button is the best possible way you can support, especially a small channel like mine. Helps YouTube really push it out to lots more people. It's the like button on steroids, I always say. So that's gonna be, that's been out since this morning. So going into day 2. So the first 2 days are really key for people to give it a view, a like, a comment, and hype it if you can. It's much appreciated. And thank you so much to everyone who has done that, for all the support. And here is the Discord link. There. And good night, Glue Guns. Thank you, Michael, for that support. So let's go on to the rest of the episode. So we have Elgin looking in what I like to call the monster mirror. Hashtag monster mirror. This is a trope that this show continually uses. So it began with Jasmine Monster in season 1 looking in this mirror at what she's become, literally and figuratively reflecting on what she's become. She was looking in it. I know the monsters are already past saving, right? They're not human anymore, but in that moment, she had just killed Kevin, and she tried to wash a bit of blood off her collar, and it seemed like there was a tiny vestige of humanity in there somewhere. And she almost looked sad for a moment as she looked in that mirror. And that was a clue to us that she used to be human, and this place turned her into this monster. We just didn't know it at the time that this was the origin of these monsters. They were once human. And that's what this place now does to, complete the cycle every time. It tries to break people. It tries to turn them into monsters, make people do things that they would never have done otherwise, against their moral compass, against their judgment. And what it likes to do the most is to target helpful, kind, good people like Elgin, who was just trying to be helpful. He thought he was helping. He wasn't very smart, to be honest. And this place took advantage of that. So here he is looking at the mirror as he's about to pump his own blood out of his arm to go feed it to the woman he's kidnapped. And, there he is for a moment, kind of reflecting on this is what he's becoming, even though he believes he's helping. But something inside him must, wonder, like, am I doing the right thing here in this moment, I think. And earlier in season 3, Fatima also looked in this same gold mirror as she was getting sicker and sicker with this smiley pod inside her, which would later drive her to murder Tilly. So she was also looking in the monster mirror at what she was becoming. And in season 4, Boyd is going to look in this same mirror. And I love, love, love that they're continuing this trope. Because in the season 4 trailer, there he is looking at it. And Acosta accuses him of being a monster right in the trailer. You think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster. I mean, this is exactly what the evil entity wants, because helpful people could actually allow others to survive. Helpful people like Boyd keep people alive in this place and could even help find a way out. So it targets the good, helpful people the most. These are the people who get targeted, and Boyd more than anybody else. But Elgin was helpful. Sarah only ever wanted to help. She never looked in this mirror, but it would have been very fitting if she had. And obviously Fatima only ever wanted to help people, but this monster inside her forced her to do something that horrible that she never would have done. So, yeah, this, and of course in the trailer, the caption said, "Become what you fear, fear what you become." That's what this place is all about. And once it breaks people down enough, turns people into figurative monsters this time, not literal ones. If it does that to the point where they're completely broken, then that's it. The cycle is complete, and everyone eventually gets wiped out, I think, in every timeline. So Elgin said he is not good with blood in season 2, and now he is literally sticking himself with a needle and pumping his own blood to feed to a woman. And I definitely think that's why in his dream, that's why after his dream, he freaked out and was terrified when he saw this place. He definitely had a vision of what was to come. He just doesn't remember yet. And he had an aversion to blood. I think it was because of this, because he said later that he felt like there was something he was supposed to remember from his dream. And I think what he was supposed to remember was that this place was going to trick him into doing this to Fatima and helping rebirth a monster, feeding her his blood. That's why I think that's sufficiently terrifying for him to freak out like that, like he did on the bus. But so far, all he remembered of his dream was the boy in white reciting the cicada nursery rhyme. I think in season 4, he's finally gonna say, "I remember the rest of my dream. I saw what was gonna happen. I just couldn't remember. I saw that this monster would get reborn." You know, I think that it'll finally come together in his head. And then the Polaroid camera spits out yet another one. He takes a look at it, but we don't get to see what it's showing just yet. But let's see. So let's go to the chat for a minute before I keep going. This place likes to target good people like my Sarah. Yeah, Daryl, I will grant you, Sarah is not an evil person. She's not. And oh, there goes my bag on the floor. Hold on. The pony's name is what? Sleepner. When I read stuff out of context, it's funny sometimes. Pony's name is Jeff. Oh, okay. The pony on the boat. Who's betting the pony's name is Bill? We're gonna take bets on what the pony's name is gonna be. Well, let's hope Boyd gets his pony on a boat. Yes, Elgin, monster mirror time for him. Yep. And they also feature other people looking in mirrors, just not always this one, but this one I think is reserved for these specific kind of circumstances. Or this place is turning that person into a monster in some way. Fatima, Elgin, Jasmine Monster, and Boyd. So, and then, you have other mirror sequences where people are, in front of the mirror reflecting on their suffering in this place. Donna sobs in front of a mirror talking about how she can't take this anymore. Why can't they just leave us alone? And there's Randall looking at his scar on his face in a mirror. So lots of reflecting on what people are becoming because of this place in these mirrors, these mirror shots. Mr. Ed. Boyd's going to get Mr. Ed. Did they ever show us the pic of Julie he took with the Polaroid? No, Heather, but I think it was revealed on social media, though, during season 3. I think on the From social media, they showed it, and it wasn't anything, important from what I recall. Jay says, just like Julie is able to story walk through time, can Ethan write stories into people's dreams? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I honestly, I really wonder. I think Ethan could have all kinds of abilities, and so I have an open mind about what he's capable of. I do know this. I think he has supernatural insight given to him by the boy in white about this whole place and how it works. Not all of it, but some key insight that they need. Gerald says Sarah isn't evil and neither is Sophia. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. That face on Sophia in the latest trailer says otherwise to me. Oh, okay, Sleipnir is Odin Taurus and also Loki's child. Gotcha, Debbie. Didn't know that. Okay, so moving on. Let's see, get past that nasty scene. And Henry has a really interesting conversation with Jim in the bar. And so it's so fascinating, especially when you rewatch this through the lens of knowing that they were both married to the same person with her soul in two different bodies, two different lifetimes. Henry asks Jim if he minds if he gives him some advice. He's like, I love this line. Maybe sometimes, when you're with your wife, you should shut the fuck up and listen, Jim. That was great. And I love how he says, I look at you right now. All I see is me 40 years ago. All I could think of was how I could fix her. It never occurred to me she wasn't broken. That was great. I love that. I love that recurring theme about broken people. And she wasn't broken though. And he was trying to fix her, but it wasn't necessary. He just needed to believe her and support her. And he tells Jim that Jade was right about one thing, what you're doing, how tight you're holding on to everything. You may tell yourself you're doing it for your family, but you're doing it because you're scared and you're doing it for yourself. He says, I'm probably the only person in this whole place who could tell you that and say it's true. I love that line. And he is the only person in this whole place who could tell him that for sure, because he was also married to the same person, just in a different lifetime. I love that. The layers to this when you look at it that way. He was married to Tabitha when she was Miranda, and she's still not broken, and she still doesn't need to be fixed. And Henry is the only person in this place who could tell her that, who could tell Jim that, sorry. Except the only other person I would say is Jade, because Jade was also Tabitha's husband in the original timeline. So technically Henry's off. There is one other husband who could relate. I love it. I love like how much more meaningful these kind of scenes are when you go back and rewatch with the revelations we now know. Anyway, if you hear a long pause, it's just me drinking water because I'm really dehydrated. Talking a lot. So, anyway, so basically Jim declines a drink, says that his dad was a drunk, so that's why he doesn't drink. And the night Julie was born, after Tabby fell asleep, he went to the bar across the street, asked for the tallest drink, stared at it for hours, promised himself he'd be a better husband and father than his dad was. And Henry pours a shot, says he's giving him a chance to renew his vows, and he can sit there as long as he'd like, because Henry could use the company. I thought that was interesting. Kind of an odd story that Jim went and sat there and stared at a drink of alcohol for hours on the night his wife had their baby, but their first baby. But yeah, I mean, I can understand the meaning behind it. He he had a messed up dad who was not a good husband or father, and he wanted to do better than that. So he sat there and he looked at that drink of alcohol and he didn't drink it, and looked at it as like that's the enemy to him being able to do that. So he did the right thing. Jim is a much better husband and father than people give him credit for. I really think he takes too much flack, to be honest. He's doing the best he can with a really terrible situation in so many ways, having lost a baby, a young little baby, and having that guilt on his conscience, and then getting his family trapped in this horrible place. He's doing the best he can as a father. As a husband, yeah, he leaves a lot more to be desired, if you ask me. And then, so I feel like I'm missing something. Hold on a second. I have to check and see if I skipped a scene. Just a second. Earlier, there was a scene I went by that looked like it was out of place in my pictures here. Okay, so there's the revelation scene. That's at the beginning. Then there's the Julie story walking. Okay. No, I didn't skip anything. We're good. We'll get back to... I take too many pictures. Way too many. So... and in some of my pictures, people have their eyes shut. I've got to watch that too. Just a second. I've got to take some big sips of water. Hold on. So, Julie and Ethan go to the ruins, and Ethan asks what this place is, and Julie says she doesn't know, but she says, ever since I woke up, I hear things in my head. I hear people screaming, and it won't stop. But yesterday, I was out here with Randall, and when I saw this place, everything went quiet for the first time since I woke up. That is fascinating. So ever since the cicada coma, she hears people screaming in her head, and it won't stop. And this is the first time it went quiet. The only other time she did say that it goes quiet was when she smoked weed. But other than that, it's just when she came here, which is odd. You would think that this would be the place that would trigger the screaming, if anything. This is where she and the other two were chained up and screaming. And yet, when she comes here, she hears nothing. Interesting. So Ethan asks if that's good, and she says she doesn't know. She says, I feel something, like it wants me to go in there, and I don't know what to do. It's just a pile of rocks, right? So what do I do? All I keep thinking about is that this sounds like one of those stories you always tell us. If I was a character in one of those stories, what would I do? What would this be? So, yeah, that's about spot on. This is just like one of his stories, and this is what the adults need to be doing in this show. They need to be looking to Ethan as a guide. They need to get advice from him. He is like the narrator of the story. He understands how this place works because of all of his books and stories about quests that prepared him for this, and because the boy in white, I believe, endowed him with insight. When he first got to town and he had that seizure, he got connected with this place. And he had a vision of a lake of tears and a spider coming down and a man drawing crayon pictures. We know Victor does that. So, yeah. Trust Ethan. These adults need to let him guide them. And it goes back to that aerial view of him pushing Sarah on the merry-go-round. I believe that really was there as a symbolic thing to show that a child needs to guide the adults through this cycle of violence symbolized by the merry-go-round, because it started with children. It started with the sacrifice of children. the victimization of children in the worst way. So how do you get out of that? How do you escape? Maybe you go from victimization to empowerment of a child, and you get you get guidance from this little boy who's so wise beyond his years, and that can be key. And look at the advice he gave Julie, and it paid off. Look how it worked. He helped her know what to do. So she asks what she would do if she were a character in one of his stories. She's like, if I was a character in one of those, what would I do? What would this be? And Ethan responds, you're at a threshold. It's always scary, but the hero has to be brave.
It's so weird to have a 9-year-old say the word threshold.
Yeah, it's just weird how wise and smart he is about everything related to this quest. It's weird how he just comes out with it very matter of factly, like, yeah, you're at a threshold. Okay. He says it's always scary, but the hero has to be brave. So this is part of a quest, a threshold in a quest. It's just part of it. And he says we can go in together if you want. And then he reaches out for her to take his hand and says, ready? And then they walk in together. So just like I said in my video, I really wish I had mentioned this scene in my video on Ethan, because this continues to fit the theory that I was talking about how Ethan needs to guide them. They need to listen to Ethan and his insights. A little child shall lead them. I quoted that Bible passage in my video too. That's part of all this. With all the biblical references in this show, I think that's what that applies to this. A little child shall lead them. He's going to lead them to a place past all this destruction. If they just listen to him, he can help guide them through the quest. And it fits with that Bible verse. I just loved how this scene was done. How did he know what to do? How does he know? Some people, I know there are theories all over the place now about Ethan. Like some people think he's writing the story literally, dreaming it up in his head, maybe. I know there are a lot of theories out there. I think he's just a guide. He's just, he's the narrator of the story. He's the storyteller. He's not the writer. And yeah, it's because of all his knowledge of quests from his books, and more importantly, the insight that the Boy in White gave him. So, but yeah, he seems like like one of the hottest topics now. I see so many Ethan videos popping up everywhere.
Because he's a story talker and Julie's a story
important.
walker. Sorry.
Yeah, story talker. I like that.
Yeah, Ethan's a story talker and Julie's a story walker.
Yeah, that's a fitting term, and because he's important. I've always believed he's important from the beginning. I've always taken notes whenever he talks about quests and stories and whatever. From the beginning, I've always written down what he says. So I don't know why I took so long to finally make a video on him, but it was a long time coming. I didn't just do it because it's some kind of trend right now. In fact, I did it before I started seeing this many Ethan videos around. But it was the rewatch that prompted me to do it. It just finally hit me in the face, how some of his insights have paid off already, how he's known things he shouldn't have known. He seems to have precognition about certain events. And yeah, I just, this rewatch made me motivated enough to finally make a full video on him. So yeah, take a look at that if you haven't seen that already. If anyone listening hasn't seen that already, on the replay, if you're listening, I will put it in the description of the video too. Yeah, I'll throw that link in the chat just in case anyone hasn't seen it. That video is a perfect example of the power of the hype button. It worked really well. Again, just like the Jade video I put out. It helped so much. I can't thank everyone enough for hyping that Ethan video. So it definitely pushed it out to way more people than otherwise. Than it would have happened otherwise. It's so far it's my most well it accumulated views faster than any of my other videos. I'll say it's not the most viewed in a while, but it had the most momentum, I'll say. But anyway, hey there. Let's see. I don't know how to say this. Laderick. I'll just say Laderick. Do you think if they destroy the pictures, the event won't happen? I never thought of that. That's fascinating. Like somehow the pictures could manifest events. That's really interesting. You never know. I had never considered that, but I find that very interesting.
They said they had to put the pictures in order too. That's what
Mhm.
Ethan said. The story in order.
Right. Yeah, he said that the pictures tell a story and they have to put them in the right order so they'll know what to do next. So I don't think the pictures are manifesting what's about to happen, but if that happened, if it came to pass, I think that's really cool. If it actually did happen. Recon says, such an irony that people who are all about keeping children and families safe don't listen to Ethan. Right? I don't know how anybody can ignore Ethan, honestly. Like, he's clearly knowledgeable. He knows what he's talking about. Like, he's practically breaking the fourth wall and looking right at the camera and telling her this is how it works.
Doing a wink.
Yeah.
You wonder how I got here? Wink.
Yes. Tebby says, oh, celebration time. I just reached my mini goal of having more subscribers than videos. Thank you for supporting my little art channel. Oh, we're so happy for you, Debbie. Congratulations. I'm so happy to hear that.
Come on.
I'm so happy to hear that. Incognito, what did I miss in the chat? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to overlook your comments. Let's see. It's feeding on our suffering and it doesn't stop. Trauma is suffering. Yeah. That's what Marielle says in the trailer. There's something ancient here. It's feeding on our suffering and it doesn't stop. And I think she's absolutely right about that. Yes. And yeah, they're not taking actions that could give them intel. I'm just looking to see what else I missed that Incognito said here. Let's see. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to overlook anything that you were saying. Just a thought, why don't they use their cell phone in order to record the town during the night? This footage could be useful. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why they don't. Like, they could. Their phones don't have cell service, but the camera still works. It's an interesting thought. I had never considered that, actually. So, I am like, trying to fit in 3 episodes in one stream. So I do apologize if I don't see people's comments as much as I usually do. Let's see. Are there photos of, wait a minute. I saw something in the chat just now. There are new photos of episode 1? Oh no. I was hoping that wasn't going to happen this time because in season 3, they would release a lot of pictures of each episode several days before it came out. And this time I keep looking, but I don't see any new pictures. Oh no, did they actually release some? Is that, oh shit. Where are you seeing these pictures? Oh no. I'm out of the loop a little bit. I've been so busy working on my new video and preparing for these live streams, taking notes that if there are new pictures, I missed that one. I keep checking the press photo website and I don't see anything. Heather says the night Julie was born is the same night he lost the bracelet. That's right. Yes, Heather. Jade had to remind Henry that Victor isn't broken too. That's right. Henry was telling Jim that Tabitha's not broken, and yet Jade had to remind Henry that Victor isn't broken. Good point. Incognito says either the drawings are telling the story, or the characters' thoughts of these drawings can come to life in his Fukin place because of a magical ritual. Yeah, I could see it. It's an interesting theory. The characters' thoughts of these drawings can come to life because of a magical ritual. Yeah, you never know. So Incognito thinks that pictures tell what's going to happen. Man in Yellow, Scarecrows, Lighthouse, etc. All of it came to life. Yeah, they might predict what's going to happen. Like, Victor may have seen visions of the future, but I don't think that means that he's causing it to happen, though. I don't think that the pictures are causing it to happen. So if you destroy the pictures, then the thing won't happen. I don't think that is the case, personally, but that's just me. But yeah, there were pictures of scarecrows, and so I think there are pictures of things that haven't happened yet, and Victor may have had visions of those things. And incidentally, I still haven't gotten my PayPal account straightened out. Anon had been asking about that for a donation, to be able to send a donation, and I have to get that straightened out by Saturday for sure. I'll try and work on it tomorrow, now that my video's done. Because right now I only have Cashapp and Venmo for donations, and those are US only. Plus, not as many people have them versus PayPal. So I'm going to try to get my PayPal fixed. Any and all donations are welcome, even no matter how small. It doesn't matter. All of it adds up and is greatly appreciated because YouTube is expensive and the costs are really crushing me at the moment. I can't afford to be doing it, but I love it, so I'm doing it anyway. They all abuse substances except a few. Sarah, Ethan, Kenny, and Victor. Oh, yeah, there is some drug use. That is a common thread for sure. Laderick, yeah. Okay. Oh, 4 more new photos. Okay. Yes, please, please, Incognito, if you have them, if you could send them, that would be great. Thank you. Michael says there are like 4 photos of the man in yellow on a Reddit thread. But the source is unclear. Not sure whether from an official source or spoilers from pre-release episodes. Tried to Google Lens to source, but it seemed to only lead back to the Reddit thread. That's super sus then. I don't like that people are leaking stuff again. That worries me. I don't want to see that happen again and mess up season 4 for people. Yeah, that's concerning. Yeah, I don't like that. So I don't, yeah. Beware of spoilers, guys. Don't go on Reddit. I recommend staying off Reddit and just be careful. If I were to ever see anything even resembling a spoiler in my chat or in my comment section, that person will get banned immediately. I promise you. I watch my comment section like a hawk. I read every comment, and if anybody writes anything that looks like a spoiler, I will get rid of it and ban them. So I'll try to keep it a safe space for you guys from spoilers. Plus, I have a smaller channel than some, so the likelihood you're going to see a spoiler here is lower just by nature because the proportion of people, the number of people here is smaller. The odds are lower. So Ethan guides Julie. They walk together into the ruins. And I think this is why, again, the evil entity has tried to kill Ethan over and over again. They need him to guide them. He understands how quests work. This is the kind of thing. This is why, Sarah got the kill the boy message on her arm. And the evil Thomas voice tried to kill Ethan, tried to get him to run outside at night. Because they need his guidance. A little child shall lead them. He leads her right into the ruins, and he disappears, and the next thing you know, Julie is in that dungeon. It's as if she just walked straight through. We just don't see what actually happened, that she's laying there in a seizure. And I personally think that Boyd may have been laying in the ruins in a seizure as well, and we just didn't see it. Because it looked like Julie just walked straight into it, just like Boyd did. And the way Boyd walked straight out, we just don't see the other side of it yet. We don't see that her body is laying in the ruins, having a seizure until later. Just saying, they could be hiding that from us regarding Boyd. Because why should it work differently for him? Why would he be able to physically go into this dungeon dream state and not Julie? Julie goes into a seizure. It's weird. Anyway. Now, let me go to the basement scene, because that's next. We're just, my photos are a little bit out of order. So Tabitha shows up, and Victor's really happy to see her. This is part of, at this point in season 3, I had become convinced that Tabitha and Jade had both been reincarnated over and over again. And this fed my argument. This fueled my theory even more. The way that they are together. The way Victor only wanted to talk to Tabitha at this point when he's so triggered. And he was so happy to see her. He was so convinced this is going to help now that she's here. It's like his mom is back. And she is the only one who's able to really calm him down. And it's fascinating to watch. And, he says that she was down there when he remembered. She was there with him when he remembered Eloise. So she's the one who can make him talk. Make the doll talk. Victor says, you need to make him tell me the secrets. He's like, you have to be the one. He does get upset pretty quickly. He's like, you have to be the one. You have to be the one. And he's kind of like slapping himself in the face, which is it's a common practice with people who are autistic. So I do wonder if he's not only traumatized, but also on the autism scale. Spectrum, the autism spectrum. So she calms him down. She's able to get him to calm down. And she's like, look at me. You're okay. Do you want to draw a picture? This is what a mom tells a little boy who's freaking out, who's upset. The mom says, you're okay. You're okay. And then, you believe that because your mom said so. And she's like, do you want to draw a picture? Just like Miranda did to soothe her kids. Like, just draw your pictures. Draw your pictures. Stay down here where Christopher can't find you, and I'll be back, Then we're all going to go home. This is very reminiscent of the way Miranda was in that scene. And Victor says the pictures are what remember, but now it's gone and I can't remember. She says, it's okay, Victor. Nothing is gone. Tell me about the doll. He says, I heard him once telling Christopher things that we need to know, but I don't remember. And meanwhile, Sarah is watching this looking like transfixed. She's staring at this the whole time. Like, what is going on? Sarah sees there's something weird about their dynamic too. She definitely sees their connection is odd. It's uncanny. Anyway, so Tabitha says, just look at me. We'll remember together. It's okay. Just like last time, we'll do this together. And what a way she has with him. It's really remarkable. And I know, like, this almost looked like a family unit. Like,
I was
you
gonna
know,
say
like
that.
Sarah, right? Yeah.
Seems very Eloise. Eloise.
She is very Eloise, I gotta say. She is. You know, the way they're spending so much time together, and Sarah's able to calm Victor down too. It's interesting. Yeah. So I do find it a cool theory that maybe Eloise got reincarnated too, and she's Sarah. That's what Tony Teflon was thinking for a while. He still kind of toys with the theory every now and then too. So that's the end of that scene. But yeah, it was as Sarah was watching, it was like she sensed something was going on between them, like something maternal, something supernatural. You know, she's connected to this place in a deep way, and Sarah definitely seemed to sense something going on here, something remarkable, something definitely out of the ordinary. So, okay, we covered that scene right there. We're almost to the end of this episode, I think. And so okay, that's the revelation scene. But first, there's the story walking scene.
I was gonna say everybody's favorite rope scene.
Yeah. Let's see. So, okay, so this is where we left off. It was after the scene with Henry and Jim. Julie, we see her in the ruins, and she's looking around. So this is really a bombshell. And I remember a few days before this episode dropped, they put these fucking pictures out on Amazon, pictures of her in the dungeon on the Amazon MGM press photo website. Talk about spoilery. I couldn't believe the way they were spoiling their own show. Like, what are you doing? Remember that? The pictures of her in the dungeon?
Yeah.
That was crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, I remember that and the pictures of the bracelet as well. You there? Are you there, Julie? Oh boy. Okay. Are you there? Jack, can you hear me? Can you hear Julie? Can you hear this bell? I don't know. Nobody cares if I come back. Great. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. You will have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead. A plate around her head. We will have pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Better please help me get the recipe. Then we'll have pancakes once more. Everybody, grab hands. Kumbaya. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead. Egg plate round her head. We will have pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. But please help me find the recipe. Then we'll have Pancakes once more. Pancakes, pancakes. We will have the pancakes. The diner will be a paradise once more. And Kenny's mom can make a Salisbury steak out of iron. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have pancakes no more. Kenny's mom is dead. Eggplant round her head. Then we won't have the pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. Pancakes no more. We will have no pancakes no more. Becca, please help me find the recipe. Then we'll have pancakes once more. I'll be here all night. Enjoy the veal. Let me see, what other song did I have? I had the Far Away Tree song. Let me go find the Far Away Tree lyrics. I'll go over here for a little time. See if I can find it. Let's see. Maybe I should make a Throw the Rope Julie song. Throw the rope, Julie. Come on, throw the rope, Julie. You want to throw the rope, Julie? Just throw the damn rope, Julie. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Does anybody want to do anything with tarot cards in any of these lives? Let's see here. Okay. I'll just state my theory. I have this really long theory about how I think the story walker and the storyteller, which Julie said the story walker and story talker, end up being the entities. It's my speculations and our theory. Ethan and Julie are the entities that created From and made it a game. Ethan becomes the man in yellow, and Julie plays a goodly storywalker entity that accidentally creates problems in trying to solve them and control her quote-unquote brother. Evidence. Number 1. From is based on kid logic in games, electricity with no attached wires, constant use of child's drawings and games as decoration, make it seem like a kid's world made by a children's imagination. 2. Victor might know Julie from 1978 when she storywalked there. That way he was okay talking to her in early episodes or even drawing with her. C.1. Victor is a giant kid. 3. Norman is a stand-in for Jim. The whole plot is for From is Ethan and Julie trying to save their parents' marriage because losing parents is one of the worst things that can happen to kids. The finger puppets are also toys that line up to tell us Jim's third season fate in the pilot episode, especially when his neck is obviously sighted. 4. Julie's storywalking ends up creating problems and tragedies like Thomas's death and her brother becoming the man in yellow despite her good intentions. Ethan says she cannot change things, but she makes it a challenge that ends up destroying things each time she tries. She might even be the lady who bought child Jay a soda in the airport. 5. Ethan says he enjoys Fromville because they're more of a family here. They brought themselves here via storywalking. He wants the family together. He blames Jim when it isn't that way. He says you should have done that. Who else says that? The man in yellow. 6. Julie's attempt at rescuing kids being sacrificed in a future From episode or plotline makes Tabby and Jade recycle as parents and makes Tabby's relationship with Jim damned. Same with Miranda and Henry's relationship. Is this an attempt at getting parents back together? Did Eloise and Victor feel this too? Can Eloise storywalk? Are Ethan and Julie the next generation of this, with Victor being the old storyteller and Eloise a storywalker? But this did not work. 7. Julie finds a way to have Ethan storywalk with her in future episodes, and he ends up being surrounded by the time of the monsters in their fashions, late 50s, early 60s. Whatever year Tabby sees close to that in the lighthouse, perhaps even 1931. Victor mentions 2 cars coming, and that means something, but this must have happened in more than in just 1978, and when Tabby and Jade showed up to be a constant. not just happened twice. In the process of being stuck in time, Ethan is only with the parents that turn to monsters and in turn change him into Ben Yellow. He stays on the timeline into the current times, becoming a monster upon monsters. Maybe he hates the other children in town and wants them dead. That's all speculation on my end. Maybe he ends up having his own story.
Scarlet,
Rest to follow later. Yes?
how long have I been out? Because I was still talking, thinking that I'm on the stream. How long has this been going on?
I'm not exactly sure.
Like a long time? A few minutes?
I'm not exactly certain.
Okay, guys in the chat, what was I talking about when I disappeared? What
We were talking
scene?
about Julia the Rope. We were on that. We were in her to the ruins. That's where you went out.
What was it in the dungeon scene yet with Julie and the rope being thrown?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay, because that wasn't long ago. Because I didn't want to go through all that again. I'm getting tired. Oh no. So the Wi-Fi is out, and without Wi-Fi I can't show images. So this is really bad. And normally the Wi-Fi, when it goes out, it comes right back, but it's not right now. It's not for some reason. So I don't know what's going on. Just a sec. I'm gonna just ask Carl something. I'll be right back.
Okay. I'll read the rest of my list. Point 8. The man in yellow might have commands over the start of the massacres. Jim isn't part of his plan. It's about Tabby and Jade. He kills Jim. Ethan kills his own dad, but because Ethan isn't really himself anymore, he is part of the From. He has been too many years. People like Jim and Henry aren't part of the main game. They lead the main game. That's the favorite part. Or they leave him alone after slaughter, like Victor and Ethan, and goes mad and lives in the village or woods and only shows up when summoned. Part 9. Remember how grim Ethan became last season, asking what Kenny's mom's inside would look like after he saw the cow? That is some I'm going to be a serial killer when I grow up talk here. Or maybe he says he'll die, foreshadowing the massacre he might be a part of. Also, drawing a mauled torso he casually wants to file in season 1, and also saying sometimes symbols make you do bad things, or at the end of the quest gets scary. 10. I should see future Julie knocking on doors and leaving food, like the lettuce. She could have left the goats and talismans for Roy as well as, or maybe help Elsie. If she story walks like Julie, maybe they try to help each other from a distance. Point 11. Julie might try to save Jim by calling him to say he's in danger, but that is when Thomas falls off the table. Point 12. Julie's hair and curly make me think that Julie could leave From and re-enter. She seems more modern in the clothes than what Helene House can offer. Most of that looks 70s and 80s, much like Tabby's Fame sweatshirt, Julie's pole-inspired whaling shirt, and Ethan's itchy cowboy pajamas, which they all have significance with symbology. 13. Book 74 could be the Bible the kids write. They're the only kids in town, and this is reflected in a kid's book of Bible stories in Colony House. Could explain why there aren't any Bibles. Kids read Bible stories, but not the actual Bible. This Bible could even be the Flight of the Chronicle, perhaps written by a story-walking Julie under a pen name. She writes the book that explains things. 14. A Bible that's come to town with Sophie, though. She is a wild card. I will leave the space for her. I don't have enough information about her place in this game. 15. Child logic is a lot like dream logic or magic. Just about anything could happen in a town like that. This is how runes work. Both Jade and Dale would break the totem in Cannibal Village, but Jade's needed for the main game. Dale isn't. From has magical justice. They take pieces off the board. 60. Maybe Ethan connects with Elgin too and his birds. I feel the crows have more of a story to tell. 17. I believe that Julie started a timeline of motion traveling back to the first date. I believe the 4-digit numbers Tabby saw in the lighthouse are dates and not related to the bottle tree, except for one boy found that made him travel back in time to Martin in 1864. If she gets to 1506, she could put all the Fromville into motion without knowing she did. 18. I honestly believe her brother-sister showdown could even be part of From, but they are in the first episode, and the showrunner said the pilot had all the answers, and I believe the scene when the finger puppet speaks volumes about Ethan, Julie, and the power of a child's imagination within Fromville. With them maybe forming Fromville itself and trying to save their parents' message that their parents' trying to save their parents' marriage that actually worked, but at a cost. 9. Blue played on the jukebox. Ethan would probably know this, but maybe not Boyd's song. Boy in White, music used as a weapon. That's a personal one for myself. 20. Nathan was young and manifested as cicadas because of his fear. Nope, Nathan, Sarah are another brother-sister combo. 21. Story walking seems to be like a book-related thing. You could travel to the end and back. 22. Now, if you read until here, you will say, but sweet Scarlet, surely Ethan isn't the man in yellow now with all our added information. Well, Julie could still strand Ethan in time, perhaps the 1930s or 50s. Ethan resents Julie and grows up with the monsters. He becomes one. He grows up in the timeline, becomes older. He chases Julie when he sees her on this timeline, even if she tries to save him. He plans to kill Jim because he has knowledge, and Julie tries to stop him. The man in yellow kills Jim anyway, and Julie has to return where she started. The man in yellow changes into Jim. He meets Ethan in the forest, so it's essentially Ethan meeting himself, much like the show Dark. He might even kidnap himself. Now that's intriguing television. 23. As time passes, Ethan and Julie become more like deities, forever playing a game and a fight to get their parents back together. I think that the two books, The Crumb and Uncle and The Adventures of the GG, you know what I mean, Greg Hulgog, were written by Julie and Ethan, or together. They forgot, quote unquote, they did that. I think Julie even got her Fromville and came back when she thought she had knowledge to save her dad. 24. I feel almost like a storyteller who encapsulates both the man in yellow and boy in white, leaving the story walker to fix the story. Maybe there's only one good force. But the boy in white could be on the side of Julie because his actions eventually caused her to get cicadas in her, and it could be surmised her powers came after that. 25. I know it's a really rough draft, but we might even see an older Julie in season 4. She might even be the older colonial lady making some talismans that was in the cast list. That's the end of my theory. So if anybody likes that manifesto, let me know. I was going to post it in Discord, but I guess I'll just say it here. What poll?
So the poll that I put up earlier, I was, what was the poll? I'm trying to remember what poll I put up earlier. I don't remember what it was.
What was making noise outside?
Oh yeah, I was asking what was outside the cabins making noise in season 3. Was it and then we only can give 4 potential options for polls on YouTube, so I just limited the answers to Eloise, the Scarecrow, or Ragdoll Monsters, whatever you want to call them, the Man in Yellow, or Julie. But if you have any other ideas as to what could be making the noise outside the cabin in season 3, you can put it in the chat. So I hope that answers your question, Ayush, and welcome. Hope you're doing well tonight. So we're trying to get this figured out, how to get back on the Wi-Fi, and what I think I don't know. I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. We're almost to the end. We're actually doing pretty well. We were almost to the end of the second episode, with one more left to break down, but we'll see.
Well, we could just wing it at the end of this episode and then tack like 9 and 10 together.
Well, we'll see. If I can get back on the Wi-Fi soon enough, then we'll see what can be done here. I really wanted to just focus on one episode, that bombshell finale, and season 4 theories in the final stream before season 4. And so I'm gonna see what I can do. If I can get back on the Wi-Fi, then we'll finish it. Because honestly, episode 9 doesn't have that much in it. A lot of it is like the worst search party ever for Fatima. It was like, everyone's wandering around, in twos, just having casual conversation, shooting the breeze, while Fatima is off doing, like, God knows what has her prisoner, and they're all just la 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 having conversations. Episode 10 was a lot stronger, but anyway, good night, Debbie. Good night. Good luck with your video. Good luck with your video premiere. Let me see. Let me go through the chat for a few minutes and see what happens here if the Wi-Fi comes back. Let's see. Michael has a new song here. High Midnight in Fromville. Very cool. I gotta plug in my phone. Shit. Unplugged again. Let's get a better charger. Full of technical difficulty. I guess this is the night of technical difficulty. I hope.
Uh-oh. Can the chat hear me? Can the chat hear Julie?
Julie gonna pass the rope. Julie gonna pass the rope. Not dope. Pass the rope.
Julie gonna pass the rope. Julie gonna pass the rope. Well, I was entertaining people.
No tarot cards in this environment, please. Hey, Jehovah's. Julie throws the rope to Boyd. Hallelujah. Oh yeah, to the tune of Michael, row your boat ashore. Julie throws the rope to Boyd. Hallelujah. Yeah, I like it, Debbie. Hey, Giles Corey. Welcome. Hey, Larry. Don't know if I greeted you yet. Nice to see you. Let's see.
Is it not back on here? Let's see.
It looks like it is. It looks like it is back. Let me try to get back on via the Chromebook. Oh, did the Chromebook die? Nope, it's good. It just, for some reason, it shut off. All right. David says, that's why I like this channel. Jump in anytime. Heather said, I fell asleep midstream last week and it was still going when I woke up. Oh, that's what David was responding to. Yeah, you can just jump in whenever. We're still going. B says, we need a compilation of Scarlet's From songs. Yeah, Scarlet's her great improv songs.
I'm on fire.
Yes. Incognito says, I think the cast for season 4 hasn't been totally disclosed in order to preserve the story. Eloise could have been cast. We don't know. That's true. That's very true. They could have been, concealing that to keep the secret. I would hope if they cast Eloise, they could do that. Heather says Sarah can't be Eloise because she sucks at hide and seek, always making herself known when everyone tells her to stay hidden. That's true, Heather. Good point. That is so true. Yep. Sarah is always popping up when she's not supposed to. Larry says, are you going to stream at 1 or 2 a.m. Saturday night so we can discuss immediately? Do people want that? I mean, I guess I could ask. I could do a poll if I mean, I hadn't really planned on it, but if people want that, I suppose we could do a mini stream talking about it and then do our deep dive on Monday. I'll do a poll and see what people think, and I'll consider it. How about that? I hadn't thought about it. I didn't think people would really be interested. I don't know if other people are doing that. Do we know if other channels are streaming at 1 or 2 a.m. after the episode drops? Are other people doing that? Because I wonder if that's an open spot where a lot of people are not streaming, and so there wouldn't be competition, perhaps. 2 nights to go. That's right. 2 nights to go. Thank you, Incognito. The pics are in the room, images, videos. I will take a look at that in just a moment now that it looks like I'm back on the Wi-Fi. Thank you. Okay. So B thinks Jeremy might be streaming. When does the episode drop? It drops midnight Eastern time on Saturday. And that's midnight Eastern Standard Time. So 11 p.m. for me. I'm in Central Time. And I will stream it as soon as it drops in the Discord. Michael says, I'd say do the live stream Sunday night to allow folks to watch during the day if necessary. I thought about it. I seriously considered doing the live on Sunday. However, Jeremy and Tony are both doing lives on Sunday night. And I thought they both get 500 something people in the chat. And a lot of them are the same folks who come here. So, I mean, rather than have you guys have to split your time between 2 or 3 different streams at once, I figured I'll just do my stream on Monday and do it that way. And that way you don't have to pick, you can go to those streams, because I know you guys, a lot of you guys go to those streams, and then you can come here on Monday, and that's close enough to when the new episode drops. But let me know what you guys think of that. Would you rather that I do it on Sunday? I mean, there's nothing written in stone saying that I can't change it, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to go with Monday. Let's see. Football says, I thought we were discussing on Discord. Yes, that's the plan right now. I prefer Discord for after show. I do too. It's a nice, informal way to talk about it after the episode is over. So that's been the plan, to stream it on Discord and then have a voice chat after. I'll do a poll on YouTube and on Discord and see what the majority of people want. How about that? YouTube or Discord talk. Yes, Michael, that's been the plan, to do it that way on Discord in a voice chat. And it's fun. It's fun that way. We do a lot of live streams. We don't always have to be on YouTube streaming. Future Julie is the key to everything. Maybe so, Soapy. Maybe so. I do think that she's gonna be responsible for at least one more major thing, and maybe more. Okay, so Tabitha's memories of the man in yellow from previous cycles too. See, Daryl said the last thing we heard you talk about was MGM releasing early images of Julie in the dungeon. Thank you, Daryl. I'll pick right back up there, and we'll continue. I feel up to continuing, and maybe we can zip through one more episode. We're at the end of this one right now. So let me get back on my Chromebook, because tomorrow night I really just want to focus on the finale and season 4 theories and not break down 2 episodes if possible. So let's see what we can do. And get out of my phone and back into the Chromebook. Let's see if we can get through this as planned. Okay. And back. All right. So let me get my pictures back open. It sounds like most people want Discord chat, but I can do a poll and make it all democratic that way.
Discord's a little bit more cash.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I would probably prefer that to, having to get ready to go on a live.
Yeah, me too. Larry says, I say mini stream Saturday night for the nuts. 2 a.m. gives people an extra hour to see it. Oh, man. Heather says, I haven't noticed anything scheduled for after, and you definitely go later than any of the others regularly. I mean, we're usually streaming at this time anyway. That is true. Michael says, we'll probably be watching midday on Sunday, so would love to talk that night. Mini stream Saturday for the nuts. Okay, Michael said Monday works too. B says it would be a stream crawl, kind of like a pub crawl. Yeah, because it'll be Tony, Jeremy, Sci-Fi Vision doing theirs as well with Scarlet, and that's all on Sunday, and so it would get kind of messy. It would be a lot.
It was really the only time me and Jamie could do it, given both our schedules. So,
Yeah.
oh well. And we planned it weeks ago, so oh well, what can you do?
Yeah. People jump back and forth between streams. Martin says, I'm a JulieBDeepDives only from Finn, so whatever you do, I'm good with. Oh, that really means a lot. Thank you, Martin. I'm being serious. I don't watch any other vids. Wow. Apart from reaction channels like Knockbro or Eden, that really means a lot. Thank you. Wow. That's so kind. There's so many other From creators out there. That's amazing, Martin. Come to think of it, I don't see you anywhere else in any other chats. That's really something. Wow. Hey, the mole. Nice to see you. Yo, 20% of the way to 3K already. 3K by the end of season 4. I can feel it. Thank you so much. You are always tracking my progress with my subscribers. I really appreciate all the support and the cheerleading for that. Thank you. And yeah, that's right. We're at 2.2K already. And so that's the goal, trying to get to 3K by the end of season 4. See if we can do it. The episodes drop at midnight Eastern time incognito. So probably 6. If you're in France, I think you're in France, that should be 6 hours after that. So 6 a.m. for you, I think. Samuel says Julie number 1 and Jeremy number 2. Wow, thank you. Thank you for that. That really means a lot. Martin can't venture out too much. He is chained up after all. That's true, Daryl. What time is it when the episodes drop? 9 p.m. That's on Sunday, incognito. On the app, on the MGM Plus app, it comes out earlier than that. So Saturday at midnight. We're talking Saturday into Sunday morning. Midnight Eastern, Saturday into Sunday morning, midnight Eastern time that day. And I'll be doing the watch parties in the Discord as soon as it drops. And good morning, Jen. I was starting to get tired, but I'm getting a second wind now. See, Samuel says Victor could have also learned the drawing memory trick from someone like Miranda or Boy in White. Let's see, what drawing memory trick do you mean, Samuel? Okay. So let's finish this episode breakdown. We're close to the end. Julie got into the dungeon here, and so she's looking around. She hears screaming. She sees herself and the other two screaming, chained to the wall. Herself, Marielle, and I think that's where I left off when it got cut off. And so where's the rest of it? The pictures are a little out of order. I think it's up here. And I know you guys heard me breaking down this scene with Tabitha and Victor and Sarah. So yeah, the rest of the Julie scene here. No, that's not it. Where's the rest of it? Well, the technical difficulties never end tonight. Okay, right here. She hears the screaming stop. Everyone disappears. And she looks up and she can hear Martin talking to Boyd. And he's saying, "You have to climb." And Boyd says, "I can't." And then Julie walks over, sees Martin. What a trippy scene. And I don't think, I'm guessing you guys couldn't hear me talking about this, so I'll just say it. I'll just go through it again. What a trippy scene. So one moment he's talking to Boyd, saying, "You have to climb," and Boyd says, "I can't." And then Martin's like, "Julie?" And she says, "How do you know my name?" And he's like, "He needs the rope, please." Julie asks, "Who is that?" And Martin won't tell her. He just, he just says he needs the rope. Julie grabs the rope, throws it down. Boyd catches it, completing the loop, completing the bootstrap paradox loop that she was always meant to complete. She always threw the rope to Boyd. There was never a version of reality when she didn't throw it to him. She was always meant to do it. This is what she had to do to complete her present reality and make sure the fabric of her reality doesn't change. Because Boyd went on to save her after this. She got trapped and chained up in there, and he had to go in and save her at the end of season 2, enabling her to turn around and go back in time and throw the rope to him. It's an endless circle. There is no start and no end. So she always was meant to do this, and that's why she felt this irresistible pull to come in there. She said it feels like something wants me to go there. It was fate drawing her there. There was determinism. It's a determinism paradox is what that is. And it's not the same with Jim. We saw her fail to save Jim already. Future Julie failed. She can't change it now. Ethan said she can't change a story that's already been told. Well, that story's been told. She failed to save Jim. The end. Whereas with Boyd, she threw him the rope. There was never any version of reality where she didn't throw him the rope. And I know bootstrap paradoxes trip people up a lot. Because it's, it's confusing. There's no start and no end. It's, you just have to kind of accept it. It happened that way because it always happened that way. It's a chicken versus egg scenario every time when you have one of these paradoxes. Because Boyd couldn't have gone on to save Julie from the dungeon and smash that music box if she hadn't thrown in the rope. And she couldn't have thrown in the rope if he hadn't gone on and saved her from the dungeon. You see, that's the paradox. So there's no start and no end. Chicken versus egg. Which came first? Neither. That is the loop. That is the endless loop. And so, anyway, so she throws in the rope. Martin says thank you to Julie, but he says to Boyd, "You have to hurry. They'll be back soon." And honestly, he sounds more casual when he's talking to Julie. He doesn't sound as much like he's suffering, which makes me think that maybe that was an act and he wasn't suffering anymore.
The monsters know everybody's names, right?
Yes, they do.
Might be a little sus.
Yeah. maybe he's just a projection, a vision put there by the evil entity, and that's how he knows her name. That's what I always thought, that's how he knew Abby's name. What if Abby was right? What if it's all just a dream? He said to Boyd. How did he know that? How does he know about Julie? Her name. So, it could just be that he's a projection of the evil entity and he already died a long time ago. I'm not saying that he never had the worms. Maybe he did. But he could be, I'm just saying, because other people appear in ghost visions who have died there. So he could be one of those visions. Or he could be a story walker who got chained up there. He could be really getting eaten alive by the worms and unable to die. That's possible. I just got a weird vibe from him with the way he talked to Julie. But like I said in my video that I put out yesterday now, I do think it's possible that he was a story walker and Randall is going to become the next Martin. Randall will get chained up in there. And so, I go back and forth. This is a tough one with Martin. But I was always inclined to think that he was already dead and this is a vision, that he's a part of the evil entity being projected there as a vision, as a mind fuck for Boyd, with the whole Marine thing, and his purpose was to infect Boyd with the worms, which would unleash the cicada entity on the town later. But I'm open-minded now to the theory that maybe he was a story walker and he got chained up for gaining too much knowledge and trapped there with the worms. It's possible, but he tells Julie, so Julie asks who's down there, and he won't tell her that either. He won't give her any information about how that's Boyd down there. And he says, you need to leave. It isn't safe here. So is he telling the truth? Is he actually trying to protect her, say that because it isn't safe there, or is this just more of the act? Now, let me know what you guys think in the chat on that. And so then, the next thing Julie knows, now she's down in the cave. And
yeah, then Martin kind of disappears, doesn't he, at least in her vision?
Yeah, I believe so. Based on this, it looks like he disappears based on my screenshots here. So it's odd, isn't it? He disappears like a vision. All of a sudden, he's gone, just like Julie saw Randall, Marielle, and... well, on the other hand, Julie, Randall, and Marielle their spirits really were chained up in there. But Julie saw them disappear because she's moving through time. She's story walking. So first she saw them chained up there, and then she moved to a different point in time when Boyd was down in the well. The oubliette, which was at an earlier point in time. And so it looked like they just disappeared as if they were visions, but she's moving through time. So it could just be that Martin disappeared because she's moving to a different point in time now. Her story walking is really erratic, because then all of a sudden she's down in the cave, and it's the beginning of season 2 now, and she can hear Victor and her mother walking through the cave, talking to each other. And so she's jumping all over the place. How is she going to learn how to control this story walking enough to get to Jim, to where the man in yellow kills him? That's the question. How is she going to do that? This is so erratic. So she looks around. After she goes through a door, she winds up in this cave, and she hears Victor saying, "This is where the monsters sleep. I can get us out." And Tabitha's talking too. She calls for her mom, and then she hears the kids screaming and cooey like they're in pain. It's not like the way they said it when they were with Jade in his vision. They were looking mesmerized and peaceful and just chanting it. But in this case, they're screaming it as if they're suffering. So I think that she was about to see the sacrifice of those kids. that she was overhearing that. But Kenny then pulls her out of the ruins before she can see or hear anymore. So I predict that by the final season, Julie will eventually story walk to the point where the sacrifice is happening, and she'll see it. She'll actually see it herself. Really fascinating stuff. What a bombshell, game-changing twist in this series to introduce something like this. It's essentially time travel. You know, they call it story walking, but it's essentially time travel. And, you know, that's always risky. It's very hard to get time travel right. But I have faith in this show because I'm sure that this was planned from the beginning. You don't just introduce time travel late in a series just for the hell of it. Like, let's throw time travel in the mix and see how that goes. I'm sure they planned this. I don't think they planned it with Lost. That was different. But with From, they planned this. They planned that eventually she was going to time travel. And I mean, we might as well just substitute time travel for story walking because they're one and the same. Anyway, let me go to the chat really quick before the final scene. Terrell says, you're saying Martin isn't giving info to Julie, that it's Boyd. We don't even know if he knows Boyd. I'm not sure what you mean there, Daryl. Let me see. If Boyd killed Martin, like he asked him to, he never would have gotten worms after. Yeah, Heather. I think that may be right, actually. Yes. Because Boyd wouldn't listen. And so the music stopped. And Martin said, you've got to get out of here before the music stops. They'll be back. And what happened? The music stopped. The worms flared up. They came back. The cicada nymphs flared up. And Boyd got infected with the worms. Daryl believes Martin did want to die. He gave the worms to Boyd so that he could die. So he believes he was really there. Incognito says Martin is sus as hell. He deceived Boyd, and because of that, he didn't free Julie and the others. Instead, he destroyed the music box and released the cicada entity. Well, destroying the music box was how he did free Julie and the others later, but he did deceive Boyd, and he wound up giving him the cicada entity, which released it on the town. So that's true. That part is absolutely right, and he is sus. He is definitely sus. Tip of the spear. Yes, what amazing quote. Daryl thinks Martin is Martiniscent. Whatever happened, happened. Classic Lost. Yes, Martin. Lost did bootstrap paradoxes like that. Says, I think you're right about the paradox, but also if Boyd got stuck in the tunnel, he never would have brought the evil into town. And Julie wouldn't need saving. Well, I think it was destiny, though. I think this was always meant to happen. Julie was always going to throw the rope to him. And Julie couldn't have thrown the rope to him if he hadn't brought the entity back to town, which wound up turning her into a story walker. So I really think it was determinism. I don't think once Boyd got into that dream state, there was no changing anything that happened after in terms of this loop. That's what I think about that. It's just a Tuesday for Martin. When Julie throwing the rope reveal happened, my jaw was on the floor. Right, Daryl? I mean, I don't think I never would have expected this answer. And I was so glad because I don't want to be able to predict everything. I'm glad to be surprised. Let's see. Okay, so hey there, Pug. Welcome. Oh, let me see. Let's see. I donated to your Cash App. Thanks for the from content. Thank you so much. Let me see. Let me open it up and take a look. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough. Donations help so much. You have no idea. YouTube is an expensive thing. All the software that I have to use, it's really overpriced, and donations are very much appreciated. Thank you so much, and welcome to the channel. I don't know if you just found the channel or if you're just a listener who doesn't usually chat, but thank you so much. Truly appreciate that, and thank you. Thanking me. Wow, thank you for your support. That is awesome, and I will try to get my PayPal up and running so that people have another option, like Anon wanted that option, because I know Cash App and Venmo are not as common. Oh, thank you. You're awesome. I just found it, haha, and loving it. Oh, thank you. Welcome to the channel. We are fromaholics over here, and I love interacting with the chat and hearing what you guys have to say, and so we are always happy to welcome new people into our little fromaholic corner of the fandom. It's going to be a lot of fun. Season 4 is going to be wild. It's going to be a wild ride. We'll be doing lives Mondays and Thursdays at around 10 to 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and breaking down every episode, talking theories and predictions. And on Thursdays, sometimes we'll post a call-in link so people can call in and share theories if you want. Call into the panel. We also have a Discord, and I'll be streaming the episodes every Saturday night when they drop at midnight. So if you want to join, there's also that. Let me see if I have the Discord link still. Let me get the Discord link. Because normally I have it in the description of the live stream, but this time I forgot to put it there. So I'll get that going, and I have my newest video is pinned at the top of the chat right now, which is all my theories and predictions for season 4 in one big deep dive. So if anybody hasn't checked that out, please give it a like, a view, a comment. It's much appreciated. And if you can hype it, that is the most powerful way you have to support the channel. So there's the Discord link. Every Saturday night I'll stream those episodes, and then we'll have a voice chat, most likely is what we'll be doing after. We'll do a voice chat after the episodes. Martin says the simple things like, did you go through the tree, indicating the tree isn't the only way to get there. Yeah, Martin, that's right. Good point. Good point. I watched them all so fast the first time that I didn't even notice the rope thing was weird or a big reveal. You're gonna love it here, Pug. Aw, thanks, Recon. Terrell says Martin is not the entity, he is Martin. Vladimir says story walking is tricky. Essentially, it is a tool to fill in unexplained events. The story says a rope was thrown to Boyd. Julie's story walking adds in extra detail, like a commentary. Yeah, it's tricky, all right. It is tricky to write this stuff and to explain it. Question for everyone in the chat. Would you release Martin or leave him? It's a good question. Oh, nice. Welcome to the Discord too, Pug. Awesome. We love From here too. It is my favorite show by far, and I'm not going to be covering anything else until From season 4 is over. Every week I'll be doing episode deep dive scripted videos. Sometimes I'll do theory videos, and then we'll have our 2 live streams. Larry says I would have released him. Ah, okay. And normally we're not going to be streaming at this hour of the morning. We're going to move the streams earlier. So I don't know what time zone you're in, Pug, but it's 5 a.m. where I am. So I'm going to try and change this so that I'm not up all night anymore. So hopefully the new stream times will be okay for you. Anyway, so let's finish this breakdown of this episode. I think there's one more scene. Get back to my notes here. Let's see. Okay, so that was the story walking reveal. And then, wait, sorry, I was in the wrong notes for a second. Here we go. Now, I think my pictures are a little out of order, so let me find the right scene here. There's Ellis and Fatima. There's the kimono lady, Elgin, Jim and Henry. Sorry for my disorganization at the moment. Okay, so here we go. This is a scene we didn't cover yet. So over at Colony House, these red shirts are accusing Sarah, Daryl's beloved Sarah, of killing Tilly, and saying, why are they questioning them? They should be questioning the one person in town who's actually murdered somebody. Ouch. And Acosta is mad that Kenny didn't tell her, saying, you didn't think it was worth mentioning the girl who already murdered 2 people? And Ethan runs to them to help. I had forgotten that scene. That actually takes place before they pull Julie out of the ruins. Sorry about that. Got that a little out of order. So over at the sheriff's station, Ellis and Boyd are arguing over what to do about Fatima. And Donna says she loves Fatima like her own, but they have a town to worry about, and he tries to hide this. And if he tries to hide this and people find out, there will be a problem. Boyd says that he understands. He says they'll understand like they did with Sarah. And Ellis just wants to throw his life away and risk Fatima killing him if that's what it takes. So Boyd is not okay with Ellis putting his life on the line, risking her killing him and going off to live in the woods with her if that's what it takes. But Ellis does not want to, he's willing to lay down his life if that's what it takes. He doesn't want to be another Boyd who has to kill his own wife out of, defending somebody. Anyway, so Boyd thinks that the town will understand like they did with Sarah about Fatima if they explain it. And Donna's like, you think they understand about Sarah? They accepted it. They swallowed it. But they sure as hell... Oh, no, she's sorry. She said they swallowed it, but they sure as hell didn't accept it. They let it go because you told them they had to. It won't work this time because they don't believe in you, not like they did. Ouch. So this is the start of Donna, telling Boyd, the town's losing faith in you. She says, if you're not going to tell everyone, I am, and begs him not to make her do this. She loves Fatima like a daughter, and yet she's really being a hard ass on this because she's got to protect her whole house full of people. So now we're coming to the scene where Victor takes Tabitha and Sarah to the church basement. Let me just find where that is. Right. Let's see. It was after this scene. Right here. So he explains that. So he remembers what happened. That in the church basement as a little boy, he heard voices and got closer. And Jasper, at first he says Jasper was telling secrets. Christopher got angry. And then he's like, wait, no, that's not right. It wasn't Jasper. It was the boy in white. So the bait and switch is complete. It was not Jasper. They trolled us the whole season saying Jasper was going to fucking talk. It's the boy in white. That was really frustrating. I wanted to see Jasper talk, and now all of a sudden Jasper, instead of looking all posed as if he's sitting there like about to have a conversation, I like how they flopped him over to the side like the lifeless dummy he actually is. Like, ha ha, you idiots, you actually thought he was going to talk. The writers totally trolled us on this. And instead, there's the boy in white. And so this is a big lore drop right here. This is a big lore dump. The boy in white said the answers to the end are at the beginning, that it started with the children, what the others did to them, the people they loved, the people they trusted. He said the children were born in the dark and then they were murdered in the dark. But someone who loved them told them a story. The story gave them hope. And when the children laid on the stones, they poured their hope into the roots that made the symbol, and the roots became the tree. The boy in white was trying to tell Christopher that to save the children, he would have to go in the tree. Christopher wouldn't listen. And he says, Christopher wouldn't go to the tree, so I told my mother what the boy in white said, and that's why she left us. Absolutely heartbreaking and eye-opening lore dump that he just gave us. Wow. I mean, that's the story of the sacrifice. It's told in cryptic terms, but that's huge. These are answers that we were given in season 3. They gave us actual answers. They gave us answers that we'd been waiting for all along about how this started. Who are these Ankui kids? Who are these creepy little ghoulish kids following around Tabitha and Jade later, laying on the stones in Jade's vision? And now we know. It was a sacrifice. So this was the beginning of explaining that. So they were murdered in the dark. They were born in the dark, and then they were murdered in the dark by the people they loved, the people they trusted. It doesn't say it was all their parents specifically. But later, Fatima says that so she has the revelation that they sacrificed their children because it promised them they would live forever. So that implies that at least some of them were the parents of the children, but not all of them were. They just were people who loved the children. And not people who loved the children, the people the children loved. That's what Victor said. The people they loved, the people they trusted, did this to them. And born in the dark and murdered in the dark, it sounds like they were born and raised in the caves, and maybe that is why they were all pale like that and their hair was falling out, extremely vitamin D deficient. That's what happens, and so that makes it even more horrific. I mean, it looks like they were kept in cages for their whole lives, and they're pretty big kids. And there are cages down in the cave, like being caged down there like a bunch of animals for life and then murdered. But someone who loved them told them a story. You got to wonder, where were Tabitha and Jade when their daughter was one of these kids down there? Did they allow that to happen? Are we to believe that all of these kids were born and raised in the dark of the cave and kept down there in cages until they were murdered, like 8 to 9 years later, and Tabitha and Jade went along with it until eventually they tried to stop the sacrifice and failed? If that's the case, Tabitha and Jade are also guilty of horrible child neglect and abuse. I mean, like, when we really start to think about this, what the hell does this mean? Born in the dark and murdered in the dark. Or if we're to take that literally, that's what that sounds like. And look at what they look like. Their hair is falling out. They barely have any hair, and they're white as a sheet. Looks like they were born in the literal dark, but it could also mean figurative, born in the darkness of, figuratively born in the darkness of ignorance and murdered in the darkness of ignorance. Maybe it means both things. The story gave them hope, and when the children laid on the stones, they poured their hope into the roots that made the symbol, and the roots became the tree. And from that, I took that to mean that they created the bottle tree. And when Victor said that, Sarah even interjects the faraway tree. Yes, I think that that's what happened. Those kids were told a story. I think it was either Tabitha or Jade, the original ones, told them a story that were in which they promised them they would come back for them one day in a future life, in another life, that they would come back and save them one day. And that gave them so much hope that it created a magical tree that is now bringing Tabitha and Jade back in lifetime after lifetime. That is what I think we're supposed to glean from that the kids' hope created this magical faraway bottle tree, which is reaching outside of the supernatural prison of this place and pulling Tabitha and Jade back in lifetime after lifetime to fulfill the story that they told them, in which they said they'll come back for them. They'll come back and free them from this supernatural prison one day. Initially, I think the town was probably a normal town, and it was turned into a supernatural place, like a pocket universe outside of our world, by this evil entity that turned everyone into monsters. So Victor tells a very basic story in very simple terms, but when you actually start picking it apart, you come up with so many questions. So we got answers, and the answers led us to more questions. But that's what the creators of the show promised us season 3 would do. That they would give us answers, but the answers would lead to more questions. And they sure as hell did. Yeah. And Christopher looks like he snapped, because the boy in white told him too much. And as the boy in white was talking to him, you could hear Christopher in the background saying, "You lie. Everything here lies." So it was too much information. And the boy in white told Victor, "I think it's best you learn for yourselves. I tried with Christopher." He said he tried giving Christopher information. And he said, "I think it's best you learn for yourselves." And now we're seeing why. We're seeing why right here. And then boy in white later tells Victor, "I tried with Christopher." And this is what he means. He tried. Pug says there's a theory that Julie told the story. That's interesting. Yeah, I've heard that theory. And it's possible maybe Julie told the story. Julie may have told the story saying, one day we're going to free you all. We're going to save you all, which would be awesome. And I think it's highly likely, because Julie, I think, is going to story walk and eventually see that sacrifice. She almost saw it in this episode. She heard them screaming and cooing like they were in horrible pain. That's why I love this show. So many theories. Me too. I love, love, love all the theories. Recon says, boy in white picks 2 of the most stubborn people in town. No wonder they can't get out. Right? Exactly. And here's another question. Why is the boy in white telling Christopher to go to the tree? Why is he doing that when it's supposed to be Miranda, isn't it? In this cycle, it's Tabitha. Maybe that's one of the things he changed. And originally, he was going to have Christopher do it. Because in this timeline, Tabitha is the one having the Ankui kids follow her around, and the boy in white clearly wants her to be the one to save the children. And she went to the lighthouse, and it's not Christopher. So why did it change? That's another question that we get from this answer. So many questions. The show started with Julie telling a story. It is fitting that she told the story that started all of this too. Great point, Heather. The whole show started with Julie telling Ethan a story about Norman. Yes, I love it. I love it. Excellent. Excellent. Hey there, welcome. Could be they were forced and had to go along. Jay did say they sang lullabies to them. So maybe they took care of them and just couldn't do anything apart from that. The way I envision the sacrifice going down, yes, is that they were restrained and forced to watch while the kids were sacrificed. And it would fit with this ongoing theme of people being forced to watch murder happening. Boyd being forced to watch Tian Shen and Kelly being forced to watch Brian getting murdered in season 2. But I mean, how could they be forced to go along with their kids getting imprisoned for their whole lives? I mean, that's a long time for them to have to go along with this. That part is harder to understand. Doing a rewatch of this show is so amazing. You notice so much more. Yes, isn't it? Every time I rewatch, I notice more and I get more insights. It is amazing. This show is a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece. I find it brilliant. I notice all of these breadcrumbs and details that they laid out for us. And when we get more answers and we go back and rewatch, we come up with so many new observations and theories from that. It's just genius. Boyd, let's see. Mike Light says Boyd walked out. Boyd walked out. Julie had to be dragged out. Remember, the tree brought Boyd to the dungeon. Right. So, I mean, maybe Boyd physically went there, whereas Julie. So maybe the tree is how you physically can travel into the dungeon dream state, but that's different from what Julie did. She had to go into a seizure and story walk to get there. So it could be that's what happened to Boyd. That's a good point that the faraway tree brought him there. Terrell says, Julie, easy with the parenting judgment until we get more info about that. We know they sang them lullabies. Oh, yeah. Well, that makes it all better, doesn't it? They sang them lullabies. Civil War Soldier was a good guy. Michael has another song here on Suno. The Monsters, Yellow Bile, Mayhem, and Death. Oh, lovely. Tam says, I have a question. If Julie cannot change the story, how was she able to throw a rope to Boyd? I heard someone theorize that Boyd wasn't going to survive that, but Julie's presence did change things. But that wasn't changing the story because it was an endless loop. The only reason Julie was even able to throw the rope to Boyd is because later on, Boyd saves her from the dungeon. And then she's able to go back in time and save him. So they're in an endless loop of saving each other. And there's no start and no finish. She had to do it. There was no other way. Because she couldn't have thrown it to him if she hadn't already thrown it to him and he went on to save her after. You see how it makes your head hurt? Like, my head is starting to hurt. Just trying to explain this endless loop. It's insane. Let me scroll up a little bit. So we have one more episode that I want to try to get through. See if we can do it. Because we're almost at the end here. Terrell says if Martin was being used by the entity, I believe it only happened when he brought up Abby. Other than that, I don't believe he was being used by the entity. Okay. Yes, Heather, Fatima's in the cellar room at this point. Yes, Alice willing to be killed by Fatima. That's true love. Aw. Larry says Abby was the entity before Boyd smashed the box. I can't see Martin just being the same thing. Good point, Larry. Maybe the dungeon is a place where it's all psychological. Interesting, incognito. It wasn't Jesper if it was the boy in white. No, I think Heather, I think Victor had already seen the boy in white at this point. Appearing to him, I'm guessing. The way the boy in white appeared to Ethan shortly after he first got to town. Since things happen in cycles, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened that way. Let's see. Victor blaming himself for his mother dying is so sad. Yeah, now Victor's going to blame himself because he told his mother about the tree, about what the boy in white said to Christopher, and that's why she left. That's why she left them that night and wound up dying, but it wasn't his fault. Like Tabitha says, he was just a little boy. Born in the dark makes it so much more confusing. Yes, Heather, it does. People refer to people as their people, even if they are part of the same community. And there's another song from Michael for more on his take on the backstory. Let's see. When was the time frame when they lived, I wonder? I think 1506, because that was the earliest date in the premonition dream Tabitha had. So that's my guess. And then all the other dates were dates when they had been brought back and died. Okay. Anything else? We got to finish this last little bit of the episode. And once we get to the next episode, I'm going to jump on the treadmill, see if we can get through it quickly. So from here, there's just a couple more scenes. Oops, I just X'd out of the whole album. That's all right. I'll get back into it. Thresholds. Here we go. So then we have there's a scene where Elgin shows up at the shed, and then the scene just cuts. He goes to get Fatima, and Boyd brings Ellis and says he'll bring supplies to them twice a week, and if things get worse, blah, blah, blah. And then Ellis says he doesn't know. Ellis says he knows he doesn't want him to do this, but if he and Mom had a chance and they could have run, even after she did what she did, what would he have done? And Boyd doesn't answer that, and they just continue. This is it right here. So they're bringing stuff out to meet Fatima in the shack, at least so they think. And they find that the shack is empty. And Fatima is missing. Because Elgin tricked her. He showed up and said that Ellis was waiting for her and has a hiding place down in the root cellar. And he's down there already, and there's a room nobody knows about. She worries that it's too close to town, but Elgin said no one knows about this secret room, and he's got this creepy ass smile on his face, like, come on, Fatima, come on, let me kidnap you. Creepy. He is such a creep in this storyline. He leads her down there, and she looks really anxious and calls for Ellis, and he's not down here. He leads her in. He's filled the room with supplies for her now. She sees no Ellis. She goes to try and leave, and Elgin says, you don't understand. You have to be here. It's the only place the baby will be safe. She says there is no baby, and he tells her, yes, there is. It's just not yours. Dun, dun, dun. She tries to leave. He blocks her way. She collapses in pain, and he's like, you see, the baby knows you have to stay. So she tries to leave, and the baby causes her so much pain that she can't. And he tries to help her up, but she just pushes him away, crawls her way up the stairs, trying to get out, and he literally grabs her by her ankle and pulls her down. A pregnant woman, so much smaller than him, and then drags her. He looks like, honestly, his face, it almost looks like he's been possessed by the fucking evil entity in this moment. He looks blank. His face looks blank. Like he doesn't even care about what he's doing. I know that's not true. It's just a weird screenshot or a brief moment that I grabbed, but he does think he's helping. I know he's not evil. And I don't think he's being possessed. He's just been tricked. But this is really brutal what he's doing to her. Dragging her in there, screaming. unbelievable. And no wonder Victor said he doesn't trust Elgin when he first got in town. Victor had an instinct about him. Victor has insight into this place in the same way Ethan does. It's just that most of it, I think, is buried under his trauma and blocked memories. Victor knew when Elgin first got to town before he knew anything about him. He said, I don't trust him. So Elgin has some major explaining to do in season 4, too. Not just Boyd for torturing him and Fatima for killing Tilly. I mean, what about him kidnapping Fatima? What made him think this was going to get everyone home? How did the kimono lady convince him? What kind of baby did he think this was? He said, yes, there is a baby. It's just not yours. Then whose did he think it was? Some kind of savior baby? And this lady, this kimono lady, is an angel? Did he know it was going to be a monster? How much did the kimono lady tell him off screen? I mean, there are so many questions that really need to be answered regarding this. Like, what the hell was he thinking? I just don't understand how he could be this stupid. Sarah, I think, was exploited for her mental illness and trauma. His excuse is just his stupidity, I think. And I mean, he drew on his grandma's religious faith too, thinking that kimono lady's an angel, but I don't know how you justify these kind of actions and thinking somehow her freaky baby was going to get everyone home. Yeah, he believes she's an angel, but I mean, I think that he needs to explain it a little better than that, Daryl. Like, I think he needs to explain his reasoning a little better. Pug says, I just rewatched season 2, and Fatima is such a sad story on rewatch. Yes, indeed. He is like season 1 Sarah. He will be forgiven, I bet. Oh, I'm sure he will. Absolutely. He is, but I just can't believe, I don't understand how we can believe this stuff that he's saying to her. It's just insane. Yeah, there is a baby. It's just not yours. Well, whose baby did he think it was, and how was it going to get everyone home? I guess he didn't really have the answers. He just took it on faith. I don't think the kimono lady told him much off screen, but we know she talked to him a little bit. Fatima would have killed Ellis. Second time Elgin has saved Ellis's life. Yeah, you're probably right, Daryl. Yep. I mean, all he did was contain her, and she was dangerous. Well, I mean, he violently dragged her down the stairs and imprisoned her, so I mean, that's pretty bad. And he made her drink his blood, too. It's pretty bad, Daryl. Based on what someone said there, what if it isn't repressed memories? What if it's Julie or someone else changing things as we speak? So Victor is remembering them differently like that. Well, that's a really fascinating idea, Martin.
I didn't have enough time to chime in with my blood is your blood, Elgin to Fatima line.
Oh.
Gross.
Yes, it is. I don't think Julie is changing anything personally, because I believe Ethan is right about her not being able to change the story, but that is fascinating, Martin. That is a fascinating theory. Oh, yeah, incognito. I definitely think that meant something. When Jim goes down and helps Julie dig the hole and helps Tabitha dig the hole, the camera stays on the empty hallway and the light flickers. And so maybe it's Morse code? That's interesting. It never occurred to me that maybe it's Morse code. It's a U signal? What is a U signal? The U signal is exactly how the light is clicking, so I'm questioning that. Yeah, what does that mean, a U signal? That's interesting. I heard a theory that the evil entity wants to get out of Fromville to take over the real world, but to do that, he has to defeat the former residents and erase the pact to set it free. Yeah. That's a cool theory. I've heard a theory that this evil entity wants to escape into the rest of the world. And this is a supernatural prison containing it. So if they escape, then the entity escapes. It's an interesting thought. Anyway, so that wraps up episode 8. Now let me look at my notes for episode 9 and see how much I have, and if I think I can pull this off in an hour or not, because I think I've only got about an hour left in me. Let's see. How much is in here? I mean, there's I think we could probably do it, or at least start. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. It'll make it easier to get into the live tomorrow night and talk more season 4 theories before the new season starts. So I'm gonna keep going, and this time just try to move faster so that we can just get through Revelations Part 1, Episode 9. Okay, let's see if we can do this quickly. Yeah. What about the dead body down in the secret room? Yes, that's one of my many unanswered questions, Heather. I think maybe it could be Christopher. Maybe Victor. Maybe he tried to kill he tried to kill Victor, and maybe Victor trapped him in there, and he wound up dying in there. Oh, Incognito. I'll check it out. Did you tag me in that? Is that the one you tagged me in? I'll definitely read it. Now that I've got my video done and most of the live stream prep done, I will definitely make time to finally read what's going on in the Discord. Move faster than the monsters. All right. We could do this. We could do this. Episode 9 won't take long to get through. All right, we're going to do this. Now, I hope you don't mind a little bit of treadmill noise in the background, though, because I am going to need to get on there to manage my pain condition. And for anyone who's just joining us, if anyone is just starting to listen, please hit the like button and check out my new video, which is pinned at the top of the chat with all my predictions on From Season 4. So to start off episode 9, we have Ellis and Boyd out in the woods, and they're looking for Fatima, and then Boyd starts to collapse. His hands start shaking, and then his legs almost give out on him. They just kind of freeze. And Ellis has to help him back to town. And over in the root cellar, Elgin shows up, and Fatima begs to be let go. He tells her, "You're not a prisoner. I told you this is for your own good. I'm trying to protect you." She says she saw the thing that's been speaking to him, and what she's been saying is not true. This thing inside her isn't good. It won't do good things. Look what happened to Tilly. Elgin tells her that's because the baby was hungry, and the sooner she eats, the stronger the baby will be, and then they'll all be going home. The baby already helped them once. He said the night she found out she was pregnant, he remembered his dream, and that helped Boyd save the town from the cicada entity. Well, I'm sorry, but this doesn't make any sense. And I mean, I guess it's no crazier than Sarah being told by the voices to kill Toby, leave the door open to the clinic, and try to kill Ethan, and then they'd all get to go home somehow. I don't know what he thinks this baby is, why he thinks this baby is going to be able to get them all home, but he's trusting this kimono lady and thinking she's an angel. And then he offers her his blood to drink, saying, the baby needs it. And she struggles to get it down at first, and then she starts just gulping that stuff, gulping it down. Like, oh, it is just delicious. She has been dying for that, craving it, and fighting the urge to drink that blood. Oh my God, that is nasty. I will leave you with that nasty image just for a minute because I have to mute, but I will be right back. Just chat amongst yourselves for a minute.
They were born in the dark, emerged in the dark, kept in cages and caves like animals, trapped in a store till it came and gave them hope. The roots themselves became a rap, all for the sake of immortality. They killed 7 children on slow steps, crying in misery. No lullaby can save them, just their will. The storyteller gave them hope to form the tree. Hope is a thing with feathers that made the bark that helped the children enslaved in the dark. They say and cooey day and night. It means remember brings in the light. It lets the reincarnated know. They were born in the dark and murdered in the dark, kept in cages and caves like animals trapped. Then the storyteller came and gave them hope. Roots themselves became a rap. Tired. So tired.
I'm back.
So tired.
So, yes, she had to drink the blood. She was dying without it. Yes, Daryl. I mean, it was a necessity. She was wasting away. She was getting physically sick. Let's see. And now over in Discord, Incognito had sent me or left images. I'm just trying to find where they were. Oh, images and videos. Yeah. So the new promo images. Thank you, Incognito. I see them now. So there are 4 new ones that were posted from season 4. And thank you so much for doing that. I see them now. Anyway, but back to this episode. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Man in Black. Your new video was fire, JV. Thank you so much. Truly appreciate that. I worked really, really hard on it, and it took me all the other night to finish it, and it was not easy, trust me. And then I had to sleep all day, and I only got about 5 hours of sleep, so I wouldn't really say I even slept all day. It was a lot. It was not easy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And it's pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody hasn't checked it out yet, it's right up there. It's 32 minutes long, but it doesn't have any filler in it. It's all my predictions and theories for season 4 in one place. And it has timestamps, so you can see what all the topics are, from Eloise to Julie story walking to what the boy in white's role is and what happens if someone's going to cut down the faraway tree. I mean, it runs the gamut. Sophia, Man in Yellow, everything in one video. Hey, good morning with Alice. A few conversations back, Chad. I wonder why Miranda chose to go out at night instead of the day. Was it a choice? Did I miss the reason for her need to rush out? Well, originally she left in the daytime, actually. It shows her going outside when it was still daylight. So there's something missing there. Something must have delayed her and made her wind up at the tree at night. So she didn't really leave at night. Something went wrong. Something must have gone wrong. Eloise also ran after her while it was still daylight. You can see as she runs out, there's daylight showing behind her. If you go back and look, there's daylight there. Anyway, hey there, Queen Monera. Welcome. Good morning, Javon Keys. Let's see. Well, I'll search for it incognito. I'm guessing it's in the From channel, the Morse code theory. See if I can find it in there. Michael says it seems like it was light when they left, not night, but it was getting late, presumably, and got dark before Miranda reached the tree. Yes, indeed. Maybe it was an eclipse. I still hope they have an eclipse on the show, Third Shift Lurker.
Michael says, seems like she thought Christopher was going to do something bad, so she wanted to try to complete the mission and save the children ASAP so everyone could go home. So she ran off to try. Exactly. Okay, so anyway, over in the church, Victor is blaming himself for his mother going to the tree and dying. And Tabitha tells him, it's not your fault. You were just a little boy. And then she grabs his arm and has this weird flash. Like this weird music starts and she gets this strange far off look in her eyes. And this is the beginning of her memories of Miranda returning. I personally think that they should have started this earlier in the season, like maybe have her start getting weird flashes when she was in Camden with Henry, looking at the paintings that she painted as Miranda. But that's me. I think they kind of waited too long for her to suddenly start having these moments. Like, why now? Why didn't it start sooner? I think that where it started was going to Camden, meeting Henry, seeing all those paintings. That's what started her on this process of remembering and laid the groundwork. But I just feel like she should have started having these flashes a little sooner. Just a little constructive criticism of that. But so Victor runs out and Sarah asks Tabitha what just happened, because she notices the weird look on her face and she's like, I don't know. Kenny comes in and says that, you need to come to the clinic. Julie's there. She collapsed. She had that seizure. She's over there getting checked out by Christy. She lies and says that they got to the ruins. She walked inside and then just blacked out and had a weird dream. And I don't know why people feel the need to lie in this place. Just if weird shit happens to you, just tell everybody, because everybody, well, not everybody, but so many people have weird shit happen to them.
Do you think she could have just thought it was a dream?
I don't think so, because of what she says later too. Well, maybe in this moment she thinks that, because later she tells Tabitha, I don't think it was a dream. Like, maybe she changes her mind. She says, I don't think it was a dream. It feels like I went somewhere. So it's possible in that moment she was thinking it was a dream. It's like people in this place have all kinds of weird dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions, as Fatima said once. So there's no need to lie if she was lying. And Christy wants to keep her overnight, and then when Jim asks her what happened, she mentions going out to the woods with Randall. And of course he's like, wait, you went out to the woods with Randall? She says, oh, it's not like that. And he's off and running. I expected him
to kick his ass. Go kick his ass, Jim. Get him.
That's what I expected was going to happen. He was going to kick his ass. But no, as it turned out, he surprised us with character growth. Who knew? I do think it was inappropriate for Randall and Julie to be hanging out like that together, with him being so much older and her being 16 years old, but that's me. And Ethan is looking upset because he feels guilty. He feels responsible for Julie going into the ruins because he encouraged it. And so Jim goes off to see Randall, and then before he gets there, though, Randall has this crazy cicada attack, but this time they're not visible even to him. It appears like he only hears them. He doesn't see them anymore. And he's not swatting at the air anymore either. He's just like, bending over, like doubling over as if it hurts his head hearing the noise, the loud noise of the buzzing. But notice he's not swatting at the air anymore. And he's alone, and yet we don't see them visibly anymore. I think it's because Smiley is about to get reborn. So the cicadas are disappearing bit by bit. He doesn't see them anymore, and soon he won't hear them anymore either. I think part of Smiley's essence was in the cicadas. They rose out of him when he supposedly died because he's immortal. He can't die. And so I think part of them were still kind of with Randall. Part of Smiley was still kind of with Randall in the cicada attacks. And I believe in season 4, he's not going to have the cicadas attacking him anymore. Just a thought. And it's interesting how they just leave when someone shows up. On the bus, Boyd showed up. They just disappeared. And Jim shows up. The noise stops as soon as Jim knocks. And then from there, he's like, "So you went out to the woods with Julie?" And he's like, "Yeah, if you're gonna do that big bad dad routine, I'm not in the mood." Like, I mean, Randall really should have been more concerned and more defensive, and instead he was just like, he really doesn't give a shit. He's like, "What did Julie say we were doing?" It's just, he acts like he's guilty, and also like he doesn't give a shit. Like he was doing stuff with Julie that he shouldn't have been doing. I just find the whole thing kind of weird. And then Jim actually shows growth. If anything, I think Jim should have been questioning him a little bit harder about taking his 16-year-old daughter out to the woods, but Randall says he was teaching Julie how to drive, and Jim basically says that he just wants insight into what Julie's going through, because Randall was in that weird state with her, and she's going through something that he can't understand, but maybe Randall will. And Randall says he can't explain what happened to them. He doesn't know about the fucking ruins. And he says, "I told her not to go back out there. It just felt wrong. It just fucking did. You want my advice?" He says, "Go get the van and teach your kid how to drive, because there's fuck all you can do about the rest. None of us are getting out of here alive." Well, that's a really dark mentality. I don't think he's right about that. Jim says, "I don't accept that." And I agree. I don't accept that either. I think some of them are going to get out alive. I think he has a really dark, foreboding, nihilistic mentality. But I think he's wrong. He said nothing here is trying to help us. He's wrong about that too. I really don't think it's that negative of an outlook as he has. I just don't see it that way. And I mean, I think he has some insight that there are fates worse than death here, but the rest of his mentality is way too dark, and it's because of the trauma that he's been through with the cicada coma. And he says that the ruins just felt wrong. Now that I take seriously. He had so much dread over there that I believe he's going to have a fate worse than death potentially over there. It's one of my predictions for season 4 that he is going to have a horrible fate, because that dread seems like it's got to be setting this up. It felt wrong to be there. And he never wants to go back again. And this is a guy who's not scared of pretty much anything until now. And over at the sheriff's station, Ellis ushers Boyd in, and he just wants to go about his business and ring the bell for sundown. But he admits that he's known for a while what's wrong with him, and, referring to the Parkinson's, and tells Ellis, "Oh, Fatima has a talisman. She'll be fine." I don't know how they're not more worried about her at this moment, because she's out there who knows where. And so what if she has a talisman? She needs a structure to be inside, and she's not in the shack where they left her. So I don't know why Boyd is that confident. Over at Colony House, Donna is having a sentimental flashback to Fatima's 1-year anniversary party back in season 1, where she gave a speech about, you know, what Fatima has brought to that house and how much they love her and how much she changed this place, that, you know, made it feel more like home. And this made me think she was gonna die for sure. Like this kind of sentimental thing. This is the second time in season 3 that we got a flashback to Fatima from season 1. The second time. But instead of foreshadowing her death, I think it was just showing us this to remind us of the beacon of hope she used to be and the way this place has now broken her. And she will be broken at this point. I don't think she's going to be able to recover from the trauma that she's been through. She's no longer this beacon of hope wearing this yellow sweater that also symbolizes hope, in my opinion, the yellow. It's really a shame. You know, she was such an inspirational character. And Donna is just reminiscing over it and really emotional. And then at the clinic where they're staying the night with Julie, Jim finally gives his full support to Tabitha on her quest, which he would later regret, I'm sure, if he could do it over. He tells her, I haven't been doing a very good job. I know you're trying to make sense of this place and what's happened, and if there's even a chance that it could lead us home, then I'm in all the way. No more second guessing, no more pushing back. Well, I think he probably should have if he wanted to keep his neck in place. Because he threw his support behind her and Jade on their quest, it led to them obtaining that forbidden knowledge, which brought about Jim's death at the hands of the man in yellow. It's really unfair because Jim went through this growth, and this is the reward he gets. He's supporting his wife. He's listening to her like Henry advised him to do. You know, he said, shut the fuck up and listen to your wife and believe her. She's not broken. She doesn't need to be fixed. Jim is listening and he's growing, and this is the thanks he gets. And this is part of the reason I pretty much predicted for sure that he was going to die in the finale. This was the start of it, him showing this much growth. But the scene with Ethan later clinched it for me, the emotional scene with Ethan. Let's see. Hey, Tony. Nice to see you. Teflon TV in the chat. Let me see. Where's your first one? Tony said, Julie, I'm going to have to put your voice on my alarm clock because I keep waking up to you. I know. I've got to stop doing this. I really have to start moving my streams earlier for season 4. But we're doing a rewatch covering 3 episodes at a time, so it's kind of hard to make the streams shorter. And starting later because of my sleep schedule being screwed up too. But I'm going to try to change that for season 4. So I'm not continuing to be up all night and sleeping in the daytime, living the vampire life. Recon says, I think Jim telling Jim to go spend time with Julie is the best advice Jim got from anyone. I agree. Let's see. Yeah, Tony, I'll look into what, I don't know what happened with Parkland Media, but I'm sorry about all of that mess, and I'll have to watch your replays because I'm completely out of the loop. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I'm sorry. I hope I hate to see people coming for each other when we should be just supporting each other on YouTube. So, sounds like somebody was coming for you, and that's fucked up. That's not right. and I'm sorry about that. Game Survivor says, in order for him to be out, someone or some of them must replace the ones been around the town. Man in Yellow, something, entity itself, and more need to precede the cycle at the end. Okay. And welcome, Game Survivor. Sophie has said to Tony, "You're my first from YouTuber. Hi, I thought they were aliens because of you." Tony's my first from YouTuber too. He's the first channel I watched for From. Indeed, yeah, he's the king of From. He's the best. He is the best. Let's see. Have a good day at work. Life be life in. Happiness kills all. What, Annie? Tony says, I spoke to a friend of mine who does pain management. He told me that if walking makes you feel better, then doing some resistance training like squats may help build the muscle and help with the pain. Well, thank you. Thank you, Tony, for the advice and for asking your friend about that. Appreciate that. Thank you. Walking keeps the pain more under control, but I don't have enough strength. Like I think I need more strength training. My legs are getting really weak. So I think I do need to build more muscle. Thank you so much for that suggestion. You're a good friend. Appreciate that. Don't worry about that dude, Julie. We have spoken, given him enough attention. He can sail off into the sunset. Okay. You got it, Tony. You got it. Good morning, Rose. Good morning. Hope you're having a good morning. Start off. Let's see. Game Survivor thinks Julie will change a lot and trigger a threat for the entity. To the entity for corrupting its schedule of cycle plans as usual. Trust me. And boy, Jade Tabitha will gain an upper hand in things around. Could be. Yeah, maybe Julie will change a lot. Yes, Darryl, I think Julie and Randall shouldn't be off in the woods alone. You know, she's 16 and he's like 30. It just seems creepy to me. Sophie agrees. Yes, oh my God, Julie is underage. Okay. This one says, Boyd told Kenny and Christy he had worms in his hand and they didn't believe him until they saw it for themselves. I don't think they'll get it, even if weird shit is happening to them all. True. It's that incredulity again, even though they all have their own weird shit. Is there a map of the town? I wonder where everything is. There's a map, but it's a really screwed up map. It's a peach truck map that Victor or somebody drew that's in the peach truck where he hides. It's really weird. If you Google peach truck map for From on Reddit, you'll find a bunch of things, Sophie. It's really hard to see where anything is though. But there's stuff in my Discord. There are pictures of the map and things like that in there too. Okay, so let's go on. Oh, Scarlet says, I got to get ready for work. Good night, everyone. Belated good night to Scarlet. Scarlet, I don't think Scarlet even got any sleep. Oh my God. I don't know how she does it. I at least can go to sleep after this. I do sleep, you know. Javon, A minor. Yes, Julie is a minor. Inappropriate to be hanging out with a 30-year-old dude. I know Julie's older in real life, but it's a weird storyline. I feel it is. And Heather, yeah, Randall also told Julie he didn't want her to tag along, but she came anyway. But then he just kind of embraced it and, and said he'll teach her to drive and stuff. Hey, JH Review, welcome. I was lurking earlier in the chat when you first started. Went to sleep and y'all still at it as always. Good morning. Good morning to you too. Yeah, this has become a habit lately. I'm trying to scale back the length of these and do them earlier. But Yeah, it's a lot that we have to cover with this rewatch. Pug, see you later. Thank you for the stream. I'll be back next time. Can't wait for the new season. Awesome. Glad you're going to be back. Awesome stuff. Welcome again. Welcome to the Fromaholics. I'll drop a video on Dexter soon today. Oh, Tony, how do you even have time to cover anything other than From right now? I have no time. It's From all the time for me. But definitely make sure you guys check that out. You guys know where Tony's channel is. You know, I'm sure you all know where Tony's channel is. But yeah, I don't have Carl dropping links for me at the moment because he's getting some much needed sleep that he needs. Let's see. And JH Review. Check out JH Review's channel as well, guys. Let's see. So we're going to get back to the breakdown, but first, hold on a sec. Let's see. There's Tony's channel link right there. Much love to you too, Jehovah Sins. And let me get JH Review's channel link. And then we'll get back into it. Let me get my notes back open again. So Jim basically signs his death warrant by supporting Tabitha here in the clinic, which is a real shame. You know, I think Jim got a raw deal. I think, honestly, Jim gets a lot of flack in this fandom, but I think he got a raw deal in the end, and he grew a lot. You're welcome. Anytime, Tony. The amount that you support me is the least that I can do. Let's see. And then subscribe to the JH Review right there. Throw that in the chat. Yes, Jim is a lot more likable on a rewatch. Indeed. Jim didn't deserve the hate. I agree. So, Heather says, to JH Review, found you the other day and subbed. Good shit. Yes, let's support each other. You know, there are so many great From creators out there. And it's nice when, you know, when we can support each other and just uplift each other as one fandom. But I know that's not always possible. Trust me, I've had my own issues. Let's just say I'm not going to even go down that rabbit hole. You know, sometimes people just don't like you for no reason, and you don't know why, even if you don't do anything wrong. It's happened to me. Anyway, yeah, not going to go there. So over in the sheriff's office, Sarah shows, no, wait, Sarah doesn't show up yet, blah, blah, blah. No, this is where the nurse monster shows up. Sorry, I'm getting tired. So this is where the nurse monster shows up and trolls them, which is hilarious. Boyd admits that his Parkinson's is getting worse. Ellis didn't even know he had Parkinson's. I mean, that's pretty bad. He admitted it to Christy and Kenny and didn't even tell Ellis, his son. But he says he didn't want to worry him. And then the monster outside, the nurse is like, "You all right in there?" And just to trigger him, and he goes over, opens the blinds, and points his gun at her. And then she points a finger gun at her own head, like inviting him to do this to himself. That is just expert level trolling by these monsters. And I just love Boyd's reaction. Just classic Boyd reaction. He is so triggered. Ellis has to pull him away. And then over at Sarah's house, she glues back together this snowman ornament that her brother made, which is symbolic of her. As soon as, so, oh, and if you look, there's a hole where the heart should be. I think that is pretty poetic. That could be where the heart is located, and it's like her. It's symbolic of her. It's never going to be full again, whole again, that is. And as soon as she goes over and sets it down, the voices start screaming in her head again. It's almost like somehow putting that thing together set it off. I don't know if it was really some kind of trigger, but it seems like it was, because the voices start screaming in her head again. And she's screaming, "Stop it, leave me alone," and seems to be in pain. It always seems like it hurts her when these voices attack like that. And over at the root cellar, Elgin shows up as Fatima is trying to make a weapon, pulling this piece of iron off the bed frame. And she's got this accelerated pregnancy going on. Her stomach has gotten a lot bigger, which I predicted would happen. I figured with the pace that this show goes, how slow it goes, they're going to have to do an accelerated pregnancy, which is a classic sci-fi trope. And he brought her like something new to wear, and because her clothes literally don't fit anymore. And then she tries to attack him with this little piece of iron, and it was a totally weak sauce attempt, and runs for the door, but he quickly grabs her and hauls her back in. And then over at the sheriff's station, Sarah comes and asks where Fatima is. Ellis is confrontational to her, and Sarah says that she just heard the voices for the first time since the ruins now. And they basically told her to let them know that Fatima's close, she's afraid. They were laughing because they wanted them to know they won't find her in time and can't save her. So now the voices are taunting them again. Once again, they're laughing. Last time the voices were laughing at Boyd for bringing the cicada entity to town. And now they're laughing because they're not going to be able to get to Fatima in time. The voices are usually pretty accurate. They're not usually proven wrong. And I guess in this case, if you don't take it literally, the voices you could say they're still right. What did they say? Okay, they won't find Fatima in time and can't save her. Well, that doesn't mean she was definitely going to die. They didn't find her in time to stop Smiley from getting reborn, and they couldn't save her from going through that. Doesn't mean she was going to die. So I think the voices were being deceptive with what they said and made it sound like she was going to die just to amp them up, which is exactly what happened. Now they're all amped up and they think Fatima's life is in imminent danger. So I think the voices were being deceptive with that, because technically they didn't lie. If you look at it like in the end, they didn't save her from going through that Smiley birth, and they didn't get there in time to stop that from happening, but she's still alive. So just a different way of looking at it than the literal, you can't save her in time, meaning, she was going to die or something. I thought for sure she was going to die, personally. I couldn't believe that she actually escaped with her life. But this place loves to torture people, so I guess, being stuck and being tortured by this place can be a fate worse than death, what she's going through. Like Randall says, there are things worse than dying here. So over at Colony House, Victor has a meltdown, throws a bunch of stuff out the window, including a bunch of his drawings. I was trying to get a view of them while he's throwing them, like the crazy fan that I am. And he says he kept all this stuff because he thought it might help, but all it does is hurt, and he wants it all gone. So he's really triggered because he thinks that it's his fault that his mom died. He goes downstairs, grabs an axe, and Acosta and Kenny try to intervene, saying he's scaring people, and he's like, they should be scared. They aren't scared enough. I was so stupid. And then he hits himself in the face and says he's going to go chop down a tree. So he's spinning out, just like I figured he would, because he's uncovering a lot of triggering memories. And this is what happens when you bury painful things. Eventually they're going to come to the surface and trigger you. And that's exactly what's happening to him. Over at the diner, Bacta has taken over for Tien Chen now and tells Ethan he can always be a helper if he wants to be. So that's a nice use for Bacta, finally giving her something to do. Whoa, my treadmill just stopped itself. That scared me. Okay. And at Colony House, Donna says that she won't tell anyone about Fatima, saying, I don't think they could take it. I don't think I could take it if anything were to happen to Fatima. You know, they couldn't handle losing her. She was also looking at that picture of her sister again. She's already lost that, you know, that person who was closest to her when she first got there. And she's dealt with a lot of other loss in the intervening time. And so she's not going to tell anybody that Fatima killed Tilly now. She'll keep the secret because Fatima means too much to these people. She's a beacon of hope. That's why this entity targeted her in the first place. And Boyd then tells her that she's missing, and he relays the message that Sarah's voices said, that something took her and she's close by, but they won't be able to save her till it's too late. She says, let's call a meeting. Fuck that. You know, fuck them, fuck the voices. And at the diner, Ethan is kind of upset because he feels guilty for encouraging Julie to go in the ruins, which sent her into a seizure. He said he misses Tian Shen's pancakes and runs off to the bathroom. And Julie tells her parents, you know, he thinks that it's his fault because I asked him what I should do, if I should go inside the ruins or not. I know it's stupid. It just felt so much like one of those stories he always used to tell us, and I was afraid and didn't know who else to ask. So I love that she's asking him for guidance because this feels like one of his stories. Maybe this is one of his stories. Is that a hint from the writers that this is all one of Ethan's stories? I don't think it means that this is all imaginary and Ethan is making it up. I wouldn't worry about that. But, you know, maybe one day we'll find out Ethan is writing all this. I heard a fan theory that maybe, you know, we'll find out in the end Ethan is writing a book about all this. So this technically is one of his stories, but it actually happened, you know, like a real life account. But I don't know. I just think he's the storyteller in that he's the mouthpiece for the writers of this show, and he understands how everything works. I don't think that this is just one of his stories and it's made up, it's imaginary. I believe it's really happening. So that completes that scene. That's when the meeting is called. Oh, I see Doug in the chat. Doug got up briefly. Says, you better get back in your coffins or you're going to get burnt to a crisp. Okay, I'm going back to bed. Always nice to see you, Doug. Yeah, it was an all-nighter again. We're going to be done soon, though. Let's see. Who is Acosta? I bet it's reincarnation of Boyd's wife. Maybe. That's interesting. That's interesting, Sophie. I don't know. I think Tabby and Jade are the only ones reincarnated, but you never know. Doug is going to join the woman in yellow. Maybe so. Incognito. Fatima is the hope. They want to break her. Yes, exactly. She is their hope. So they want to break her. She's one of the most hopeful, helpful people here. That's why she was targeted. What if the boy in white went to speak with Ethan telling him something important? It's possible. Off screen, you mean? Could be. Incognito. Tony says, are you saying this is the never-ending story? Maybe. I don't know a lot about the never-ending story, actually. I've never seen it. I only know a little bit about it. But I've heard Tony talk about Harold and the Purple Crayon. Like maybe Ethan is writing this thing. He's thrown that out as an idea in his streams. And I've got to watch that movie. I know it's a classic. It's yet another classic I've never seen. I've got to watch that. Maybe this is a Harold and the Purple Crayon kind of thing. Who knows? Maybe Maybe this is one of Ethan's stories. I mean, I'm always open to different theories. Personally, I think Julie is going to write Flight of the Chromonocle would be a good epilogue, like The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings. Yes, Michael. I think that would be awesome if Julie writes the Flight of the Chromonocle in the future. Book 74. Ethan's story is such a big theory. Oh, yeah. Hey, the Soul Taker. The infinite symbol with the small attached seems to indicate that something was holding this place, possibly the Faustian pact that was made. Oh, in fact, Faustian pact that was made. Yeah, the infinity symbol. Yeah, there's a little line in the middle of the infinity symbol. That's right. I think it means that it can be broken. I think that line means that the infinity loop can be broken. The line in the cave mural. And that's let me see if I have it handy. I don't know if I have it in my artwork folder here. Let me see. Is it here? I got to get like all the artwork in one folder. I have a bunch of it here, but I don't think I have the cave mural in here. No, I don't. Okay, let me go back. I better just get back to the episodes so that I can go to bed soon. Okay, chapter 1, right here. Dark Crystal was amazing. It scared me as a child. Never saw that either, Tony. Let's see. Hey, you lot, the sun's up. I forgot. I didn't see that one. Better get back in your coffins or you're going to get burnt to a crisp. Gotta love Doug and his dry sense of humor. Let's see. Finger gun improvised by the actress. Right, Daryl? The nurse monster said she improvised that. Yes. Yes, Annie, I second this. I keep missing Tony's streams because I never know when they're happening. I keep missing that. Yeah. And he says, I don't want to keep refreshing YouTube like a drug fiend. I feel you on that. Tony says the premiere of From is bittersweet. I want to see it, but I don't want it to be Sunday night because I got to work on Monday morning. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. Yeah, and I mean, I just don't want it to be here yet because I got too much to do still. I got another stream to get through. There's too much to do. I'm not ready. I wanted to make more videos too, but I ran out of time. Anyway, you go to bed when you need. We will be here when you get back. I'm a fan of you. Thank you. That's very kind. Appreciate that. Those last streams don't count. What last streams? Oh, those recent ones you just did? Those extra streams? I hope you don't delete them because I want to watch those replays. I'm curious as to what happened. And I mean, you do what you need to do. If you feel you need to, then that's up to you. But I am curious. I would like to watch those replays that I missed of your streams, Tony. Anyway, so they have a meeting. And they call the worst search party ever to order here. They tell everyone Fatima's missing, and they know she's close. Something here told them, and something wants them to know that she's alone, that she's afraid, something that thinks that we don't have what it takes to find her. And Boyd goes on to say, like, hey, they didn't always have the talismans. They were living moment to moment, day to day. And he says, we proved that this place could not break us, and now it's trying to break us again. So we can either lay down and die, or we can say, fuck you. We're taking our lives back. We proved it once before, and I am asking for your help to prove it again. You gotta love a Boyd pep talk, with a good fuck you in it too, and a middle finger to boot. You just gotta love a good Boyd speech. I just love Boyd. So everybody pairs up in twos, and they're going to cover every inch of the place, even though they're the worst search party ever, as they wander around chit-chatting like it's just any other day. And so Boyd and Kenny pair up, and then Ellis and Elgin pair up, of all people. And then over in the root cellar, Fatima is groaning in pain, collapses on the floor, stumbles upon a trap door, and then she tries to pull it, but she cannot get it open. And incidentally, why are there a bunch of peach cans in here? I think Victor must have spent a bunch of time in here. There are all these peach cans. That's a little sus. I smell Victor's presence here. I think Victor must have hung out there a lot. So out in the woods, Donna and Acosta have a confrontation. Acosta thinks that Sarah's probably guilty of killing Fatima and Tilly, and doesn't understand why they're not suspecting Sarah. And Donna is just like, look, you got to trust me on this. You know, she doesn't have time to walk her through the many ways this place can fuck with her head. Just trust me and help me. And, you know, that's essentially what she's saying, and Acosta agrees. So, and then Boyd basically tells Kenny, like, look, I know things are never going to be the same again. Part of you is never going to forgive me for not telling you about Sarah and your dad. He's like, but being in charge of this place, it comes with a whole mess of decisions you never really want to make. But people live and die based on your ability to make those decisions. And then he tells Kenny that his Parkinson's is getting worse. And he says, I got a clock ticking on me. Yesterday, that clock started ticking a little faster. I need to know that when I'm gone, then you're going to step up and look after this place. It has to be you wearing this badge, not some hothead like Acosta or anybody else that might come through here. So I think, unfortunately, this is probably set up and foreshadowing that Acosta is going to be running this place. He's saying it can't be Acosta, so it's probably going to be Acosta. I think maybe it's going to be Acosta and Kenny running the place. They're going to turn on Boyd in season 4 when more of his secrets come out. Because he's still keeping too many secrets. He's still keeping the secret that Fatima killed Tilly. I mean, that they killed a monster. Like, he kept that secret from the rest of the town. There's too many secrets. And if they start coming out, people are going to turn on him. There's one episode title called Heavy is the Head. And it's probably referring to Boyd losing control of the town, I think. But he tries to give Kenny his badge, saying he wants Kenny to take it over, and Kenny refuses, but says he'll take his deputy badge back for now. So we'll see if that continues, though. And then Jade has a new Christopher vision. This one I really enjoyed, I have to say. It's not as creepy as some of the others. There's no blood symbol, but it's hilarious because he's setting up a bottle tree like Miranda did near her house, and he climbs a ladder as he's hanging the bottles, and then he sees Christopher just hanging out with Jasper on the roof, and all Jade does is laugh like, the fuck you want? You think at this point I haven't seen enough of you people? Try something new, because it's not doing it for me anymore. And as if to prove that he's wrong, Jasper lets out the same scream again that he's already pulled on him, and Jade almost falls off the damn ladder. So I guess the same tricks do still work on him, because he almost fell off the ladder. Amazing. I laughed so much. Love that scene. I think I might even have a clip of that, but it might be too long. I don't want to risk the stream getting pulled for playing a clip. Let me see if I have the clip. I don't know. It might be too long to risk it. I put too much time into this stream to let it get to risk having it pulled because of copyright. So yeah, I won't risk it just in case. I don't think I have it anyway, actually. Yeah, anyway. Great scene. defeating the villain is probably not the ultimate goal. Maybe it's not. Yes, Soapy, I love Boyd so much too. I hope he does not die or lose his mind. He's losing his mind. Agree. Yeah, that would suck. He's my second favorite after Jade. And I think he may die, but not till the end of the whole series. Like, he could go out a hero. He could go out a hero at the end of all this. And let's see. And this comment says, not Acosta. I hope she gets a good arc, but if she becomes a sheriff, it would send me over the edge. Me too. Acosta, I know Tony loves him, Acosta, but she just irks me. Hey, Amy. Pixie Vine TV. Nice to see you. Seems there is always an entity that needs defeating, like any good quest. Agree, Michael. Maybe a few. Tony says our streaming time will be 7 p.m. Sunday, then 9:30 p.m. for the after show, then a theory stream Tuesday night. Nice, nice, awesome. So that'll be Tony's schedule for the From streams. Very cool. I'll make sure that I try and make as many of those as I can because I love Tony's streams. And I'm going to be streaming Monday nights and Thursday nights, I think. those are the dates I've settled on. So that'll work. Okay. No way Acosta becomes sheriff. Kenny would become sheriff and he'd deputize someone. Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, Samuel. Tony and his Acosta. Yeah. Woo, Acosta. I think Tony would like to see her with that sheriff badge. Anyway. Yes, Michael, building a bottle tree right next to the house like Miranda did in the real world. Little parallel there. I thought that was cool. Okay, let's continue. Let's try and get this done so I can go to bed. And let's see. So Henry finds Jade and asks what the hell he's doing, and wondering why he's not there looking for Fatima like everybody else, and asks Jade to come help him look. And he wants to talk to him about Victor. And over at the bottle tree, this is a pivotal scene right here. This is really important. We're coming close to the end now. We're getting there. We're nearing the finish line. So Victor goes to chop down the bottle tree, the faraway bottle tree. And immediately after he starts, the boy in white appears saying, "Stop, you can't do that." Victor says, "It's a bad tree. It does bad things." And the boy in white replies, "It's important." And Victor's like, "Why? Why is it important? Why won't you help us?" Boy in white says, "Because I tried with Christopher. I think you need to learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand." So, yeah, there's a lot here. So it's important. Why is the bottle tree important? I think Michael is right with the way he sees things. I agree. Michael and I tend to have be on the same wavelength when it comes to theories. I also, like Michael, I think that the faraway bottle trees, like MG in the chat, I think that the faraway bottle trees are bringing Tabitha and Jade back every lifetime, and they need them there. And if you chop down that tree, they're not going to have any more lives. Their reincarnation cycle will be over, and there will be no more chances to save the children. And I think it gets even worse, because I think that this place would continue on, and Tabitha and Jade would be the only way to break the curse. And without them being reincarnated, everyone would be trapped there, and this place would still keep claiming new victims forever, keep drawing in new victims forever, with no Tabitha, no Jade to come break the curse somehow. I really think that they are the key, and without them,
There's no breaking the curse. There's no ending this place, and it will continue to claim new victims for eternity. So if somebody chops down this tree, it would up the stakes by a lot. It would up the stakes by a lot if somebody chops down this tree, which I think is probably going to happen in the finale of season 4, because the title of it is If a Tree Falls in the Forest. And so someone's going to chop down this tree, and that means no more reincarnation for Tabitha and Jade. That means they have to figure it out in this lifetime. No more chances, no more, free plays for, extra lives. That's it. This is it. They have to make this one count. That's what I think. And, so I shouted out Michael MG in the chat. I shouted him out. I credited him in my latest video from season 4 predictions for the theory that that if you chop down this tree, there will be no more extra lives for Tabitha and Jade. The reincarnation will stop. And then from there, I take it in a different direction, and I think it means this whole place will continue and the curse cannot be broken. New victims will be claimed forever. Whereas I think Michael believes that the whole place will just end, and the children will never be saved. The children will be lost. So that's where our theories diverge a bit. But yeah, he inspired my version of the theory. So he got a credit in my latest video, which is pinned at the top of the chat. If anybody hasn't checked it out yet, please give it a like and a view. Hype it if you can. That is your superpower. It's like the like button on steroids. That is what the hype button really is. And anyway, so Boy in White says he tried with Christopher. I think you need to learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. We saw that flashback of him and Christopher. Christopher looked like he snapped, and he was like, "You lie. Everything here lies." He dumped too much information on Christopher, and Christopher couldn't deal with it. His mind broke. So it's the only way you'll understand. Instead, what he's saying is he's slowly leading them toward answers with breadcrumbs in this timeline. That's what the Boy in White is doing now, because otherwise Jade might snap if he were to dump a ton of information on him in this timeline. And so he's trying things a little differently. And Tabitha's the one who got lured to the lighthouse to supposedly save the children instead of Christopher. So it seems like the Boy in White changed that too. Because in 78, he told Christopher to go to the lighthouse to save the children for some reason. So he's changing tactics. Now this time it's Tabitha, maybe because Tabitha is more mentally stable, less likely to snap. I don't know, but it's interesting, the changing of the tactics. And he's not trying to be mean or harsh, even though he comes off kind of grumpy here. I think he's just frustrated with seeing all this suffering, lifetime after lifetime here, seeing Tabitha and Jade fail over and over again, and the Boy in White can only do so much. He can't fix everything, and he's frustrated. He wants these people to stop making the same mistakes over and over again. And he also used the same phrase with Tabitha, "It's the only way," when he pushed her out. "I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way." Then he pushed her out of the lighthouse. And now he says that again. "I think you need to learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand." So what does that mean? He's saying that this is the only way that they'll be able to understand the gravity of all of these lives that they've lived if they figure it out on their own. If it gets dumped on them like he tried in 78 with Christopher, too much information, it could break their mind. So he's trying it a different way, and he pushed Tabitha out of the lighthouse, sent her back to meet her husband from a previous life, to see her paintings that she did in a previous life, all of them containing memories from past lives in Fromland. That's how he's changing tactics. That's how he's trying to help them learn for themselves. And the telltale phrase that he repeats to Victor, which he also said to Tabitha, was, "It's the only way." So he might as well have finished that sentence to Tabitha too. "I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way. You'll understand." I think that's what he really meant. But he left it more ambiguous in that moment. This is the only way. So that we would ask, this is the only way to what? It makes it more of a question. The fact that he didn't say, "It's the only way you'll understand" to Tabitha. But now he's giving us a little bit more. Now it's the end of season 3. He's giving us a little bit more. We're getting a bit more information. We're getting more answers. Of course, the answers come with more questions, but that's the nature of a mystery box series. He's not trying to be mean, but he can't just feed them the answers. It doesn't work that way. And Victor tells him, "You look different now." Boy in White's like, "So do you." Victor's like, "Wait a minute. No. All those years you look the same. Why are you changing now?" Boy in White says, "Everything's changing now." Yeah, nice try, writers, but we know he went through a growth spurt, and you're just trying to write it into the script. But that was a clever way to do it. And Victor says, "Is that bad? I don't know what to do. Tell me how I can help them, please. You're supposed to be my friend." He says, "I am your friend." And Victor's like, "Then help me. Tell me what to do, please." And Boy in White says, "Don't cut down that tree." He looks almost angry and then leaves. And Victor's yelling for him to come back. He is his friend, but he can't feed him all the answers, and he can't just lead them all to the exit. He doesn't have the power to just set everyone free. I'm convinced that he doesn't have the power to do that. He had the power only to send Tabitha out into the real world, only because that was part of the deal. The magic faraway bottle tree is what enables Tabitha and Jade to go back and forth between this place and their world, I think. But nobody else can get in or out like that. Nobody else can just get pushed out. I don't think anybody else could go to the lighthouse and just leave. So I believe him when he says he is Victor's friend. He just can't solve all this for him. He doesn't have the power to just set everyone free, push everyone out. It's not as simple as that. The man in yellow is the only one who has that power, I think. The man in yellow is trapping everyone there. And the boy in white has less power, in my opinion. But I think they're both bringing people to town to try to either help or to cause harm. Boy in white trying to help, bringing people who are helpful, and the man in yellow bringing people who can cause harm. That's the crux of my theory. I have a 2-part theory on the boy in white and the man in yellow that I released over a year ago, and they're in my playlist of From theories that I've made. I'm going to put that in the description of this live stream when it's over, along with my other recent videos. So yeah, that's that monumental scene. So the rest of this, hopefully we can get through a lot quicker, but that scene I needed to devote a few minutes to. Man in Black says, "I can't believe the man in yellow is the big bad. Thought he was an underboss." I think he is, though. I think it's looking that way. I mean, they're really playing this up, this man in yellow entity. I think season 4 is going to make it pretty clear once and for all if he's the big bad or not. Hey, Frumley Theory. Welcome. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying about this. Tony says, "She can handcuff me. I'll spread them for her." I believe you would. I believe you would. Terrell says the faraway tree getting cut down at the end of season 4 is most likely. Yes. I think it's happening. And MG says that the tree is running the 2 parents' reincarnation cycle and reawakening each cycle, as well as transport to Fromville from the real world. Yes, I agree. The trees, Daryl says the trees do represent hope. So hope of Jade and Tabitha saving them. Yes, absolutely. You need to learn for yourselves, and it's the only way. In the lighthouse with Tabitha are directly related, i.e., he's not spoon feeding info this time, making people learn for themselves. Exactly, MG. That way they're prepared for revelation when it comes and they reawaken. Yes. Man in Black says, no more extra lives. Yes, it's a good theory. It's a good theory by MG. I love it. I had to include it in my video and credit him for it. A. Fromley, much love. I think Boy in White is a story walker. Interesting theory, Fromley. Incognito. The paper with number seems to take you to a precise location, so items taken before going to the faraway tree are important, like coordinates. Yes, I think that if you take a certain item into a faraway tree, it can control your destination. I agree. Like the 1864 note in Boyd's pocket when he went through the tree, I think sent him to the 1864 dungeon dream state. Michael, let's see, MG says he sent Tabitha to the real world to get her backstory from Henry. It's the only way they'll accept their role in story when it comes, rather than going nuts like Christopher. Yes, exactly. Man in Black says, I also think the Boy in White didn't respond to the tree doing bad things. Yeah, he didn't really respond to that. MG says the convo with Boy in White and Victor informs our understanding of the earlier convo with Tabby in the lighthouse. And I had the same exact reaction to that when I heard it. So I am right there with you. That's exactly what I thought when I heard this. Daryl says the stakes are definitely higher in Frumland if Frumland continues to exist and claim people. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think so, Daryl. I think that makes it a lot worse. You know, if this place continues to go on and claim people, and Tabitha and Jade are no longer able to come back and end it all. Let's see. Incognito says the Boy in White could be the man Yellow's son, the child that wasn't willing to sacrifice himself, so now he's like a ghost who wants to break his malediction. Not my theory, I'm just the messenger. That's a cool theory. Maybe they both have to save the children. Yeah, maybe both Tabitha and Jade, that could be. Daryl says Boy in White is willing to do bad things to achieve the goal of ending the cycle. Yes, absolutely agree. He has to do messed up things sometimes in the service of that goal. Much like how we only understand how the rope got thrown to Boyd when Martin's chained up, when we see Julie go back and do it in a later season. Yes, so sometimes we don't understand things until a later revelation, like MG is saying. Boy in White is the avatar. So MG thinks that Boy in White is the avatar of the magic tree the Ankui kids empowered. He is the executor of their salvation, trying to push the quest along to completion by guiding the two parents. Though he doesn't know how, as Sarah says. Yes, agree. Yeah, he just doesn't know exactly how to do it, so he keeps tweaking his methods. I think Boy in White is being avatar of the tree is why he's able to transport them between worlds. Yes, Michael. He's able to tap into that part of what the tree is capable of. Yes, completely agree on all of that. Yes, Soapy, we're getting a lot of answers, and I love the mystery. Me too. See, tell me that this is not a lot of answers. This is a lot. We're getting a ton of answers in season 3. And yet there's still a lot of mystery. This is how you do a mystery box. The answers lead to more questions. So it just keeps building and expanding. Let's see. Daryl says season 3 already started giving us answers. Season 4 is going to continue to do so. And as John Griffin said, season 4, the characters will get to the truth. Very exciting stuff. Let's see. MG thinks there's a bigger boss. See, Man in Black says it was mentioned in the recent interview that there's a bigger bad. Would they actually reveal something like that? MG says, I think it's the shadow figure from the opening, from the painting on the wall behind Tabby in Miranda's basement, and the monster tweet from MGM on X. Yeah, I have that actually in my artwork folder. So it could be. It could be the entity that they sacrificed the children to that turned them into monsters. When the tree gets cut down, Boy in White gonna be like, no. Yes, Daryl. Indeed. I think it may even hurt or kill the Boy in White if it gets cut down. Oh no, MG. No. I love the Boy in White. No, that would be terrible. Third Shift Lurker says the Boy in White becomes a real boy when the tree gets cut down. Daryl says Boy in White gonna be like, I fucking told you not to do that, you stupid fucks. And because he's a boy, they'll be like, mind your language, young man. Yes. Incognito says the drawing of the Shadow Man under that looks like the dungeon arch could be the real villain. Just a guess. Maybe. I think they have to work together this cycle. Yes. The shadow figure. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about, MG. The thing that kind of looks like Slender Man. There's a painting in Miranda's basement that looks like Slender Man, if you know what I mean. If you know who Slender Man is. Morning, Shadow Skulk. Yeah, MG thinks that the big bad may be the original bargain entity if it wasn't the man in yellow. Yeah. Swirly black mist sort of thing in the opening. Right. Okay. Oh, Man in Black wants to share the link. Let me give you a moderator thing so that you can do that. Where the creators confirm Man in Yellow is the big bad. Let me give you a moderator badge so that you can share the link, because otherwise YouTube will just delete it. Hold on. I'm just going to close some tabs because everything is moving too slowly. It's taking forever. Let me see if I can. I'll just go into the chat on my phone. That'll be faster. Okay, Man in Black. Where are you in the chat? Okay. Man in Black, if you're still listening, I gave you a moderator badge. So now you can post that link again and it won't get deleted. Let's see. The Soul Taker, I've seen Lost and Lost was excellent. I haven't seen anything else Harold was in though, other than just I did see the Matrix sequel that he was in, which was great. Okay. So let's oh, thanks Man in Black. Screen rant. There we go. Appreciate that. Let's see. I'm going to share that. I'm going to save that rather. I'm going to save that and we'll go through all these of these things, these links about season 5 and whatnot on the next stream when we have more time, which will be tonight. Oh, Michael, thanks for sharing that link. Let me see if I can just pull this up really quick, get it to load. Okay. And meanwhile, let's get through the rest of the breakdown. So this is where Jim has his last scene with Ethan. And they go look for Fatima down at the RV. Now, it looks like I have some pictures missing here, actually. So I'll just go through the scene before that really quick, even though I don't have a bunch of pictures for it. I don't know why. There should be more Elgin and Ellis. I swear. Yeah, there's something missing. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Not an important one. Elgin tells Ellis a story about how when he was a kid, a girl went missing, and it turned out everyone was scared for nothing. And he says, sometimes we think the worst when we don't really know. Ellis is just pissed, like Elgin is minimizing Fatima being missing, and he already lost his mom. And Ellis is like, look, when she died, the way she died, I can't go through that again. I won't. So Ellis is just really losing it. You know, he will not lose Fatima the way Boyd lost Abby, even if it means Fatima kills him because she's losing her mind. And then we have this scene with Jim and Ethan, which turns out to be their last scene together, which it's very sad in retrospect. Jim and Ethan check the RV, and Fatima's not in there, but they take the opportunity to talk. Jim remembers how Ethan was in bad shape last time he was in there, and all he could think about was it was his fault. He was driving, and he thought that they would lose him like Thomas, and he never would have forgiven himself. And Ethan cuts him a break and relieves his conscience, saying it wasn't your fault because you were scared and you were doing the best you could. And Jim says, kind of like you were when you told Julie to go to those ruins. You were doing the best you could, right? And then he imparts some last wisdom, some parting wisdom to Ethan. As it turns out, this is the last parting wisdom, and this will stay with him. This will be something he can carry with him into the future. He tells him, things happen here, things we can't control. This place wants us to blame ourselves. It wants us to be scared. You have to remember that we're all doing our best, even when bad things happen, especially when bad things happen. It's how we face those things. That's what matters. Not the decisions we make, not whose fault it was, but how we take care of each other and how we always do our best no matter what. You understand? And they say they love each other, they hug. It's a beautiful scene that winds up being a goodbye scene. They just don't know it yet. And this right here is when I knew Jim was toast. I knew he was going to die. This is just such a trope. You know, before a character gets killed off, they have a beautiful family moment where they make things right and they show growth with their family, and they make things right with everyone they love. And you know, this is you know, it's very common in TV and in movies. And you know, I put this on my thumbnail that week, and I said Jim is definitely gonna die. I forget what I said. I don't remember what the title was, but I predicted it when I saw this. It was, yeah, it's really sad. Jim got a raw deal. And anyway, I'm not going to belabor that point too long. They go to leave, and then the Thomas voice comes on the police radio saying, Dad, are you there? Dad, please don't leave me alone here. And Ethan just looks at it and says, come on, Dad. You were right. It's not him. It's not Thomas. So he's on to this place and its entities now. He's not naive anymore. He's more realistic. And he's not even weirded out by it. You know, before he kind of got taken in by it when Thomas called him on the phone earlier in the season. But now he's getting wiser fast. And he doesn't even react. He's just like, whatever. Poor Ethan. You know, he's already been through so much for someone his age. He's growing up too fast. And as they leave, Thomas is still talking on the radio like, where are you going? Dad, in this evil voice. It's creepy as fuck. And I think it's the Man in Yellow entity screwing with them. That's what I think. I think it's the Man in Yellow entity screwing with them. So there we go. Another scene down. I'm just going to go through these last few scenes as quickly as I can. What if Ethan is Thomas? Well, I never thought of that soul taker. I don't know. I think they'd have to be separate people, but Shadow Skull going back to sleep while I have the chance. All of my loves and happy wishes. Well, sending the same right back to you. I will rewatch this again later. Thank you so much. Going to work. Have a great day, JB, and the chat. You too, Man in Black. Ethan had a much more beautiful goodbye with his father than poor Julie did. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Julie had a decent last scene with him, but it wasn't as nice as this. Jim's killer watches this stream. We are traitors. Jim's killer watches this stream. Yeah, that's true, Daryl. That man in yellow. Yep. Lovely Jim and Ethan scene. Fake Thomas is so awesome. Yes, he is. Julie, I posted the image of the arch silhouette in images and videos. Can you show it? Maybe it's the big bad. Okay, sure thing. I'll pull that up. Let's see. While that's loading, I will talk through the next scene because Discord takes a minute. So Julie talks to Tabitha about her story walking adventure and how scary it was. How she was afraid that she'd never find her way out and she'd be alone. She says that she doesn't think she was dreaming, and it was almost like she went somewhere. One second she was in this weird chamber and the three of us were there and there's screaming, and then there was this guy chained to a wall, and then I'm in these tunnels and I heard you talking to Victor. I tried to find you, but your voice kept getting further and further away. And then I heard those children. They were screaming that word. And she was so scared. She was like, what if I never make it back? What if I'm lost and no one ever finds me? What if I'm alone now? Tabitha says, you'll never be alone. You're not alone. You'll never, never be alone here. I don't think Julie will end up that way either. I think she'll be fine on her story walking adventures. I don't think she's going to end up trapped there. And if anything, Randall will. Randall is the one who's full of dread. Julie is scared now, but it's not the same. Randall has been full of dread from the beginning about going to those ruins, and Julie wasn't. She's just scared because of the ordeal she went through once she did go in. But she had no sense of dread about going near the ruins, unlike Randall. So I think she'll be fine. I think Randall's dread is setting up something bad happening to him, though. But I think she will need a buddy to pull her out of the ruins, because she'll be laying in there having a seizure every time. She'll need somebody to just sit there for like half an hour and then pull her out, which it looks like it's going to be Randall based on the season 4 trailer. So then an Inkui kid shows up and beckons to Tabitha to follow, creepily. And Jade has a conversation with Henry about how Victor is not broken. You don't have to fix him. Henry feels like he has to fix Victor somehow. And he doesn't know what to say to him. So, he feels uncomfortable, and Jade is like, you're trying to figure out how to fix him. You can't because he's not broken. Victor is the product of what this place made him. He's been surviving in this place for decades. He's been shaped by this place. He's Tarzan growing up in the jungle, and you're the guy who comes along and makes him feel like an asshole because he doesn't know how to use a fork. So, Henry just got done telling Jim he doesn't have to fix Tabitha, and now Jade has to tell Henry you don't have to fix Victor. And Jade is a lot more empathetic than he seems. He understands Victor really well to be able to give that kind of advice. He understands Victor. Victor is traumatized by this place and broken by it, really. And he can't be fixed. He's just shaped by it. He just has to be accepted the way he is. There's no changing him. He's not going to be normal. He's never going to be normal. And then I'll just go through this really quick. At the Brundles, Elgin tries to reassure Ellis, but basically tips his hand and lets it slip that he knows something about Fatima. It's pretty obvious. You know, he wants to reassure Ellis, but he gives too much away. He's like, "You're not going to lose Fatima. It's not going to come to that." And you know, he's way too sure of it. And then he tells Ellis, "I have to tell you something. When we were on the bus on our way here, I had a dream. And ever since then, I feel like something has been trying to talk to me. What if all this is happening for a reason? What if Fatima is out there right now doing something to help us? This might be a good thing, you know, the baby and everything." I mean, what the hell kind of a weird thing to say is that? She's missing right now. And this entity in Sarah's head was saying crazy things about how they're not going to find her in time to save her. And Elgin is like, maybe this is a good thing. Obviously, he's tipping his hand and Ellis is now on to him. He's like, why would this have anything to do with the baby? And Elgin's like, oh, I'm just trying to say that maybe we don't have all the information yet. That's all. I don't want you to be afraid. I really think she's going to be okay. With this weird, creepy smile. Yeah, he gave himself away. But at least he didn't push Ellis into the Brundles. At one point, Ellis had his back to him. And it was like, is he thinking about pushing him into the Brundles so he can cover his tracks? But it didn't happen. That's what Scarlet was thinking when this first aired, I remember. Now, back to the root cellar. Fatima is still trying to pull this trap door open and can't. The kimono lady shows up. And Tabitha follows the Ankui kid closer to the root cellar. So kimono lady's trying to shut Fatima up so that Tabitha doesn't hear her. She does the shush motion, pushes her down on the bed, and covers her mouth. This is all just so Tabitha doesn't hear her, clearly. It's creepy as hell. Tabitha and Julie approach, and she looks down, she touches the side of the root cellar, and then she gets that weird flash again with her memories returning. This is all because she went to Camden, met Henry, saw the paintings she did in her past life, and it laid the groundwork for her finally remembering who she is. And now these familiar places are starting to give her flashes. First, she touched Victor's arm, and she got one of these flashes, these weird rushes, earlier in this episode. And now she touches the root cellar, the last place where she left Victor as a child, and that's giving her a weird flash of something. So it's coming back. I remember watching this like, oh my god, it's happening. She's remembering who she is. She's fucking remembering. Because I had predicted by this time that she and Jade were reincarnated, and I was just waiting for a reveal. And I was like, oh my god, it's happening. It's really happening. I was freaking out. I was so geeking out over this. By the end of episode 6 of season 3, I was sold that they were going to be reincarnated. It took me a while to get there. Some people got there sooner to that conclusion. I mean, after episode 3, I was considering it, but I wasn't willing to commit to it. And after episode 6, I was like, that's it. I'm sold. I put out a video, and to date, it's my most viewed video ever. It's Tabitha and Jade, the origins of Tabitha and Jade. And it got 10,000 views. That's the one that got 10,000 views. I had it mixed up the other day. But I put that out after episode 6 of season 3. And my other one after episode 3 that I put out was when I said maybe she's reincarnated. That one got like 9,000 views. But yeah, this was very exciting. This is the first time I got a major theory right. So I was psyched about this. And I also think it's just a really cool storyline. I've never seen anything like this on a TV show before, a reincarnation reveal. So she goes down in the cellar, and Kimono Lady is still covering Fatima's mouth. And, you know, because she doesn't want her to make any noise and get heard by Tabitha. She comes in, turns on the light, and Victor is creepily standing in the corner like the Blair Witch Project. She goes over to him and is like, what's wrong, or what are you doing here? And he tells her, this is where it happened. This is where she left us. Not fair. All these years, I thought there was a reason that I lived. I was the reason she died. Heartbreaking. Tabitha says, no, it wasn't your fault. You were just a little boy. And she hugs him. Look at the tears in his eyes. What an amazing actor. Because he remembers now, he uncovered the memory that he's the one who told his mother about what the boy in white said to Christopher regarding the bottle tree. And that's why she left that night. She left to go to the tree instead of Christopher. So he blames himself. And now this is his mother in another lifetime telling him it wasn't your fault. What a beautiful moment. And then by hugging him like this, and he's crying in her arms, this is what finally triggers her to remember who she is. At least she remembers the Miranda part. She gets she doesn't officially remember that she's Miranda, but she starts getting Miranda memories. and this is because this is the exact spot where she hugged Victor as a child that night when she left him. And there you get the flashes of that. She sees that in her mind. What a moment. And then she starts going, oh, no, 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 no. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. And she backs off and then runs out of the root cellar. I felt really bad for her. I mean, she did a great performance here. She looked completely overwhelmed, and the cinematography, it was so like dizzying. The camera kind of swinging around, like you felt dizzy along with her, the way the camera work was going. And then she remembered. She had this flash of Miranda running through the woods at night, and we get this dramatic reveal of how she died. And this camera angle was slanted, like a nightmarish slant, as she's remembering this. I love the cinematography here. It's just, oh my God, it's so good. Then she sees the bottle tree, Miranda reaching the bottle tree at night, turning around, there's Smiley grinning at her, and she sees him. Before she can get into the tree, he runs at her, tackles her, and that's the end of that. And Tabitha screaming as she remembers Miranda being murdered. She remembers herself being murdered. She just isn't totally sure yet. She just doesn't realize 100% that it's her yet. Julie comes over and tries to comfort her. She's like, don't touch me, don't touch me. Which is really weird. She pushes Julie away, and then she reaches her hand out for Victor. I found that funny. And Julie still tried to hug her anyway. She's like, no, get off me. Still reaching for Victor a second time. It's because she's remembering. Her memories are coming back that she's Miranda, and that was her son. So she's like, no, Julie, get off me. And she's reaching for her son, Victor. That is the dramatic reveal. I mean, it wasn't the official, like, yes, they're reincarnated. But when I saw this was all the confirmation I needed. And I know that some people didn't want to believe it at first and thought maybe she's just having visions like Jade, or she's one of the chosen ones and Miranda was a chosen one like her and not literally reincarnated. And some people thought maybe she was Eloise and she was remembering being Eloise and witnessing Miranda getting killed. But no, this was all the confirmation I needed that Tabitha was Miranda. I was completely sold. Like, yeah, this is it. She's confirmed Miranda. It was awesome. Anyway, so we did it in 6 hours and 38 minutes, guys. I did it in less than 7 hours this time. A little over 6.5 hours. The fact that she pushes off Julie and embraces Victor is telling. Mother's neglect. Yes, David. Yes. I love the ending of this episode. Tabitha pushing Julie away and holding on to Victor. Right, Daryl? Yes, Tabitha is being overwhelmed with her Miranda self, so that's why she pushes Julie away and goes toward Victor. So amazing. I love it. Me too. It's also really good because just a few scenes prior, Tabitha was hugging Julie, and now she's pushing Julie away. Love the storytelling. Hell yes. Chay's review said I had to eat a big heaping of crow that day. I fought reincarnation to the bitter end. I know a lot of people did. I think I remember that. You were like, nope, she's not reincarnated. I remember that, man. I do. It's okay. We all get things wrong. I get things wrong all the time. Lots of people did. Lots of people fought reincarnation. I understand it. Daryl says, only after this episode did I realize it was reincarnation. For me, it was season 3, episode 6. What did it for me was that dream of baby Tabitha at the totems when she remembered her dream as a little girl screaming at the creepy rocks, the red rocks. That's what did it for me. I was already thinking maybe she's reincarnated, and when she remembered that dream as a little girl, I became convinced that she and Jade were reincarnated, and I put out a theory video. And then this, for me, was all the confirmation that I needed. But it was ambiguous. This wasn't 100% confirmation by any means. Soapy says, my theories have been so bad, but now I'm on the Julie story. Daryl says, Tabitha remembering her previous death. Yes, indeed. Oh, and Incognito. I will load that. What was it I'm loading now? I forget which channel. Incognito said they posted in, I think, images. Oh, yeah, I've got it. Okay, so I'll share that in a minute. Incognito. So don't go anywhere if you can hang out for just a minute. Let me just go through the chat. The rest of the chat here. Daryl says, I just didn't think reincarnation was going to be a thing in this show. A lot of people didn't. Let's see. With Alice says, I'm on they are twins island alone, but it's okay. I will admit I was wrong. Yeah, Alice didn't believe in the reincarnation thing. Yeah, it was a great ending. Amy says, I am too excited for the new season. Oh yeah, me too. Oh my god, first lures. Yes, MG. Alice says, in season 2, I believed Victor and Tabitha are sister and brother twins. I think Tabitha is misremembering the connection, but I think it will be revealed in the end. Oh, okay, Alice, I understand now. I understand. That's a cool theory. Yeah, you never know. Incognito says, maybe in the end there is no escape. The only choice is to remember to make amends or be killed so the entity disappears once and for all. Yes, I'm cooking this theory. Oh, that's dark. That's dark. I hope that there is an escape for some people. Third Shift says, Elgin thinks he's one of the 3 wise men and Smiley is Jesus. Right. The situation with Victor is different than Miranda, Daryl says. David says, I'm thinking the nightmare creatures are trying to use the townies to destroy the man in yellow in order to break the curse and set themselves free. That's a unique take, David. Elgin giving away he knows where Fatima is. Rookie mistake. Yes, Daryl. Elgin is just misunderstood. He's a good guy. Soapy hates Elgin. I think he's a good guy at heart. MG says, didn't think that maybe Miranda wasn't broken. Now he didn't think Victor might not be broken. Right. Learns the mistakes of history or be doomed to repeat them. Indeed. Tabby's a cooey daughter watching Tabby hug Julie like, she was my mommy first. Yes, Daryl. Ankui, Ankui. They touch, they rake, they steal. No one here is free. This episode is like the duality of being united, all breaking off in pairs and atoning. Oh, interesting, David. Yeah, that's what they were all doing. Incognito says the entity can be omniscient, but not almighty. It has to have a weak spot. They just need to find it. I guess it's he's eager for consuming suffering from others. That's a good point, Incognito. Omniscient but not almighty. I like that. David says, Ethan said it's not the real Thomas, and Boyd said that wasn't his wife. I think it's the entity, but different to Katri and the bartender, who seem to be inner dialogue with mentors. David, I think they're all the entities. I think some of them are sent by the boy in white, and some are sent by the man in yellow evil entity, but I think Katri and Tom, I think Tom is sent by the evil entity, and Katri is usually sent by the helpful boy in white, I think. But anyway, I won't go down that rabbit hole now. David says, if Ethan said it wasn't Thomas, we can confirm the voice isn't Thomas, since he is a walking manual to the show. You said it, David. He sure is. He is a walking manual to the show. Oh, anyway. I don't believe it was Julie's story walking that caused Tabitha to remember. Yeah, I don't think so either, Daryl. I think it was Chris said, what did story walking Julie do to Miranda that Tabitha remembered? Yeah. Oh, I think Chris is saying that maybe story walking Julie met Miranda somehow, and now Tabitha's gonna remember that. You never know, Chris. That's possible. Maybe it was not the night when Miranda was going to the tree. Possible eclipse. It could be. I hope we get an eclipse in real time on the show. That would be wild. It's all about forgetting versus remembering, because remembering allows you to move forward, but forgetting makes you stay in trauma, repressed negativity. Yes, Incognito, that is really well said. That is really well said, and that is a huge theme of the show. Victor forgetting versus Tabitha remembering her past lives. Victor burying trauma. Tabitha remembering trauma. You know, oh yeah. Forgetting makes you stay in trauma, repressing negativity. Absolutely. That is so true. It's a lesson we should all take from the show. Third Shift Lurker says, I could have sworn that Miranda was studying the lunar cycle to learn when the eclipse will happen. Yeah, because I know what you're saying, because on the Peach Truck map, there's a little map of the moon's phases, like wondering when an eclipse is going to happen. Good point. Tony says, how would Ethan know what Thomas sounds like at that age? He just wouldn't. That's true. He wouldn't. I mean, if Thomas were still alive. But Thomas died as a baby. So Thomas wouldn't sound like that at all. Thomas wouldn't sound like a child who could speak the way that kid was speaking. So I think we can rule out that being Thomas, unless you're saying this is some kind of alternate dimension, parallel universe thing where Thomas didn't die, Tony. In which case, well, that opens up a totally different option here. That's different. If you're saying like, oh, in a parallel universe, maybe Thomas is alive, then that's a theory that's I know is out there, and it could happen. You're welcome, Incognito. It's above all a show talking about the human psyche. Yes, and I can complete that. Looks like you sent it a little too soon, but I would complete that sentence by saying how we deal with trauma. Absolutely, that's basically what this show is about. And see, he would if Thomas didn't die, and maybe Ethan did in a parallel universe. Yeah, okay, I figured that's where you were going with that, Tony. Yeah, it could be if there are parallel universes in this show. It's possible. Rose says everyone in From is PTSD. 100% they do. 100%. How we deal with events in our lives, how we make decisions, yes. And how we deal with trauma, I would add. That's what this show is all about, Incognito. Absolutely. Alice says, I believe Eloise Tabitha are reincarnated, or Eloise Tabitha was stuck in a time loop, causing her not to age. This is why Victor appears older. Oh, it's a fascinating theory, Alice. I like it. Yes, Lexi, just about to end. Just about to end. Yes, Incognito. I will put up that drawing as I'm wrapping up now. The entities are just trolling with that goofy evil Thomas laugh. I think so too, Samuel. It sounds goofy to me. It sounds like the entity is trolling. It sounds evil as fuck. A little too evil, you know. Sure, Michael, we can end with a couple songs before we sign off. Do you want to put some songs in the chat and I'll play them on the way out if you're listening? You can throw a couple songs in the chat and I'll play them. I'll play them on the way out. Tony says, I think this show has caused everyone in the fandom to have PTSD. I think so too. We're all in Fromville together. Let's face it. We're all stuck in Fromville together. Hi there, Liani. Good morning to you too. Yes, Lexi, there is another live tonight. And it's going to be diving into the season 3 finale and talking season 4 predictions ahead of the premiere. And I will play those songs by Michael, but first I'm going to throw up that image that Incognito put in the Discord so we can just look at that for a sec before I play the songs and head out. Let's see. So this thing looks like Slender Man. This could be the big bad. It's got these really long, creepy looking legs. It's this black silhouette figure that Miranda painted. That's the one I think Michael was referring to as well. MG in the chat. MG, let me know if that's the one you were talking about. But I think I'm guessing yes, and it does look like maybe it could be the big bad. Rose says, Julie, did my wedding invite get lost in the mail? Congratulations again. Thank you. There's no wedding anytime soon, but yes, if you want an invite, you got it. You got it. Right along with Tony. You both get an invite to the wedding. We're just you know, I would say we're fiancés. We're not married. All right. So yeah, Incognito. This is really interesting stuff. The monsters, boy in white, faraway Fukin trees, just ornaments to tell the real message: how human lives fall, react, and move on. Yes, I would agree with that. Okay, so I'm going to pull up Michael's songs and use those to play us out of here. Oh, I'm going to close this poll down too. I forgot all about the poll, guys. So the poll, where is it? So it was what is walking around knocking at the cabins, and if I can get this stupid thing to load, I'll tell you what the result was. Yeah, for some reason it's not loading. Anyway, for some reason it's not loading, but it looks like the Scarecrow monsters win with 59%. And okay, so I'm going to close that down and pull up Michael's songs and use those to play us out. And if you haven't already, please check out my new video, which is pinned at the top of the chat right now. If you happen to be listening on the replay, it will be in the description of this video. And so the poll was, so the winner was Scarecrow Monsters, 59% is what's at the cabins making noise in season 3. Future Julie, 25%, Eloise, 14%, and the Man in Yellow, 2%. With 88 votes. Wow, that's a lot of participation. Cool. So, all right. With that being said, thanks, Michael. And yes, thank you, Michael, for posting those images in Discord too. I will check that out. And with that being said, I'm going to pull up Michael's songs and use them to play us out for the last few minutes of the stream while I get myself a snack and get ready for bed. Let's see. Just have to load this song here. Thank you guys so much again. Hope you guys have a great day or a great night. Please give my new video with season 4 predictions and theories a view, a like, a comment, and if you're feeling generous, one of your hypes this week. Your hypes are really powerful. Trust me, it is like the like button on steroids. So please throw it a hype if you have a hype available, and it would be much appreciated. So hope you guys have a great day or a great night. I'm going to just play a few of Michael's songs back to back and then head out after. So after that, I will just play my outro thing, and we'll be back tonight with season 4 theories and season 3 rewatch breakdown. Yes, Michael, thank you. I will do that. If tomorrow you can start at the same time, it would be great, Julie. I might have to start earlier this time, incognito, but I'll probably be streaming really late, so hopefully it'll still work for you. Peace to you too, SL Rhodes. Okay, we double dating then. Sounds good, Rose. Sounds good. You have a good day too, Annie. And thank you so much, Rose. I saved my hypes for you and Tony. Thank you so much. Cannot thank you enough. Thank you, Third Shift Lurker. Don't forget to hype. I would love a twist where the big villain is in fact the construction of all the fears of the residents. We'll see. That would be cool, Incognito. I like that a lot. Okay, let's start with this one here. And hope you guys have a great day or a great night, and we'll see you again tonight. I'm going to try to start at around 10:30 p.m. Eastern. Let's see if I can actually pull that off. I hope I can. And okay, let's see. Where is the play button on this thing? There we go. Okay. Love you guys. See you tonight.
Frost on the doors, hungry to the bone. The fires burned low, we were alone. The wind howled high, the night stretched wide, and something ancient stood outside. The snow fell deep, the rivers died, our stomachs shriveled tight inside. The crops lay black, the cattle thin. We prayed for light, but dark came in. Then through the dark, with ember eyes, it came with smiles, it came with lies. No pain, no fear, no final breath. Give me your young, I'll forswear death. Two parents begged with trembling hands. Turn back, refuse those cruel demands. But the deal was struck. The town agreed to the loathsome terms. We must accede. children lay on stone cold biers, their pack cut short, their tender years, their eyes stared up in silent dread as coldness spread above their heads. Though shadows fall and night draws near, our love shall vanquish time and fear. Call out to us, my band of Cree, we'll fight for you eternally. With silent prayers and whispered pleas, their hopes transformed through ooze and tree. From cave below to tree above, a hope made pact with parents' love. The tree grew tall, its branches wide, its roots bridge realms where souls reside. With each new life, the quest resumes to save their souls, commute their doom. Parents come and parents go, through summer's sun and winter's snow. As ages pass, they reassure a parent's hope and love endures.
The crops all withered, there were no rains. Our stomachs shriveled with hunger pains. With sallow cheeks and hollow eyes, our prayers rose up to empty skies.
Then in the cold, when hope wore thin, it whispered salvation for kith and kin. Red eyes gleamed, then with a sideways grin, it offered a bargain, so we let it in. To forswear death's grasp eternally, render your firstborns unto me. To parents cried, that must never be, but to the loathsome terms the town agreed. The oath they swore, 'twas such a wicked deed. Our children for immortality. The pact's ink was blood, and the oath was sworn. Through countless deaths, we were reborn. With every rebirth, it trained our essence, an immortal curse rather than any blessings. The sun still rose, but felt so cold. Our hands grew thin, our bones grew old. And haunted by our eternal heartbreak, we rued our pact, our fatal mistake. No more blood, and no more breath, just yellow bile, mayhem and death. No more thirst, and no more goals, only a hunger we can't control. No longer do we recall our faces, so long we've hunted in these places. Sometimes a fleeting recognition dawns, there for a moment, but then it's gone. No more blood, and no more breath, just yellow bile, mayhem and death. No more names, and no more grace, only endless hunger and its monstrous face. No more names, and no more grace, only endless hunger and its monstrous face. Only endless hunger, and this monstrous face.
Yeah. That's a theory creaking open, baby.
Yo, welcome to the screen where the plot gets bent. Julie B deep dives, not just for content. She don't react, she dissects those threads from the lens, catching clues y'all missed when the credits end. What you know about freeze framing frames and while you blinking, she building an evidence drum. Got a notebook bigger than the lore itself, and a chat full of nerds with a mental health shelf. Yeah, she sees the glitch, peep the double cross. You just watching TV, she talk to the boss. Every theory and thesis, no throwaway guess. While y'all on season 1, she in season X. Said rewind and slow it, zoom in, enhance. Julie B caught the symbol in the window glance. While you tweeting what just happened like a clown, she already made a flow chart, color coded breakdown.
They don't die like us. They don't vibe like us. They binge and they bounce. We revive that trust. They skip intros, we wear frame. You watch shows, we decode the game. They don't die like us. Nah, they don't die like us.
She cracked Severance before y'all knew it was deep. Predicted the Last of Us deaths in her sleep. When the camera pans, she ain't blinking once. Catch a ghost in the glass, call it theory punch. Watch parties lit like apocalypse nights. Call-ins while they bringing alien rights.
Hey, Julie, I think the trees are spies. Well, I have a spreadsheet that confirms that, guys.
Zoom in, boom in, she moving through clues. Spinning Discord in the courtrooms, Lord of views. Got mods with receipts. Time stands with heat. Every rewatch turns into a Reddit elite. You stuck on the surface, we beneath with maps. Cross-referencing lore with the rector's caps. If your fave show got secrets, don't be dumb. Julie got the chalkboard out from's where it's from.
They don't dive like us. They don't vibe like us. They skim the edge. We inside that crust. They zone out, we zone in the pain. You say plot twist, we say nope, chain. They don't dive like us. Nah, they don't dive like us.
What's that?
That ain't a blooper, that's a plot thread. You thought it was a shadow? She thought it was a coded message from season 3. And she's probably right. Step this way if your mind's unbent. Step that way if your theories pay rent. Say Julie B, deep dive queen. Now zoom, scroll, theorize, pull. Ain't no rabbit hole safe once she got the cloud.
They don't die